to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's also brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Greg Wolf, four-time Major League All-Star Paul LoDuca, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. We'll get to Maggie Wolfendale in just a little bit. Loading up right now for the first on the card at Belmont, 12,000 claiming race, and a huge favorite in Planet Trailblazer. The two, here's John Imbrial with a call.
And they're off. Swiping Dan and Orpheus. Now moving up is Papa Zulu. And from the rail, it's Planet Trailblazer. As they head up the backstretch, Orpheus is the leader. And Old Upstart has now moved into second with the big favorite, Planet Trailblazer, running in third. A little more than a length to Papa Zulu in fourth, gap of 2. Swiping Dan is now back in fifth, and Kenyon trails the field. The quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Orpheus on top here by a length, with Old Upstart giving chase in second. Planet Trailblazer runs in third. The big favorite, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Papa Zulu is next in fourth, and Swiping Dan and Kenyon. They go into the far turn. It's still Orpheus with the lead here. Ran a half in 46 and 3. Old Upstart now moving right alongside. Swiping Dan ranges up on the outside. Papa Zulu is just in behind. Planet Trailblazer is fifth and will need some racing room as the field moves for the head of the stretch. Farther back, it's Kenyon, who trails the field in sixth. On the inside, it's Orpheus. On the outside, it's Old Upstart. Now there's room for Planet Trailblazer, and he's moving up. 3/4 went in 1:10 and 2 inside the 3/16 pole. Planet Trailblazer right up alongside of Old Upstart and Orpheus, and Planet Trailblazer has taken over. It's Planet Trailblazer and Jose Lezcano at 1-5 to win the opener. Looked like Old Upstart got second over Orpheus. Papa Zulu was fourth.
Chance to make 20 cents on the dollar right off the bat at Belmont, as close to a sure thing as we're going to have all afternoon long, as Planet Trailblazer wins for the 7th time in 19 starts.
I know somebody who thought he was in trouble top of the stretch. That guy's insane. His horse is amazing. He is, as you were saying, Paul, he's like an ATM. He just keeps running and running, but the million-dollar question is, will someone claim him? 5 times straight for Jason Service before this, and nobody wants any part of him.
Yeah, when you see a trainer at 31%, obviously he has physical problems. That's why he's running for 12.5. But when you win like this, and the purse is $32,000, and you're taking home now 18,000 of it, it must be pretty nice to just keep looking at it.
And you know, the horses behind him may not be the best horses in the grounds. They're far, far from the worst horses in the ground, and he just waltzes by them as Jose Lezcano, the leading rider, just continues to pile up the wins. He's a heavy favorite, but he won like one.
Yes, he did. Convincing victory. He was supposed to win like this, and no problem at all. Jason Service runner, Jose Lezcano, Mr. Amore Stable, and son of Pioneering, gets the job done. And this horse, we have been told by our crack research staff, will no longer be in the Jason Service barn. We were just talking about this as they were going into the gate. Why does no one ever claim this horse? Well, he was claimed today, now going to Linda Rice.
I mean, you know, assuming Linda's the only one, but probably what? Yeah. I mean, he's an amazing horse. I mean, obviously there's something there that people don't want about him, but
100%. And here's the other part about this: is that, yeah, true, right? And then
you know me, I hate horses that win. So
the thing about it is, like, I don't know if he needs that much time after this race because it was such a jog. She can probably wheel him right back, or she freshens him up, obviously, for Saratoga, and see what happens.
2-5-4-6 is a 1-5 favorite, kicks off our card. Good to be with you guys on this Sunday afternoon. We're going to talk plenty about the Preakness and redemption for War of Will. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Weather and track conditions brought to you by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray at Belmont Park. Piranha on, pest gone, main track fast. Turf course listed as firm. It was beautiful this morning when I came to the track. As we take a look at the races we're bringing you today, presented by WinStar, the farm that pays you back. Started to rain for just a little bit, and now it's beautiful again. Races 2 through 9. We're taking you all day long here at Belmont Park, and we have a carryover in the NYRA Bets late pick 5. That means you absolutely have to play today.
Well, I mean, there's 47,000 the carryover. Just so people know, if there's $200,000 bet today, even after takeout, you're getting almost $1.09 back for every dollar you bet, and there probably won't be 200 bet. There is nothing like this play.
Speaking of betting and speaking of getting involved in the NYRA Bets late pick 5, the only way to do it if you don't reside in the state of New York is with NYRA Bets. Get an account, get signed up, started, bet 200. You'll get 200 in your account with a new member bonus. You got to use that promo code LIVE at sign up. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. We'll talk all about War of Will's return to glory as he gets the job done in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown with another rail ride. We'll be back.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus. You are watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, presented in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We had the first in the books. We had a 1-5 favorite kick things off. Planet Trailblazer gets the job done for the 7th win of his career. 6-year-old gelding by Pioneering, moving now from the barn of Jason Service to Linda Rice.
Yeah, congratulations. You're right. In a 7 for 19 lifetime, now 2 for 5 here at Belmont. 3 for 6 at the distance. Pretty good horse. I like horses like this. I like these horses that grind out their wins. You know what I mean?
He's a fun horse. We'll get into the start of the early pick 4 momentarily. First, we are going to look back on the middle jewel of the Triple Crown and Improbable returning, the Kentucky Derby favorite. He would be favored again. War of Will returning with the rail again for Team Mark Casse and Tyler Gaffalione after he was impeded in the Kentucky Derby. I cannot believe he went off at 6-1.
Either can I. I really can. I'm surprised. There was just so much steam on Bourbon War, and it seemed that over and over again, everybody kept on picking him. The more and more he was more of a chuck.
Let's hear the entire race call from Larry Collmus, Saturday from Pimlico.
They're off in the Preakness, and the maiden Bodie Express lost the jockey at the start. Unseated John Velasquez right out of the gate. So Warriors Charge will go out to the early lead as they come through the stretch for the first time. Market King is away running in second. Another Twist of Fate is third on the outside, and behind them is the Maryland horse, Always Mining. War of Will is fifth and down on the inside. And then it's Win, Win, Win. There's a break of another 2 back to Improbable, who's racing about 7 lengths off the lead early on. Then Bourbon War, followed by Owendale and Signalman to the outside, and the loose horse is running in behind them. The 2 trailers are Ever Fast and Laughing Fox. 22.5 was a swift opening quarter mile as they head onto the backstretch where Warriors Charge leads the way. Market King is second, and then it's another Twist of Fate third on the outside. And they complete this first half mile in the Preakness in 46.16 seconds. Tyler Gaffalione has War of Will fourth at the rail, and 4 lengths off the lead. A similar trip to the Kentucky Derby, right behind the pacemaker. And then comes Always Mining to the outside. Improbable is racing in between horses with 4.5 lengths to make up. And then it's Win, 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 and Owendale and Signalman is down on the inside. So they make their way around the far turn. Warriors Charge continues to lead the way. Another Twist of Fate pressing on the outside. Always Mining is getting going right behind the leaders, and now moving 3 wide on the far outside. Improbable is in gear as well, and then it's War of Will on the inside, who's now being ridden to keep up. Win, Win, Win is going very wide. Owendale 2, and they're into the stretch, and it's Warriors Charge off the turn in front. Another Twist of Fate. Here is War of Will, and he got through an opening on the inside at the gate pole. Owendale is storming down the center of the track, but it's War of Will coming down to the 16th pole in front. In front by 2 lengths late. A late charge from Longshot Everfast to the inside 2, but nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
Mark Casse, his trainer, said, I just wanted a fair shot. It wasn't about redemption. He got his fair shot. He gets a dream trip up the rail and finishes the deal as War of Will shows the kind of potential he had that everyone was talking about on the Triple Crown Trail.
And it's a very satisfying result because obviously the Derby was not satisfying in a lot of ways. And I think that he answered an important question to people, which is, give me a chance to get my fair run, to show what I can do. And that's why, to me, it was just a very satisfying result of this race.
It really was. It did not benefit me monetary in my pocket at all.
Didn't like this horse.
I had used him, but I was not alive in anything. But at the end of the day, I was so happy that this horse won because so many of the people that try to speculate in horse racing and that are not in horse racing and don't know how to watch a race, even people that are covering the race, saying that War of Will was ranked down the backside and he was not going to hit the board in the Derby, they just got proved wrong because after that race yesterday, I get it, it wasn't the same field. He was going to run first, second, third, fourth, or fifth, and it was warranted. And I guarantee you the 3 stewards of Churchill had a couple beers last night.
Well, he got his fair chance to do it. And there's something else that people aren't remembering. 2 years ago, Mark Casse may well have run the best horse in Classic Empire and took a tough beat to Cloud Computing.
Yeah.
So Mark Casse comes back 2 years later and gets the win.
Yeah.
And one thing about Mark Casse, not only is he incredibly accessible and a great guy for all of us in the media to deal with, he runs his horses.
Yes, he does. First Triple Crown victory for Mark Casse. First Triple Crown win for 24-year-old rider Tyler Gaffleone. The plan with this horse on Preakness Day, they wanted to get him to calm down, be relaxed in the warm-up. They just jog him, let him walk, keep him as calm as possible. And he was a lot more relaxed than he usually is, and that was key early on out of that inside post. Returns $14.20 for the win. What a performance, what a victory. And Connections now say, assuming he is okay, they want to move on to the Belmont Stakes.
This Belmont is going to be a lot better than I think some people thought it was going to be. You know, listen, War of Will got a very good trip, and Tyler Gaffleone, this is going to help propel him into the elite
100%.
riders. A tremendous ride on him. But one thing I think people should keep in mind, Warriors Charge, who finished 4th, ran a brilliant race and finishing 4th, saving in that pace. Well, it's not like War of Will was 5 lengths behind a pace that fell into his face. He was right on top of that pace, and he still finished.
Yeah, and, you know, Castellano, I think, wanted him to come up the rail. If you look at the backside of this race, he left the rail open the whole time because he figured, okay, come up the rail because I can pin you. He just didn't have enough horse to pin at all. Now Owendale starts to become unleashed, and he's starting to stride out here on the outside. And then Everlast cuts to the inside, Laughing Fox way on the outside. Everfast is finishing with some great pace, but War of Will just ran away with it.
Purple and yellow cap, yeah, widest of all outside. Let's take a look at Owendale into the stretch here, and he's got to make a decision, decides to go outside.
Well, I thought this was a brilliant ride by Florent Giroux, and it actually annoys me that people are criticizing him. Right now, we are at more than halfway through the turn. He was in the 2-path. He saved ground most of the way with this horse. Most horses that are, you know, rev him up, 1-run closers, they don't want to close inside of horses. They want to make that big open space run, and he wheeled him out when they got in the stretch. He got in the clear. I bet Owendale, and if I could have that ride every time with a closer like him, I'd be more than happy.
Yeah, and listen, I bet Laughing Fox with the big white face on the outside, and the more I look at it, I was right behind Owendale and Everlast, and Everlast just beat me. I mean, he outran me. Now, did the 11 run? Yeah, I ran in the middle of the racetrack, but you got to give the 10 a little bit of credit for making that kind of run.
And it was not a track that was favoring inside runners. People are saying that, and the results in the race in the dirt do not bear that out.
But the one thing we
and
did
Mark
get
Casse, the glamour of a win like this. This is, I mean, you take this in. This is your first win in a Triple Crown race. He was back at the barn 6 a.m. this morning, checking on War of Will, seeing how he was doing. He was doing, he said, extremely good shot. Will be at the Belmont.
And to be fair, Dale Romans, who finished second in here, he actually got to the barn when he always gets there as well, around noon.
Yeah. It's a life-changing. It's life-changing. It's life-changing for the connections. It's life-changing. I don't care. Everybody's talking about Gary Barber. He did the Bond films. He does this. He does that. He's famous. He doesn't need all this. No, this is life-changing. I am a guy that played professional sports. I can hit in front of 30,000 people. No pressure at all. Game 7's nothing. When my horse ran, I was a nervous wreck. You don't know the feeling. When you're an owner, you're a proud owner, and I'm so happy for Gary Barber because he put so much into this game.
Gary Barber, by the way, yeah, he's been in the game for such a long time. I just feel for him a little bit because I know he wanted to be there. He actually had commitments in the Cannes Film Festival, was unable to be at Pimlico, but
poor guy.
He's got to be celebrating.
Yeah. My heart's breaking. If you're gonna not be in Pimlico when you win the Preakness, Cannes not a bad
If he
place.
comes, I guarantee if the horse runs to the Belmont, Gary's superstitious, he won't come to the Belmont.
I promise you, though, he wanted to be at Pimlico. Here's Mark Cassie after the victory.
I just wanted him to break, and once he broke, I could see where he was settling, which was good. I was happy, and I think my wife, Tina, was next to me, and I said, 22 and change, that's good, you know, and then 46. And honestly, about I knew we were doing well, and I knew I liked where we were. About maybe the 3/8 pole, I started thinking, oh dear, not again, because he was wanting to go somewhere and he had nowhere to go, and I'm just kind of, I didn't get excited until Tyler, it opened up. I was thinking, I hope the leader comes off the rail a little bit, and when he did and Tyler snuck up in there a little bit, that's when, I don't know, I haven't seen it, but NBC had a camera on me and we gave them a lot to see. There's only 3 Triple Crown races. They're pretty important, and I think if you can do it, you should do it. There's an extremely good shot we'll be there. Now it's just a matter of him saying he doesn't want to go, and so that would be just that he was lethargic or something, training.
Well, the last part there, that is Mark Cassie talking about moving on to the 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown. The plan right now is to ship to Keeneland on Monday for more on what transpired in the Preakness. Let's get Maggie Wolfendale's thoughts. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Greg, and I couldn't be happier for the connections of War Will, a horse that I got to watch all winter long down at the fairgrounds. And I remember back in January, he was out on the road jogging with assistant Dave Carroll, and I was riding by on a horse with my husband, Tom, and we both just stopped what we were saying and drooled over him. He is beautiful, and it's so good to see him prove out on the racetrack what he truly is in the Preakness. He got a fair shot this time around, and 2, as you were saying, Greg, he got to relax a bit. I think I was wondering if the slop kind of got him geared up and got him a bit rank going back to the Derby, and then obviously what transpired at the quarter pole eliminated him pretty much from the running that day. But War Will, what an amazing horse. And hey, if Mark wants to bring him here to the Belmont, it's not as if he doesn't have pedigree to do so, as he is a half-brother to Tacticus, a horse who won several of our marathon dirt races, including the Birdstone here on the NYRA circuit. So plenty of pedigree to handle a 1.5 miles as well. Well, horses are on the walking ring for today's second race. It's a maiden special weight going the 1 1/16 here on the inner turf course. And Chad Brown, he'll send out 2. And the one they're not necessarily betting as of now is number 2, Value Engineering, who I thought ran very well first time out behind a next time out winner, Clint Maroon, who then came up here to New York and won our Woodhaven. Got a very good trip that day, but has it steadily improved his buyers as well. And Value Engineering, he made a solid run at him, considering that was only his first start. This is a very good-looking son of Lemon Drop Kid. Just has that big swinging walk that I love to see in these turf horses. He comes off a bit of a break here, but he looks fit. He looks strong. I like Value Engineering, whereas Chad's other horse in here, number 3, Exalt, He's had his chances, 3 seconds in a row. Now, the blinkers will go on. Kind of got to wondering a bit all over the track last time at Keeneland, kind of switched back to his inside lead. He does apply just a shortcut blinker. He's gotten pretty wound up here in the paddock, which isn't typical of Chad Brown runners. It's kind of what I expected to see almost watching that replay when he's a bit erratic down the lane. I definitely prefer value engineering of these two Chad Brown horses, but the public says it's all about number 3, Exalt, as we'll take a turn to another horse who ran last time at Keeneland. That's number 7, The Last Zip. I thought battled gamely on the front end and was very game up until the wire. He just got nailed that day from a horse coming from further back than he, and I like what I'm seeing from this horse. Mike Stidham has had a great meet so far here at Belmont. A very strong-looking, well-conditioned horse who does ship up here from Fairhill. I think The Last Zip, displaying what he has on the racetrack thus far, makes him a major player here as he'll look to be towards the front end from that outside post position. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. This game would be so much easier if we could just bet trainers in a race.
Right?
Can we create a separate pool? Chad Brown, he has the 2 value engineering. He has the 3 Exalt. Now, the 2 value engineering was the morning line favorite, beat by a horse named Clint Maroon, who would go on to win the next 2 starts, including the Woodhaven for Todd Pletcher. Exalt is actually finished ahead of Clint Maroon in the 2nd start of his career.
Yeah, I'll put it this way. I think value engineering is going to be extraordinarily tough to beat. I think he's a stakes quality horse. I don't like Exalt at all. I think his races on paper are a lot better than they look a lot better than they were. Value engineering didn't even have a good trip behind Clint Maroon in that race and was gaining on him in the stretch. They have tried to get him in. He was rained off the turf at Keeneland. He was also eligible in a race rained off at Churchill Downs on Derby week, so it's not like he's intentionally been out for this long. I think he's going to take a world of beating.
Yeah, he might. I think he's a lot of single and a lot of, people might have went back-to-back singles and try to get some prices in, maybe 3, 4, and 5 in this early pick 5. He's definitely the one to beat with Castellano, who had a hot Friday over at Pimlico.
And he'll be the favorite. He's a heavy favorite in the doubles. I think Mark Cassie's got a very dangerous horse in here in Wild Medaglia d'Oro. I know he's been frustrating, but he's good.
Finished ahead of him, front run the Fed, win super impressively the other day. Yeah. Here is Binary to kick off our post break for Patrick Kelly.
Nice to see those silks of Diversify for Ralph Evans coming out there. They'll try the turf for the first time after gelding him. He really doesn't have a pedigree to move up on it.
Value engineering for Klarovich Stables, Chad Brown, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, it was favorite last time out, but like Andy said, ran into a nice little horse. Always good to see Dynaformer on the bottom side, the damn frozen treat here.
Exalt, another Chad Brown runner. He's the favorite right now, and he's more experienced than value engineering.
Chad Brown's one of the few trainers that has decent numbers putting blinkers on, but I think he's getting desperate with a horse who's burned a lot of money, and last time I thought he hung badly in the stretch.
First-time starter, Geography, the force on a Giants Causeway for Christophe Clement.
This horse has been working at Payson Park down in Florida. They actually got him over the turf course over there, so they think obviously that he can handle it. You don't really see a Christophe horse at 16-1.
He's a half to Winchester as well, a very good runner, grade 1 horse for Christophe.
Wild Medaglia d'Oro. He was a buzz horse as a 2-year-old last summer at Saratoga, and he just ran against a real good one, front run the Fed.
And he ran well, right? Front run the Fed ran a huge win here on Friday, and Mark Cassie has terrific numbers stretching out turf maidens, which he's doing with Wild Medaglia d'Oro.
Preakness winning trainer, Mark Cassie. I mean, we need to see that for now on, at least for a little bit.
Yeah.
Downside risk, Junior Alvarado, Barkley tag.
Yeah, to me, this horse shouldn't be 5-1. I think a player in here, I get it, 3 straight seconds, maybe a little bit of a hang in him, but he's still got pretty good numbers to be 5-1. He shouldn't be that high. 6-1, wow.
Killer last time.
And the last zip on the outside, Mike Stidham, Joao Rosario, a horse that just missed last time out on a yielding turf at Keeneland.
In fact, he lost to a Mark Cassie horse who was coming over from Europe. His last race was okay. He's not impossible.
We're going to take a break. We will have race 2 when we return on America's Day at the Races. There is the morning line favorite, and the price starting to come down on value engineering. Can he get it done? Second time out for Chad Brown. We'll be back and find out next.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Carpe Diem was a serious racehorse with the physical to match. A debut maiden special weight winner at Saratoga, he beat the greatest stakes winner Ready for Rye, and he was named a TDN Rising Star that day.
Sean, he was brilliant. At 2, I loved his race in the Breeders' Futurity. I also loved his race in the Bluegrass. When I saw him in the paddock, he looked absolutely stunning. This horse has it all. Looks, brilliance, class. I can't wait to his 2-year-olds to hit the racetrack.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. They all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Runhappy, now standing for $25,000 at a legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Raced medication-free throughout his entire career. As we get a look at value engineering, making start number 2, son of Lemon Drop Kid out of a Dyna former mare for connections that win constantly.
Yeah, this is a horse that they were very high on this winter, and he just ran to a horse that's turned into a stakes horse. You have to imagine Todd Pletcher's pointing towards the Belmont Derby here, and he really ran well. He was kind of trapped behind horses, a very slow pace that Clint Maroon was able to take advantage of, and he was running at him at the end. I think he's a very talented horse.
By the way, before we go to the next one, good call by Andy. Yeah, Winchester won the 2010 Manhattan. He beat Gio Ponte at 15-1, so they have to Winchester, and here is the 4 Geography, the first-time starter. Not taking much money at all. Here's the 5. I'm in agreement. I think a horse that is very, very dangerous in here. The stumble was legit last time out of the gate. This horse has gone long on the dirt and has been okay enough to where if he shows some speed, he could be very, very dangerous here at 7-2 because there's not much pace in here. I would think he's got a lonely lead.
You would think he's going to be forward here. We'll see if the last zip shows some speed in this race. We'll see. That's a very good point, Paul.
Preakness winning trainer and a rider that was dumped right out of the gate in the Preakness, John Velasquez, as you could tell. Obviously, he is A-OK. We'll have more on that later in the show. Right now, let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Medaglia d'Oro, number 5 in here, will stretch out now, second time on the turf, and that's why I wrote my notes last time. Thought that he would handle the turf, but that he needed more ground. And I talked to assistant to Mark Cassie, Jamie Begg, and he said that last time they kind of gunned him out of the gate, and therefore it was almost as if his feet were moving too fast for him to actually get a hold of the ground. So therefore, he just didn't really have a comfortable trip. And talking to Johnny before the race, Jamie said he told him just to give him a quiet warm-up so that he can relax and not get too ahead of himself. But physically, he looks like a horse that should really relish the extra furlongs here for Medaglia d'Oro. And Jamie also said that Mark has always really liked this horse, thought he might end up as a Breeders' Cup horse. Obviously hasn't lived up to that initial billing, as number 4 Geography caught up with his trainer Christophe Clement, as you guys were just saying, who also trained Winchester, to that Manhattan win, also the Joe Hurst Turf Classic and Sword Dancer win. And this horse is also a half to Middleburg, a fairly accomplished turf runner as well. But all of those horses won a little more ground than the mile and a 16th, and that's exactly what Christophe Clement said. While he did come over here looking professional and fit and really well turned out, he also looks like a horse that's really laid back and would appreciate, you know, a mile and a quarter to a mile and a half. And Christophe said he'll definitely need this start, and he just wants to develop him and bring him along a bit more on the slower side here, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. So 25-1. And sometimes trainers believe that, and they surprise their trainers and get the job done right out of the gate.
Well, I mean, horses, they'll do different things in the afternoon than they do in the morning, right? I mean, you see firsters that are bet heavily that run great in the morning, that can't run in the afternoon, and sometimes you see the opposite.
Wow, we put the whammy on the 2, didn't we? All of us choosing the 2, value engineering. I'm surprised the 6 is 6-1 here. Maybe because Jose Ortiz is off, but here's the deal. Sometimes when a horse runs second 3 times in a row, you might want to make a switch a little bit, and I think Junior Alvarado could fit this horse just as well. So
Nothing wrong with the 6 downside risk. I agree. This is a very, very tough race, and people they're sort of running out of time if they're trying to get towards our turf triple, and that's where the races that these people want to run with their 3-year-old turf horses. You're going to have the prep for that here in a couple of weeks. The Pennine Ridge, I believe that's. Either it's next weekend or I think it's the following weekend. Following weekends.
I'm never watching that race again.
Yes, Greg is.
Oh my God, it's broken.
Your life would be so different if Analyze It had held off Catholic Boy that day.
You
wouldn't be saving the 2 Nimrods up here.
Coming out party, really, right?
But are you less salty now that you know Catholic Boy is just the real deal?
I'm a huge fan of Catholic Boy.
Yeah, right.
I love Catholic
You've forgiven him for beating you? You're a big man. You're a bigger man now. You've grown up.
I haven't forgiven.
I haven't forgiven myself for not using him. It's not his fault. It's my fault. Getting set to load up here for the second. This kicks off to pick 4. The 2, Value Engineering, who was the morning line favorite, has become the favorite now on the tilt board. And the 7 taking some play outside.
I'm surprised.
As well. He's not impossible.
I know he's not impossible, but 3-1, Andy?
I'm surprised he's 3-1 here. I am, because he's the one who's clearly being bet. He's the only one being bet besides the 2 Chad Brown horses. Well, I shouldn't say that, because Wild Medagliadoro is 7-2 as well. Yeah, I'm shocked that he's a shorter price than the 7. The 5. Shocked.
John Imbrial with the call. We kick off our early pick 4 here on this Sunday afternoon for Belmont Park on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
And they're off. From the inside, Binary and Value Engineering. Now moving up is Wild Medagliadoro along with the Last Zip. Wild Medagliadoro leads by a half length. The Last Zip on the outside, second by a length and a half, and Value Engineering is third. Binary, a hard to handle Binary, is moving up down towards the rail. Then farther back, it is Exult and Downside Risk. Geography is at the back of the pack in 7th. The quarter went in 24-1. Wild Medagliadoro, 3/4 of a length. The Last Zip, and there goes Value Engineering now moving up. So it's Value Engineering on the outside, the Last Zip in between horses, Wild Medagliadoro down at the rail. Then the trio of Downside Risk, Binary, and Exult, a gap of 3 to Geography, who trails. Half mile in 48 3/5 seconds. Wild Medagliadoro is still in front there. Wild Medagliadoro clear by a length and a half. Then the Last Zip in second by 2. Value Engineering in the in-between horses. Down at the rail is Exult. On the outside is Downside Risk. Binary is dropped back. And Geography. They come for the top of the stretch. 3/4 went in 1, 12-1. Here comes the Last Zip. Here comes Value Engineering. Downside Risk on the outside. Exult is in behind horses. Wild Medagliadoro continues to battle on. The Last Zip. Wild Medagliadoro. The 2 of them are heads apart. Wild Medagliadoro, a tough customer on the inside. Wild Medagliadoro in front. And Wild Medagliadoro earned his maiden victory today. He defeats the Last Zip, Value Engineering, and Exult.
Well, War Will, they needed to get him on dirt. Wild Medagliadoro, they just needed to get him on turf.
This was a very, very strange race.
Really,
and his mile and 16th race in the inner that featured the wacky slow paces. And excellent job by Johnny Velasquez going to the lead with Wild Medagliadoro. And he made everybody else play his game. And Value Engineering just never got in a good rhythm. But this was an excellent game effort by the winner.
I couldn't tell if they were going fast early, but now when you look at the fractions, he did a masterful job of getting 24, 24, 24. You know, Andy keeping the horse in rhythm. And then when the 7 got up to his neck, he was by. He was the Last Zip, but Wild Medagliadoro just found more and more, and Johnny V's going to get the job done. He just hand rode him home. I thought he was giant here in the last couple stages because he finished up in very, very fast fashion, about 6 seconds flat.
And Value Engineering was about 3 lengths clear, about 5 strides after the wire. Very oddly run race.
Got running spots, right?
Yep.
Exult looked like he had a shot. Downside Risk went very, very wide. The 2 just didn't get into the bid. It just wasn't his day at
Well,
all.
he's up. Javier was aggressive early. He got in a spot. Then he went after it.
Yeah.
Javier was recognizing that the pace wasn't that quick, though. For the inner turf course, that's not that slow a pace, but it's a very rapid final time. I'm going to tell you something. These all look like stakes quality horses to me. I just think this was a very, very strong race.
And 2 horses that dictated pace early on, run 1-2 in the end. Wild Medaglia d'Oro, the last zip, run 1-2, and the 2 Chad Brown runners complete the superfecta.
I can't believe the 5 came back to win. It looked like the last zip had him measured.
No, it really did.
Looked like Catholic Boy analyzed it all over again, Greg.
Yeah, right?
It did, didn't it?
Not to that extreme.
Wild Medaglia d'Oro at 4-1 with the victory. Second time on turf. And a gritty effort here. We'll be back with prices in just a moment. Set the stage for the 3rd as well when we return here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Stick with us. Plenty more to come, including lots more Preakness talk.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast, a multiple Grade 1 winner and runner-up in the $16 million Pegasus World Cup. Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, this was an impressive win. Wild Medaglia d'Oro. Maiden breaker, took 6 starts, and it took a shift to turf to get it done.
Yeah, this is a horse with a future. I really think you're going to see, these are the kind of horse, Wild Medaglia d'Oro, the last zip, value engineering, that we're going to see in our 3-year-old turf stakes throughout the year at NYRA.
Yeah, Live Oak Plantation's got to be excited about this Sun Medaglia d'Oro. The Unbridled Humor mare, Distorted Humor, Unbridled Humor.
Race 3 at Belmont, 6.5 furlongs. It's for horses who have not won 2 lifetime. Evans Nice now is favored, coming off a maiden claiming win. We're going to head back to race 2, though, and head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Putting on a master class here was the master and Johnny V. And Johnny, watching you Medaglia d'Oro, you broke and seemed as though you're just toying with the rest of your competition.
Well, you know, obviously coming from 3/4, I know he was going to be pulling into the lead, but on the other hand, I wanted to save him for the last part of the race. He got a little bit keen in the first part of the race, and once I got to the clear on the back stretch, he kind of settled with me, and the horses got to him again, and he got into the bridle again. About the half a mile pole, I just had to give it his head and try to do it as easily as possible without fighting him too much.
Do you find that's a better option than fighting with him, taking away some of that energy?
Yeah, but by that point, I was like, I mean, I've been running for a while now. I better, you know, let him get his own rhythm and not fight him anymore. And he did. I mean, he settled really nice around the turning. And when the other horse came to him in the quarter pole, he responded right away.
He was very game. And unfortunately, you didn't have the chance to be game in yesterday's Preakness. A very untidy start for Bodie Express. And Johnny, just talk us through what happened in the game.
Well, let me just start with, I mean, he was definitely not behaving in the gate, though, you know, and he was pushing himself to the back doors and to the eyesight well. So he really had me pinned down in the gate. You know, to be fair, and then the guy with him, he was not too smooth with it either. And when he broke, and now that I'm watching the replay, I mean, he broke, and he broke on his mouth. You know, the assistant started hard on his mouth, and that's why he went so far high above, and then just really took me up for a little ride over there. I was way up there, and nothing he could do, really.
Stewards talked to you at all there?
No, I mean, I was very surprised after, like I said, after I watched the replay and everything, I was surprised that I was not called and to see what happened in the gate or anything like that. So I don't know.
In your many years of riding races, have you ever been launched into the air quite like that?
Absolutely never. Never. In my 29 years plus, I never. I mean, you had foam from the gate, you know, stumble, something like that, but never ricochet that high. Though. And thankfully, I mean, we clear the gate, the top of the gate, just about to clear the gate, so nothing happened to me or the horse. But yeah, it was one of the unfortunate things that the miscommunication between us, you know, the horse and the starting, you know, the season started from there. So very unfortunate then.
Well, Johnny, we're very pleased, though, to have you back here at Belmont and see you in the winner's circle, happy and healthy. Congratulations here with Wild Medaglia d'Oro. That's a mouthful, Johnny.
Better than you than me. Thank you very much.
Thanks. He said it. I'm going to throw it back to you guys.
Well, he's a Hall of Famer, and we're so glad that he's okay. You never get a break as a jockey at any point until you're sitting in that jockey's room, because at any moment, any time, in the gate, during the course of a race, even a post-parade, something can happen.
Well, Improbable acted up in the gate too, and then obviously when Bodie's Express went in the air, it turned into a whole situation because the horse got launched. Let me give you a real big tip. If the horse hops at the gate and Johnny Velazquez does not fall off that horse, the horse has no shot of running even close to the top of the money. So my point is, the reason why he fell off, it turned into a situation. That's not the situation. It happens all the time.
It's important for people to understand there should never have been a refund. The horse had a fair start.
Yes.
The guy wasn't holding on and afraid to happen. The horse, it just happens occasionally. Fortunately, it only happens rarely.
Yeah.
A horse will leap up at the exact moment that the gate opens. And in this case, it was a particularly bad one where John Velazquez fell off. Usually those leap up and they'll break a couple lengths slow. In this case, John Velazquez fell off. And the most important thing is that John Velazquez wasn't hurt.
Yeah.
And the horse is fine. The reality is the bettors always need to be protected, but they were. This horse got a fair start. And remember something. If they declare any horse a non-starter, everybody that wins a bet in the race gets less money back. So if they declare a horse a non-starter that was actually a starter in the race, everybody who collected in the race gets less money back. So they have to be absolutely sure that the horse didn't get a fair chance, and he did get a fair chance. It's bad luck, but nobody was unfairly affected by
I'm
this.
in agreement with you, and a lot of people on social media that are uninformed are completely wrong. If you look through a horse's PPs, almost every horse's PPs has had an issue at a gate, either stumble, dwelt, something at the gate. This was just an unfortunate situation when he got unseated. But again, I try to tell people, if Johnny V stays on the horse, he does not win anyway.
That's your opinion.
No, the horse doesn't win.
It's your opinion.
It's my opinion.
We're going to show you more on this a little bit later on. And, of course, you know, Improbable, too, reared up in the gate. He just happened to just settle down right before the gates open as we take a look at the probables or possibles for the Belmont Stakes. And the winner of the Preakness is saying, if everything is okay with this horse, we are coming back on June the 8th to tackle this group. Game winner for Bob Baffert. Bob Baffert won't be here. His wife is not going to let him because his son's going to be graduating the day before.
Wow.
But game winner is going to show up, it sounds like.
Yeah, it does. And game winner traveled 100 feet farther than Maximum Security, who crossed the wire first in the Kentucky Derby. He seems like a horse that will love it, but is there going to be plenty of speed in here? And I know you like this horse, Andy, and I think a lot of people think this is the Belmont horse, Tacitus.
I think Tacitus and Game Winner at this point are the two horses to beat. Obviously, along the Preakness winner, not to disrespect him, but Tacitus and Game Winner arguably were the only horses that you could make a fair argument could have beaten Maximum Security with fairer trips. Tacitus was unreasonably maybe taken back early in the race and out of any kind of position, but he really ran a little bit in the stretch, and I think you're going to see a lot better effort from Tacitus in the Belmont.
He was breezing over the main track. This was Saturday morning, just after 6 a.m., working in company with Graded Stakes winner Multiplier. Is his first breeze back in Connection. Say they got exactly what they wanted from him. So we shall see. All along, Connections have thought this horse would be perfect for the Belmont.
It's going to be very interesting with Maximum Security not going to go to the Belmont. Game winner right now may be going, owned by the same connections, Gary and Mary West. There's not a lot of pace going to be in the Belmont. If War of Will decides to go, are they going to employ a rabbit? Because you know Game winner is going to be the one that's going to be coming from out of it.
But how far out of it is he going to really be in a 1.5 mile race? I mean, Tacitus won't be that far out. You have to see how the race is going to set up in there. There are other horses that can be somewhat forwardly placed, and I'm not that concerned about that scenario. But also, there's 10 probables now. I'll bet a lot of money that more than 10 horses are in that Belmont. I think you're going to see
grow.
14 or more.
Yes. Here's Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott on Tacitus.
First work since his race in the Kentucky Derby, and we sent him along in company, and nice even work. He was 48-2 with a very good galloped out a good 3/4 of a mile, and looks like he came back good. So, you know, all systems go since the Derby. If he continues to do well, I mean, our main objective is the Belmont right now. We skipped the Preakness, but we thought he'd be a good fit for the Belmont Stakes. The 1.25 miles was no trouble, and I think he's a good fit for the Belmont. We've got to see. I mean, none of them have ever done it before, and but I think with the way he was closing in the Derby, I mean, he certainly gives us indications that, you know, he can get the 12 furlongs.
Could be perfectly suited for this trip. We're going to see a horse who sat out the Preakness, another one who sat out the Preakness as well, likely for Bob Baffert in game winner. He went to Root and Riddle, had a little bit of tightness in his back end after that Kentucky Derby.
You would too if you ran a 1.5 miles in the Kentucky Derby.
He ran a long way. He was about 10 wide into the stretch in the Derby.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I thought he ran terrific in the Derby, and it wasn't Joel Rosario's fault. In fact, it was the other Bob Baffert horse, Roadster, who basically eliminated the break. And after that, I mean, Joel did, and you saw how well Joel rode Everfast in the Preakness. And I think Joel is as good a big race rider as is in the game. And he just had no choice, and he had to sort of let him get settled back there and hope that he could get a little bit lucky. But his chances were basically eliminated at the break.
Well, here's the issue now. Like, Bob Baffert employed Mike Smith on Improbable. Now, if his only horse is going to be game winner, does he put Mike Smith on game winner?
Why take Joel off? Why take Joel off him? I don't know.
We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know if Baffert had an issue with that. I think he had more of an issue with the ride on Improbable than he did.
But Improbable got the exact same trip of the Preakness he did in the Derby. He just doesn't want to finish in those races.
You know what? I think he was just he was. Did you think he was going to be in like 5th or 6th place? He was just not fast enough.
I think Bob was frustrated. And I don't blame Bob for being frustrated.
No, he was.
No matter how much success you have, this game will frustrate you.
Yeah.
Very frustrating game. Placu Parfait looking to return as well, the UAE Derby winner. It's going to be a fantastic Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, just loaded with this incredible lineup. Of course, the Med Mile is going to be sensational.
So they broke the record handle yesterday in Baltimore. I'm telling you right now, we're going to shatter the handle with this card. It's going to be unbelievable.
It won't, because there won't be a Triple Crown on the line. So
yeah, but
I'd like to bet you.
I still think it's going to be unbelievable. I'm going to say that we handle more. Okay. Want to make a wager?
Yes, I'd like to bet you 100,000 to $1. I'll tell you what, Tom Amoss will be here with Serengeti Empress in the Acorn.
She will,
Ducky
but
Oaks
is the Met Mile going to be an unreal race or
Tremendous race.
It really is. And here's the thing with the Belmont, you're right. If you get 13 or 14 there, that's going to be an unbelievable betting race.
It's going to be a great day of racing. Can't miss it.
Got to come out for this festival June 6th through the 8th. You can get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com or BelmontStakes.com. We have race 3 just about 13 minutes away, and that is a look at the horse who was the morning line favorite. Tiz Arbella has only been on dirt once. Didn't go so well. Let's go downstairs for a paddock report to Maggie Wolfendale.
Then again, Greg, that was against New York bred A Other Than Company, and she earned a buyer that would make her the winner here, to be quite honest, relative to this field. Look, I think she can handle the dirt given the competition here today. She's second off a layoff, a filly that in the past I've noticed looks as though physically she needs a start to kind of get that fitness level where it needs to be. So I think she should be strong here. I know there's not a lot of dirt form to go on with her, but she makes sense in this spot. Now there are two fillies coming back off of layoffs. The 3-year-old number 2, Evans Nice Now, we haven't seen since January. She was claimed off of a winning effort over the slop from Jeremiah Englehart. Will go out for the Toscanos. Now, where has she been? I don't really love to see that. She looks good here. I can't fault her any way whatsoever in the way she looks. She's got great energy. She's been marching around the paddock. She's solid, well-muscled, healthy coat to her, too. The only thing is the front bandages go on here for this drop down to 16. So if you're willing to take a shot here with her, though, everything else looks where it needs to be. Now, speaking of things where they need to be, number 7, Allie's All Out, is actually a filly with only one eye, and I was talking to her trainer, Gary Gullo, And he said that they had a lot of trouble getting this filly onto the van to ship over to Aqueduct, and it kind of got her undone. So those last 2 efforts, I'm wondering if that was because she had to ship and she didn't like it, but now she gets to run out of her own stall this time around here at Belmont. She looks great. We'll see how she negotiates a 6.5. It might be a little bit on the far side. Same thing with Evans Nice now. I think she's one that needs less ground. But both of these fillies look healthy and well-conditioned coming back off of their respective layoffs. We'll see how they do with the freshenings. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. And Allie's all out on the outside, the 7. Try and control this race from the outset, pace-wise?
Yeah, I would think so. You know, if you look back to some of her speed, but she's lost it the last couple of times, but she didn't break well in her last 2 starts. But before that, you're right. She showed great speed. Those were against maidens. Dazzling speed. The 6 has shown a little bit of pace. Granted, this isn't the greatest group, but if Tiz Arbella shows up in any of those turf races on dirt, she wins this field, but that's still a tough proposition to take at 5-2, you know?
She'd be 1 horse home. It was tougher company.
I get it.
She did not show a lot. I mean, I guess she showed a little ability, right, early on in the race.
Yeah, that's the one thing I will give. Yeah, she showed a little bit of ability, at least got to the 6 furlongs. But here, if you think about it, she got to the 6 furlongs in what? 1:14 and change, Wolfie?
Yeah, I would not trust this,
this
5-year-old mare who's 1 for 11 lifetime and on dirt beat 1 horse home. But it is a massive drop, but that's a short price to take.
Yeah, it is. And I think what the public's looking at is, okay, I get the 2's last buyer figure was a 33, but it's a W. When you look at everybody else, the 1 was 10th, the 4 was 6 out of 10, the 5 was 5 out of 8, the 6 ran dead last by 42 lengths, and the 7 was dead last in his last race. So I think that's why the public has the 2 on top, because at least they're seeing number 1 in front of the 2.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 has shown ability, too, against better. I mean, they didn't equate to wins, but against State-Bred Maiden Special at Saratoga last year as a 2-year-old. Again, this year, or later, I should say, in her 2-year-old campaign at Aqueduct. So at least there's some ability there.
There is, but a problem with the number 2 might be, well, 2 things. She's not going to lead in all likelihood with the 6 horse, but also she's got to get 6.5 furlongs.
So 5-2 favorite. 5-2 is Tiz Arbella. I'm not sure if we could hear you, Andy Serling.
Can we now?
You hear me now? You sound like that commercial.
I don't know. This is a 6.5 furlong race, and Evans Nice now might be a little stretched to get 6.5 furlongs. I think that's a concern.
Beautiful.
So 2-1 favorite remains Tiz Arbella. Here comes our post parade. And we're going to start off with long shot Ocean Conquest, who is just 1 for 22 lifetime.
Well, perhaps she has had a conquest of the ocean, but good luck to her having a conquest in this field.
Evans Nice now, we were just talking about momentarily.
Yeah,
win.
Yeah, win last time out. I guess it means a lot in here. And now for 16, comes in with a nice little drill.
Favorite right now, Tiz Arbella making dirt start number 2.
Like we said, if she runs any of those turf races, she runs by a pole. She's had 1 dirt race. It was not good. We'll see what happens today.
She's a Lumberjane, the 5, 7-1. It's Mike Luzzy for John Morrison.
Yeah, she's a fringe player, would need this race to completely fall apart, and Tiz Arbella not to show up.
On the outside, Allie's all out. Should be the controlling pace of the race.
She'll probably be sitting 2nd or 3rd behind the 6, dancing speed, at least in my opinion.
And the 6 at 5-2, Kendrick Carmouche for Edmund Davis. Speed rider on board another one, with pace.
Yeah, I think the one to beat, just because if she does get in front, she's got a mile and a 7 furlong race underneath her belt, and she might be fit enough to hold these off.
Kendrick having a tremendous meet. We'll see if it continues here this afternoon with some of the big names back. We're going to take a break in the action. 3rd from Belmont. We'll have it for you live when we return here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Stick with us.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tappet has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
He's bred to lead. His name is Commissioner.
Elliot, I can't wait to see the Commissioner foals run this year. He was always one of the best foals we had. He was always one of the best yearlings we had. He was a maiden special weight winner at 2 at Saratoga. He went on to be a multiple graded stakes winner, and he's the last classic place son of APND.
Let me tell you, they looked the part at the sale. He's by APND. He's got a bottom side to boot. He's got every chance. I'm really excited about this crop.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. We want to hear from you as well. Share your horse racing experiences, your time at the track, using the hashtag ABR at the races. And we hope to see you out here for that Belmont Stakes Festival, and you can share some of your fun with friends. June 6th through the 8th out here with that hashtag as we take a look here at Evans Nice now here in this third Belmont Park, coming at least off a victory here.
Yeah, his last race, I will say I think it's better than the 33 Buyer suggests. If you look at his other dirt races, they were all better figures. That was a very fast pace. I know some will laugh and say, what do you mean it was 5.5 furlongs? They went the half in 48-1. Well, the final time was 109-4, and that was 5.5 furlongs. They came on the last 3/16 in 21-3. That track was extraordinarily slow, and this horse moved way too soon into what was a relatively speaking wicked pace. So it's not surprising he was collapsing late and he still won. I think it's a race, if you adjust the figure for the pace, relatively speaking, he actually ran much better and ran well enough to win here. I just worry that this horse is going to get a little leg weary, if not the last 1/8 of a mile, the last 1/16 of a mile.
This is a good effort. His gait issues were his problem earlier, and if he's been away since January, so that might have gotten a little bit better. He could show a little bit more speed too.
And he's doing a little looking around here, not behaving as great as you would like to see.
Yeah, he's a little. Looks like he knows that.
Spending some energy.
Looks like he knows that it's about to get on here. They know when they're about to get ready to go to the gate, and he looks like he's getting excited.
He's the 9-5 favorite. People like to see that win, at least on dirt, although it was a sloppy racetrack. But again, showed some ability and some pace in his debut at Saratoga. He's come back to work okay out of that victory as well. But what about the fact that we haven't seen him since January 20th?
You don't know. You don't like to see a horse claimed in the middle of the winter. I mean, in general, if you're claiming a horse in the middle of the winter at Aqueduct, you're thinking of taking advantage of the fact that the competition is not necessarily as stern. So you want to run him back. So I think that's a very good question as well, Greg.
We'll see. 9-5.
It's also
Evans Nice now.
Also a 3-year-old running against Olders, not a restricted 3-year-old race. And this horse has never been out of restricted races.
Yeah, the 3-year-olds, a couple 3-year-old fillies in there, and they get a little bit of weight. But not much. You got the 5. She's a Lumberjane. We haven't talked about her that much, but she just hasn't done much. She's been 50-1, 60-1, 60-1, and 50-1 her last 4 starts.
But I'm thinking about that Monty Python song. He's a lumberjack. Not Monty Python, guys? Oh, God.
Can't help you, sorry.
Greg, you would love Monty
The
Python.
Holy Grail? No?
Oh, no, yeah, those movies I love.
You
but I
ever
don't know
heard He's
the
a
song
Lumberjack, the
that
Lumberjack song?
Andy's talking about.
Oh, you got to go to YouTube and watch. It's great.
All right. Remind me.
I will.
I mean, you could sing it for us now.
Yeah, it's a little risque.
Okay.
Otherwise,
not
I'd be
for the
happy
show.
to start singing.
Here's Dazzling
Might be
Speed.
kids listening.
And a Dazzling Speed rider is in the irons in Kendrick Carmouche.
And he ran off at a mile. I mean, look at the pace that he set, especially relative to the final time in her last race. I mean, like that's like if the Met Mile, the pace was 20 4/5 and 43 flat. Ran off with a 10-pound bug rider. Kendrick Carmouche is a speed rider, but he's no bug rider. So I think you're going to see a much more controlled pace. And there are reasons to think the Tiz Arbella, the 4, might just be better than these horses. There are also reasons to question whether she's a dirt horse or can run anymore. And if she doesn't win, I think Dazzling Speed is the worst to beat.
Yeah. The thing about Dazzling Speed, when you look at the rest of these horses, you want to look at a cutback horse, right? Because they look like nobody has stick. If the 4 cannot walk on the dirt, I mean, if she can even run on the dirt at all, she wins this race. But the 6 has that 7 furlong in that mile. If he gets in or she gets in front, she might be really tough to pass.
And she's got that bottom, right? If we're talking about being worried about the 2, Evans Nice now getting 6.5 furlongs, Dazzling Speed is coming out of races at 1 mile and 7 furlongs, so she's got that proverbial bottom to do it, obviously. But once again, I mean, Tiz Arbella, the 4, her one dirt races, she was in better form then. Obviously, her form is completely dissipated, but she may have just found the right field. If she can run at all, she'll just win.
If she can run a step here, she could circle this field and win by a lot. It's going to be very interesting what happens.
Well, you could maybe forgive that effort from Tiz Arbella. It was off the layoff, and maybe just
and like you said, she was at least interested early in the race.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Here's a look at the 5. So here's the other 3-year-old filly Paul had mentioned. She's a Lumberjane. She is 9-1 right now, Mike Luzzi.
Got that one race over the sloppy racetrack. I get it, but that was a bad field. She did crush, but look at the time, 122.
To be fair, her last race, you know, if you're talking about the race potentially falling apart, what if it falls apart and the 4, Tiz Arbella, isn't a dirt horse and can't really run anymore, then maybe she's the one whose lap it falls into, because her last race relative to the field,
it's not bad.
It's not bad.
No. It's got the second best figure, right? To the 4 on the turf, but it's got the best dirt figure, last best.
I mean, the truth is, you're trying to pick winners. You're not trying to pick next year's Eclipse Award winner.
Exactly.
So if you cash in this race or the Preakness, the money's the same.
It's true. We're not going to see an Eclipse Award winner in this race?
Maybe a new category. A very special category, Greg, just for you.
Just about set. Race 3 here. And favoritism to the 4, Tiz Arbella. Making just her second start on dirt. Will it go better today with a drop in class? We're about to find out. Jimmy Bonbarn and Luis Saez in the irons. Let's head upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Number 1, Ocean Conquest, just walked out of the starting gate and trails the field. Dazzling Speed, Alley's all out. Evans Nice now moves up from the rail, and Tiz Arbella is up close. Then it's a break of 3 lengths back to She's a Lumberjane in 5th, and 6 more to slow-starting Ocean Conquest. Evans Nice now has a head in front of Dazzling Speed after a quarter in 22 1/5 seconds. Right behind the front 2, the duo of Tiz Arbella and Alley's all out. She's a Lumberjane is getting closer now in 5th, just 3.5 off the lead. Big break back to Ocean Conquest. It's still Evans Nice now in front here by a length. Tiz Arbella makes a move up into 2nd. She's a Lumberjane gains into 3rd as Dazzling Speed drops back. Half mile in 45 2. Tiz Arbella has now taken over. Tiz Arbella in front. Evans Nice now is back running in 2nd. Then She's a Lumberjane and Alley's all out. Tiz Arbella in front by 4 as they pass the 16th pole. Tiz Arbella, the 7-5 favorite, cruises home. Won by better than 6 lengths. Evans Nice now was 2nd. Then She's a Lumberjane and Alley's all out.
What Luis Saez could have hopped off and walked her to the wire. Tiz Arbella, 7-5 favorite, gets the job done.
Well, you know, once, and we talked about this during the race up here, you could see that Tiz Arbella was sort of handling the dirt and running well in there. It was just a question of how much she won by.
Yeah, you're right. That's a very good point. I never even thought of that. When she was like second or third behind those other runners, you just knew she was going to swallow. And I don't mind Luis Reyes. You know, he probably thought, listen, I have the 2. The 6 decided not to go to the front end with Kendrick Carmouche, and he went for it with the 2, and you just knew he wasn't going to out-finish this other filly because she's just been in better races, this mare. She's a 5-year-old against a 3-year-old. Maybe it has nothing to do with that, but you know what? She stops the clock at a pretty good time considering these level of horses in 117 and change.
Just her second try on dirt, and I think it's more a reflection of the field she was facing,
the other part.
looking like she did today, but nevertheless, she gets the W.
Does she get claimed for 16? She might be worth the $16,000 claim if you put her back in for dirt again, you know?
Puts away Evans Nice now, who showed no resistance.
The question is, did anybody dip in and claim Tiz
That's what I was
Arbella?
saying.
That's
You think
the
so?
real
Would
question.
you think she can get another 16 on 3?
No. The next
Welcome
field,
to the show.
next field may look like the Met Mile compared to this field. Welcome to the show. It was good.
Luis Saez, James Bond, winning connections. Bond Racing Stable owns this one as well. And Chalk here in the third with the victory.
And Luis says with another W. And it's good to see Louis winning races. I'm sure he's still thinking about what happened. And I'm sure he was wishing Maximum Security was running in the Belmont. I think we all are, but he's been hot since he's been back.
He's going to be looking ahead.
Yes, he is.
A lot more big wins for Luis Saez.
4-2, 5-7 finish. We'll be back with the prices, and we'll set up the pick 6 on this Sunday afternoon for Belmont Park when we come back with more America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy Flag, plus graded stakes winner War of Will, and these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018. This son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. Our show brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Third race in the books here in Elmont, New York, in Tiz Arbella. First start on dirt, it was against a lot better. Didn't show a whole lot. Today gets a much easier field and the result much better.
Yeah, you know, it's sometimes just finding the right spot at the right time, right? It's not about.
It really is.
Not necessarily about being good, that good. It's being better than your competition.
It really is. And she just found the right field on the dirt. No claims. That was from Richie Migliore, who's going to be joining us here pretty soon. He texted us no claims for the horse, which
do you want to call Jimmy Bond, Paul? If you're thinking
no.
Got his number.
I just thought somebody might dip in. You never know, but she got the job done and was the best there by far.
Fourth race, 1.25 miles, inner turf allowance optional claiming race in Osare for Jonathan Thomas. Big buzz about this horse early on in her career. We'll talk more about her in a moment. Let's head downstairs to the Richard Migliore joining us for the first time today.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I'm here with Kevin Bond. assistant trainer and the son of the trainer, Jimmy Bond. And you've been your dad's assistant for 10 years now, but 4 years pretty much with the second string or the other division down here at Belmont.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I've been here at Belmont and handling the string here in the wintertime and figure out what it's like and how tough it is sometimes to weather out the winter and at Aqueduct and Belmont. So, but very fortunate for the opportunity.
Well, you talk about good weather. You got a beautiful day. What was the thought process about putting Tiz Arbella back on the dirt? She spent the majority of her career other than one start on the turf.
Just the way she trains over it, the way she handles it. She's pretty versatile. She's got her quirks, but we figured her out a little bit here and there. And this was kind of Dad's idea. And he asked me if I thought she was ready to go right back in. And she's just one that bounced right back the right way. So we figured we'd take a shot here.
Well, now, she wins as easy as a horse can win. What are you thinking when you're coming down here? Are you worried that there's a claim in for? I know your dad just called you and asked if there were any claims.
Sometimes you worry, but, I mean, you got to do what you got to do and run them where, you know, you have to run them sometimes. But, you know, you always worry. We love to keep them. They're, you know, I treat them like they're my children, so I never like to see them go. But, yeah, I was a little worried. Hopefully, you know, there's no claims in the future, but.
Well, they got away with one today, that's for sure, guys. And talk about a family affair. Owned, trained, assistant trainer. It's all family affair. Bred by Dr. Tom Calteri, excuse me. And I think we'll be seeing more of her on the dirt for sure.
It's going to get tougher because she's not going to get to go against non-winners of 2 Lifetime anymore.
On the other hand, if she's working in Saratoga, well, we'll see. We'll see if she wins another race.
4th race coming. We talked briefly, and we'll talk about it more in a moment. But they have to Arrogate. Back in action, coming off the biggest win of her career, a stakes victory at Kentucky Downs. But let's get into what a weekend Javier Castellano had. His Friday, sensational 5-win afternoon. And, of course, collected the Dixie with Catholic Boy, which we'll show you in a moment here on Saturday.
Yeah, you know, when we interviewed Tom Amoss last week about his Kentucky Oaks winner a couple of weeks ago, he talked about the jockey colony, and they showed it off. And this was the first win for Castellano and Brad Cox. This horse was absolutely dynamite. He was running against a couple killers in here and never enough time. How do you pronounce his name?
This was the 45 tweet from President Trump that we still don't know what it means. This was Javier's 3rd win in a row on the card. Sets a track record in the Miss Preakness Stakes, 107-3.
Wow, she was smoking.
107 buyer for her, and if, you know, Brad Cox has the winner of the 8 Bells, that 3-year-old filly. This has got to be one of the strongest 1-2 punch 3-year-old filly tandems I've ever seen.
Grade 1 test likely next for Kofefe.
Kofefe. Well, I like that
it's not a word. We don't know how to pronounce it. Nobody does. Doesn't
fast.
exist.
I think it means really fast.
Hilltop Stakes. Dog Tag, Warfront Filly goes from 8th to 1st. And LNJ Foxwoods, they go back-to-back.
Absolutely. And this horse, I don't think she'd run since I think she finished behind newspaper record, maybe in the Miss Grillo. But she had won our P.G. Johnson up at Saratoga, and she's a nice runner.
I think she's a scary horse. I really do. She's never, ever been on a dry strip. So yesterday, she enjoyed every bit of it, and Warfront had himself a weekend.
That was Javier Castellano's 4th win on the card. Oh, he was not done yet. Saved his best for last on Friday. In the Black-Eyed Susan, Point of Honor, rallies from the outside, and Connections actually like that. She's a big filly. She's got a real long stride. She actually likes to be in rhythm, so they wanted her to stay out of trouble.
And they got to be pointing the Mother Goose, because with that running style, Belmont is perfect for her, right? Big, wide, sweeping turns, ground loss, not that big a deal. And, you know, the second horse is obviously not that good on paper, but when you think about the difference between the ground loss, she saved all the ground, the Brad Cox runner, and the winner's outside. It's an underrated horse.
And
nice horse.
Losing all that ground, the final time, by the way, for Point of Honor in that Black-Eyed Susan win, it was just off the stakes record of Silver Bullet Day back in 1999.
She was 4 wide on the first turn, too.
I think Silver Bullet Day would have beaten her, though. Like a drum.
Well, she ran faster.
Yes. It's a quick track. What do you think?
What a day for Javier Castellano. 5 wins on the Friday card at Pimlico. Sensational. And Point of Honor. Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, that seems like it would be perfect for her to come to Belmont in those wide sweeping turns where she likes to just stay rolling, get rolling, and stay rolling.
And we're talking about 3-year-old fillies. Ulele was Brad Cox again, by the way, who almost won that race.
He had a tremendous weekend.
Dixie Stakes, 6.5-month layoff, and the return for Catholic Boy. Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt. Broke inward right out of the gate. Briefly made contact with Inspector Lindley. Recovered quickly and then went on to win.
And, you know, the horse that Paul liked, admission officer, ran very well. You see him coming with those black silks and the white cap. Looks like he's going to go right by, but I think Catholic Boy finds more when that horse comes after him late.
I'm with you. Here's the thing. My bet was on the 3, and I was complaining. The more I keep watching that race, Catholic Boy kicked away with him. It shows you how much game he has. He was on cruise control. The 3's rolling up. But when he got to the hip of him, you could see Catholic Boy saw him and got in another gear. This is a different type of racehorse right here.
He is special. Jonathan Thomas said, I was thinking in the stretch he might need a better trainer. But he pulled through. How about that? Off the bench to do this off a 6.5-month layoff from the outside post.
And now going to go to the dirt.
Looks like the
Andy,
Suburban next.
And he's become a fun horse to watch, no?
Oh, he's a terrific racehorse. And, I mean, it's just so rare that you have a horse that's a top-class horse on both turf and dirt. You virtually never see it.
Yeah, you don't.
So July 6th, don't make any plans. Or if you did, change them and come to Belmont.
Some good races that day besides him.
He is an extremely popular horse, and the fact that he can get it done on turf at a high level, the highest level, or on dirt. Again, the target later on in the year seems to be the Whitney is where they want to get him.
That would be interesting, too. Like, now we got to start figuring out, like, what he did yesterday is amazing to win that race off a long layoff. Is he a better turf or dirt horse?
And we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Obviously, his Travers was a very, very impressive win. And his wins last year in the Belmont Derby, Pennine Ridge, were also very good. We'll see what he does. Tell you what, it's the right year to be trying that older horse division because as of now, there are some nice horses, but I don't think any of the ones we're talking about for the Met Mile want to go a mile and a quarter.
Well, we got the 4th coming up here at Belmont, mile quarter on the inner turf, and we have a half to Arrogate, who starting to put it all together. Comes in off a stakes victory last time out at Kentucky Downs to complete her 3-year-old campaign. This will be the first start back since early September.
You know, they're going very similarly, so she'll probably run exactly as well as Catholic Boy ran yesterday.
Yeah, and
isn't that how it works?
Yeah, a mile and a 5/16 race that she won at Kentucky Downs, gate to wire, was a good race. This is her inside, obviously, if Catholic Boy won yesterday. Yeah, it's a good work, I thought.
She's a very nice horse. I think that win in the Dueling Grounds Oaks, Dueling Grounds, of course, the old name of Kentucky Downs, it flatters her because she had a very good trip. She was able to control the pace in a very, very moderate pace, and it made her job much easier. Now, it'll be interesting. Is she going to go to the lead in this race? I think horses like Ferdinand the 2 and War Cabinet are potentially faster than her at a mile and a quarter, but you don't know how the race will be ridden. And if Javier Castellano wants to be aggressive with Osari, he could be in a position to try to wire this field. I really want to see what she does this year because I'm not totally sold on her.
Here's a look at her stakes win at Kentucky Downs back on September the 12th. This was at a mile and 5/16.
Not over yet. We got another camera
This is
angle.
just mid-stretch. They haven't
This
got
is
the
mid-stretch.
eighth ball yet.
This is the most confusing. Everybody always thinks it's over, and then boom, they're going to cut to another one. But yeah, you're right, Andy. 116 and change is slow for an animal like this. She's still got some quality.
Oh, she's good.
And she had to seal the deal that day. And you're right. She might get the lead today, but she's going to have to go faster than that, and she's going to have to outrun 2 European horses that have pretty good form over in European, the 1 and the 5 in here.
Particularly the one Scottish Jig, the Jugmont horse, who has a very big pedigree, by the way. And that horse's last race was pretty highly rated. And I wonder, seeing the horse getting Lasix, if Jugmont sent this horse over specifically because they felt she had a bleeding issue.
7-2 on Scottish Jig, who Andy was talking about, will be on the inside here making her States debut for Hall of Famer Bill Mont and Judmont. As we take a look at War Cabinet.
And Shug
McGahee, Allen Stable.
War Cabinet and Violet Blue hit the wire together last time. I thought Violet Blue, this is one of these weird things. A lot of people would say, well, War Cabinet was 2 to 3 wide the whole way around the track. She covered more ground, while Violet Blue was saving ground. And that is all true. But to me, in the turf, you want to be making the outside run that War Cabinet was making more than you want to be Violet Blue was making inside, because it's tough to make those encumbered trips down inside. And at a bigger price, I prefer Violet Blue, but I think they're on relatively even terms.
I think they're dead even. I'm with you. I would take the 5. Violet Blue, you could tell.
The 6.
The 6. Twice in the stretch there, she hesitated a tiny bit trying to go through that hole. And it might have taken a little momentum out. I think she would have at least finished a little bit ahead of the other horse. But you're right. If she gets the outside run, it's different. And these type of horses, I think they're not too far apart, and one gets a better trip. I think Violet Blue's a good price at 5 to 1 right now.
Meanwhile, back to the filly making her debut here in the States. Andy talked about a pretty intriguing pedigree with this one.
Well, she's after that. Is it Seek
Again?
Seek Again, who
yeah.
I think had a very tough trip in losing our the stake, the 4-star Dave in Saratoga, I want to say, but a very nice horse. Won over $1 million, I think. Came over here for Mott and Juddmonte.
Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, nice horse. I think she's dangerous. Now, she won 1.25 miles last time out. Bill Mott doesn't have great numbers with the European shipper. Sometimes they take a race or two, and maybe she'll need one. We haven't seen her in 7 months, but I do think this one's going to prove talented at some point, whether it's today or not.
She's had some races over in Europe where towards the front, but then her last 2 races, Wolfie, have been towards the back. And I'm wondering if they changed her running style the last 2 races, and she ran well in those 2 races.
And we know that style of racing so different
yeah,
over
it's
there.
different. You don't
Could
know what
be,
you're going to get.
Very far back, but should be finishing late.
The thing is about the 1 to 5, we always worry. First time over here is whether they break well. That's the key.
But the good news is that there's never any fast paces around here, so it'll be like European racing and turf racing now. They'll all be running in a bunch.
Let's send it downstairs. Get a paddock report with the MIG, Richard Migliore.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And just to talk a little bit more about the one Scottish Jig and that really strong pedigree. Seek Again, Grade 1 winner, was a solid handicap kind of horse over in Europe. Came to the States, got Lasix, became a Grade 1 performer, earned nearly $1 million. And the one thing that really impressed me about Scottish Jig is just she's very settled. And sometimes you get these European shippers, new place, new surroundings, they can get a little bit worked up. She seems like she's got a great head on her shoulders, really good mind, very clear-eyed. And she's a lighter-framed kind of horse, so I think she's pretty fit. I don't think she's going to need one to find her best. I really like what I'm seeing from her in the paddock, And I also think that the way she's acting really won me over because, again, sometimes you just see these Euros come over here and they're just unsure of themselves. She seems like she's very, very confident. The 2-horse Ferdinanda from the Barclay Tag Barn just really caught my eye. I mean, she just couldn't look any healthier. Just a great burnished coat on her. Certainly got that very hydrated look. It's a very textural thing for me when I look at a horse's coat. Now, she's stretching out to the 1.25 miles for the first time, and that is a big question mark. But as Andy alluded to, sometimes you get these paceless kind of races, and maybe her on the stretch out could be the one that takes him a long way on the lead, the 4-horse. So sorry, we've seen her work, and she couldn't look any better. Certainly a horse that is built to be a 1.25 mile kind of horse, very long back, very long-legged kind of filly, the kind of almost old-timey thoroughbred you used to see in those Munnings paintings. But certainly a nice select group of horses, and I think some future stakes performers going to line up here, Greg.
All right, Mig, thanks. So here's your favorite, Osare, her 4-year-old debut. How will it turn out here? She's won at this distance before her only try, and that was the maiden score. It was here at Belmont.
I'm on the fence with her. I really am. She's obviously turned into a much better racehorse than a lot of people thought. That she only sold for $300,000 with that incredible pedigree. And she's already worth a big multiple of that as a broodmare because of being a half-Darrogate and a Medaglia d'Oro. Still, she's still got to prove it to me. I think she improved a lot with limited experience last year. I'm going to be very curious. Is she going to be ready to take a step forward and get into a higher echelon of horse this year?
Yeah, well, the blinkers have actually helped her out big time. I guess to get her to focus. So we'll see what happens today. Jonathan's done such a good job with all of his horses, and I would think she's going to be probably sharp today.
Jonathan Thomas had a tremendous year last year, and as I think you guys will remember from last summer here, his horses seemed to be almost unbeatable. Every horse he ran, they were getting bet, and they were running very well. After Catholic Boy won the Travers, they slowed up a lot for the barn. You see, he's 2 for 30. Well, he's 4 for 32. He won with Catholic Boy yesterday. Obviously, he's got 5 wins, but it's a slower year so far. I'm gonna be very interested to see, can he rev it up the way he did last year? I'll be interested to see that because they were hot as a pistol last year.
Osare for Jonathan Thomas. 2-1 favorite here, making her 4-year-old return to the races. I'm going to step aside. Maggie Wolfendale jumps in to take over from me right after a short timeout. 4th from Belmont coming up on America's Day at the Races right after a break.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. with yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here in Moffra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. You're getting a nice scenic view from atop of the grandstand here at beautiful Belmont Park as we just got the call to post here for race number 4. Welcome back to the set here. I'm Maggie Wolfendale. Greg Wolf getting a little time off, much deserved here, accompanied by Paul LoDuca and Andy Serling. As guys, we are jumping right into the post parade here for race number 4. Number 1 is Scottish Jig as she makes her first start here in the country.
We'll see how she does first time out. The big was bullish on her in the paddock. We'll see if she needs a race or not, but she's good.
We'll take a look at number 2. That is Ferdinanda. She is still in the tunnel. She likes to finish second a lot, Andy, or Paul, as she finally got the win, though, last time.
Yeah, she did. She's always knocking on the door, right? Maybe at 9-1, you use her in her exotics because seems like she always runs a good one, but you're right. 3 seconds and 4 starts at Belmont.
Stretches out today.
Yeah, 1.25 miles first time around this trip from the 7.5. War Cabinet, she was second last time out, going 1.1 miles for Shug McGahee.
We'll see if she can, it's really a question of whether or not the 1 or 4 run good races. She's a talented horse, but will she ultimately be good enough?
There's your current favorite, the half to Arrogate, daughter of Medaglia d'Oro Osari on the comeback trail.
Yeah, we'll see how good she is today. She's done a lot of talent for Bridlewood Farm, and you get the hot Javier Castellano aboard.
It's been 10 months since Jaylan ran, but that was over in France. This is the first time she will start here in the States for her French trainer, Christophe Clement.
The numbers for Christophe Clement with European shippers first time here are not that strong. At the least, she may need a race if she's good enough.
Interesting proposition you guys brought up earlier in number 6, Violet Blue, as she gets back out to a distance where she's been proficient at.
Yeah, I'm with you. And the part about this is her lone 2 wins are here at Belmont, so I think she likes this racetrack. I think 5-1 is a good price on her.
All right, Osari, as we were mentioning, has that lofty pedigree also. She had a lofty workmate a week ago as we saw Catholic Boy return to the races, a winner in the Dixie, and Richard Migliore is standing by with both their trainer. That is Jonathan Thomas.
Thanks, Maggie. And I am here with Jonathan Thomas. And Catholic Boy made a really nice comeback to the races yesterday. Were you expecting him to win? And he looked like he won with a little something left.
We were really happy with how he's training, and most importantly, how the time off treated him. He's really grown up, and we weren't too hard on him to get to that spot. So I was doubting myself a little bit at the 8th pole that maybe I hadn't done enough, but really, he kind of was able to overcome that, and I thought he ran great, and he came out of it well, and so I couldn't have been happier with the plan that we drew up, and at least that steps out of the way.
And Jonathan, he seems like a horse. He's not a typical turf horse. That he doesn't seem like he has a huge turn of foot, but he is relentless. Would that be a fair assessment?
That's exactly it. And, you know, you can blame it on me, but it took me about a year to figure that part of him out, you know, that he's a big galloping horse. And it's like you can almost utilize dirt tactics where, you know, you can be prominently placed and just try to gallop him into the ground. And that's the shortest he's run since early in his 3-year-old year in the Sam Davis. So it's been a long time since that was basically a cutback for him. So, you know, as we stretch out down the road, I think it will really help him.
And do you think the fact that he is that kind of relentless galloper, that's why he's so effective on either surface?
I believe so. I think it's just an extension of his kind of will to please and to run. So, I mean, we're lucky. It's just one of those intangibles that, you know, you can't really identify until they go out and do it. So we're just blessed to have him.
Well, now you have Osari, who's been his workmate last 3 works and seemed to hold her own pretty well with her, you know, by design. They were both in hand. She looks terrific on the track. What do you expect from her off the layoff?
Same. I've been really pleased with her. You know, she worked with him on the dirt and was not right there with him, but on the turf last week, she actually almost looked visually a little bit better than he did. So, you know, if today's any reflection, I expect a good effort out of her. If that's a win or not, I don't know, but I hope to see her run well.
Real quick, both horses, a lot of difference between 3 to 4 or not that much?
Big difference. More so for her. She's a big filly. She didn't start at 2, and that was by design, but she really has grown up. I mean, she's a big, beautiful filly, so hopefully she runs like that.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Maggie, a trainer that's certainly improving from year to year, and a couple of horses improving as well.
And he has every right to do so, Meg. As Jonathan Thomas, I mean, his relationship with horses goes back a long way, from the show circuit to the jumpers to his days with Todd Pletcher and J.J. Pletcher to going out in his own, and he's certainly started with a bang.
Yeah, no question about it. He had a great year last year. And listen, he's got one of the most exciting horses in the country in Catholic Boy.
He really does, and you got to give him credit because he's going to give him I give him credit for trying the horse back on dirt, going to go back on turf, do whatever he wants. And like he just said to Rich, he's so tactical, he can run on anything.
What do you think this horse, I'm getting ahead of myself, but what do you think this horse stands for when he goes to stud? I mean, a Grade 1 winner on both surfaces, more than ready.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously he's got a lot of value. Now, I have a question. Does he have a stud deal already? Because he is still racing.
I have not seen that.
So
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm getting ahead of myself.
No, I know, because it's an interesting question. I think what a lot of people don't realize is that one of the reasons you frequently see, and we know this up here, but you see 3-year-olds retire at the end of their 3-year-old year, is they make stud deals either late in their 2-year-old year, early in their 3-year-old year, where they have to be retired. And you can't fault an owner, no matter how much money they have, that puts $10, $15 million in the game a year. If somebody gets an opportunity to take half of that off the table, you've got to do that to stay in the game. You can't just keep losing money. So that's why these horses get retired. So he obviously did not have a deal to retire at the end of last year. Now, whether or not he has a deal going forward, I don't know, because it's very tough to build on an already incredible resume.
Well, I would think he's trying to build up to the Breeders' Cup. No, Mags? I mean, you have one horse right now that is the head of the division by far, and that's Mackenzie in the older division. So now is Jonathan thinking, I got one horse I got to beat maybe in the Breeders' Cup Classic right now, and if he can get the Breeders' Cup Classic now.
You say he's ahead of the division, and Gift Box beat him fair and square out in California. So I don't think that Mackenzie is head and shoulders ahead of that division right now. And there's a lot of big races left to be run.
But you don't think that would be his target point? And now I could be a stud if I win the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Oh, he could be a stud now. The question is how lucrative a deal is he going to get?
Yeah, you got to wonder, maybe there was an incentive to keep racing through his 4-year-old campaign to get to the Breeders' Cup, as you said.
Cup turf too.
Yeah, there's a lot of options for Catholic Boy. He's just so exciting to have back the races. I love when horses stick around and come back and win.
Agreed.
Like he did.
We need more than that. We need more of them.
Yeah.
We really do. So well done to Connections, Robert LaPenta, part of the owners, and Jonathan Thomas, as Scottish Jig will make her first start for Bill Motton here. Obviously owned and bred by Juddmonte. Nice pedigree on this horse. A fool to seek again, as I heard you guys were saying. And really, I mean, what has she done wrong in her career? She's never finished worse than third, other than her first time out.
And her last race was her best race. This is a very limited sample. 8 starts does not really make a fair stat. But the fact that Bill has not won with foreign shippers coming over here, and the first time Lasix, most of them are on Lasix, off of these kind of layoffs, it suggests that there's a reasonable chance she might need a race to get better. But still, she might be just better than these horses.
Yeah, she could be. She got a great time form rating in her last race, which towers over these if you compute it. But The break always worries you in these situations with the 1 and the 5. And if you look, she's been up close before, and the last couple times she's been taken back. Now the 5, Jaylan, is a horse that we don't know what we're getting to. First time Lasix 2, won her first 2 starts. A daughter of Scat Day. She's got a Kentucky pedigree.
Yeah, the Scottish Jig was facing better horses. Sika Rika, who beat her 2 back, is a Group 1 winner. Jalen lost to a horse named Barca 4 starts back, and we saw her at Pimlico yesterday. She's around the 16th pole right now, as a matter of fact. And she's run twice in the country, so her competition may not be that tough.
Though she was only beaten, a nose by Chipolata, another horse out of the Christophe Clement barn. That didn't run well in her Bogey, but
she ran third, but she set a slow pace. She did run third. And she's okay. Yeah. No, I listen, I'm not. She's okay, but she doesn't have a. You look at the 1 Scottish Jig, and she lost to a superior horse 2 races back.
Well, I mean, furthermore, too, I think that the English form tends to be a lot stronger than the French form.
That's just because your husband is English.
This is also true. I am totally
He's not
biased.
even listening. You don't have to suck up to him
But
up here.
the other part about the 1, too, is that the 1's numbers improved. She went to a 1.25 miles.
Yes, I agree with you. I don't know if a 1.25 miles is necessarily Jaylen's.
She may want more distance. She may want the 1.5 miles.
Yeah. Right.
Christophe may be looking for races up in Saratoga, races like the Way in the Glens Falls.
All right, long-awaited return here for Osari. Nice to see that her workmate came back and won quite convincingly, or gamely and resolutely, in the Dixie as they are loading in the gate. Andy, you went with number 6, Violet Blue?
I did.
Paul?
I went with the 1 Scottish Jig, but right now 2-1, I would bet the 6 at 6-1. That's a way better price.
I'm on board with the 6. Probably too much weight up here as we'll send it to John and Brielle for the 4th.
They're in the gate. Rider was briefly off number 1 Scottish Jig, now back on. And they're off. Jalen is going out for the lead with Scottish Jig from that inside post. Scottish Jig now takes the lead. And Jalen is racing in second. And then towards the inside is Ozair next in third, followed by Violet Blue in fourth. Ferdinanda is fifth, and War Cabinet will be the early trailer in sixth as the field moves around the clubhouse turn. And it is Scottish Jig in front here by almost 2 lengths. Jalen is running in second, and Ozair is third, and the quarter was run in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Scottish Jig takes the field to the backstretch, leads by 1.5 lengths, with Jalen in second and Ozair on the outside, now moving up just a bit from third. Violet Blue is next in fourth, followed on the inside by Ferdinanda, and it's 3 lengths to War Cabinet, who continues to trail. The half was run in 49 and 2. Scottish Jig carving out the fractions here and leading by 1 length. Jalen on the inside of Ozair. Those two are right together, second and third. Violet Blue and Ferdinanda are heads apart, fourth and fifth. And War Cabinet is the trailer. Scottish Jig, she's been in front right from the start, continues to lead. Ozair on the outside is now a clear second over Jalen. 3/4 in 1:14 and 2 as they race midway around the far turn. It is Scottish Jig by a 1/2 length. Ozair on the outside in second. Jalen is at the rail. In between horses, Ferdinanda. On the outside is Violet Blue. And War Cabinet is now beginning to pick it up from the back of the pack as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. It is Scottish Jig with the lead. Ozair is all out in second. Then it's Ferdinanda. War Cabinet on the outside. Scottish Jig with something left here. Scottish Jig now by 2.5 lengths. Then Ferdinanda moving into second, and Scottish Jig will win her U.S. debut in front-running fashion. Ferdinanda was second, and War Cabinet finished third.
Well, Andy, make that stat 1 for 9 as number 1, Scottish Jig. Not the way that we saw this race shaping up, but Irad Ortiz took advantage of a good break. They readjusted her in the gate. She took him gate to wire.
Set a slow pace. When you're the best horse and you're controlling on the front end, it's pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, you're right. It was a confusing decision by Joel Rosario, but he just couldn't run with this filly early enough. When they got out of the gate, it was 1-5, and then Joel decided to drop to the rail and not put pressure.
Well, she did finish last,
Yeah,
Joel's
she
horse.
did. Here's the deal. When you have a horse that's coming from Europe with this kind of pedigree and you let her go 114, the race is over. I thought the 2 Ferdinand chased home nicely here.
I would argue the horse who actually, if you want anyone behind him, how about Work Habit?
Yeah,
It was
dead
10
last.
lengths behind
Yeah.
early and dead last, and she actually made a big run and almost finished second. Fernanda stayed in the rail and angled out. She did handle the 1.25 miles, but you know what? It was a one-horse race. Osari was very disappointing in here.
She came up pretty short, to say
Yeah,
the
yeah.
least. Beaten 9-5 favorite. We'll see if she can regroup here for Jonathan Thomas as we will get the prices for you on the other side of this break, but make sure you stay tuned as we'll have a recap of yesterday's feature here at beautiful Belmont Park. Well, Kendrick Carmouche and Chad Brown, they team up to upset our turf feature on a Triple Crown day once again. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. Runhappy standing in stall number 1 at beautiful and picturesque Claiborne Farm. Standing for 25,000 yearlings are on the ground as of 2019. One of the fastest horses we saw run here, raced medication-free his entire running career. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Well, race number 4 is in the books. Scottish Jig, Bill Mott. We saw him on track, and I think the MIG has caught up with the Hall of Fame trainer.
Thanks, Maggie. And I am with the Hall of Famer Bill Mott right here in the winner's circle, a place he's very familiar with, by the way. Scottish Jig, long layoff. She looked great in the paddock fit. Were you confident she was ready to go the 1.25 miles?
Well, I was pretty confident about her fitness. I wasn't really sure about what her running style was going to be here. I mean, of course, going 1.25 miles, you don't have a lot of early speed in there, and I just left it up to Irad. You know, we picked out maybe one horse that could show a little speed. When that horse didn't show up leaving the gate, he just chose to take what comes easy, and she was very good. I had a full brother to this filly, Seek Again, who was a very nice horse, and so you know, it's nice to have the families, and she showed up for us today.
One thing impressed me, she just seemed so classy in the paddock and going over to the gate. Did you see a lot of similarities with her and her brother, who was a Grade 1 winner?
There are. I mean, I think there are some similarities. You can see some of those traits in him when you train the family. So, you know, and it looks like one trait she has, she can run. That's a good.
Well, Bill, has it finally sunk in that you're a Kentucky Derby winning trainer?
Well, yeah, I think we'll probably appreciate it a lot more in the years to come. You know, I think we'll look back and see what an interesting scenario it was to get to the winner's circle. But, you know, an unusual way, but we got there. And the good thing was, the thing we're proudest of is that the horse showed up on that day. I mean, he really ran good. He didn't cross the wire first, but he really ran a good race. And we were really pleased with, you know, the way he performed. And, you know, you can have a good horse in the Kentucky Derby and finish 15th. I mean, it's a very tough race, difficult set of circumstances. And if you get a horse that hits the board, I mean, I think you've got to be proud of him.
Bill, congratulations.
Thank you.
Maggie, not too much left off of this Hall of Fame resume.
Absolutely not. And guys, you would have to think that Scottish Jig, well, she might be thinking about stakes next as well. She's 4 for 8 in her career.
I was going to ask you this question. The New York handicap, obviously, the New York for fillies, the day or the Belmont, it's 19 days away. So Bill may not be so eager to rush her that, but that would be the natural race, but it just might be too soon.
Yeah, exactly. And then, I mean, up at Saratoga, you have the Diana.
Yeah, I mean, is she a horse at a mile and an eighth? Is that too short for her? But, you know, the Beverly D at a mile 3/16, obviously, because you don't know if she's going to be a grade 1 quality, but you're supposed to think high.
Let me ask you about something. She's got a Kentucky pedigree as well. Spitestown on top, and she's got a dominating win on synthetic. And Bill Mott's been able to stick a horse on the dirt every once in a while.
Yeah,
You never know.
I'll be surprised if we see her on the dirt, but because she's got a lot of options on the turf. But I will say something else. She was bred in Kentucky. You know, I hear a lot of things about the Europeans turning their nose up at our horses. It's just not true.
Right, and Juddmonte, one of the ones leading the way, you know, they breed all over the world. So I always love these Juddmonte pedigrees too.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, maiden special weight coming up next in race number 5. But yesterday, the Soaring Softly, named for one of the great turf fillies and mares that who else trained her but Jimmy Toner. But who else is bringing along a lot of nice turf fillies and mares? Well, of course, that is Chad Brown, and sent off at 10-1 with Seek and Destroy, where there was a less than desirable trips for most of the horses. She got a great one under Kendrick Carmouche.
I'm going to say a lot of trainers said to their riders, why didn't you just stay out of trouble like Kendrick did? Joe Bravo had to eat it on the Stillwater Cove, who clearly would have won the race if she had gotten clear. That was preposterous. The second place finish for Christophe Clement also had some trouble before she finally got through. This was a race that was laden with trips, but the good trip was the winner.
And Seek and Destroy, she was a stakes winner last year on a rained off, Chelsea Flower, and then she comes back on the turf where she ran her worst race as a 2-year-old and comes back dominant on the turf course.
Well, she liked to be rated, right? She had shown speed on the dirt, those off the turf races, and she circled the field, Andy. She did, and I'm with you. I mean, there was some bad rides in that race, and everybody tries to be the champion and tries to be the one that goes up the rail, when sometimes the early move on the outside like that gets the job done.
If you're going to bury your horses in traffic, maybe you should watch some tapes of Ramon Dominguez riding. You've got to be willing to be patient. You can't panic when you first get in the stretch and something hole doesn't open up. You've got to be able to wait in there if you're going to ride like that. And I think we're seeing people that are panicking instead of waiting if they're going to ride like that. And that's really what happened with Stillwater Cove.
God, I think of Ramon on that race at Aqueduct. I forget which horse he was on, but he was literally just sitting behind horses.
He'll wait. And he got out more
and he got
often
out,
than not.
and he never even had to touch.
He didn't panic, and the horse never felt the
He still
panic.
might have given the best ride I've ever seen on a horse that he got little Mike to rate and win. I mean, and that just shows you the soft hands that he had. And when it comes to an animal, you're right. He had that such calmness about him and made the horse calm.
I totally agree with you. I mean, going back a long way, he rode a lot of winners for my dad. My dad always said he had the best in the business as far as hands were concerned. Well, stay tuned because we have a good one coming up. It's painful for Shug McGahee, but we love watching the 89 Preakness between Easy Goer and Sunday Silence. We'll get into that and Shug McGahee's thoughts on it when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there.
Diversify!
That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
Day here at Belmont Park, Sunday afternoon. Beautiful scenic shot there. So we're always brought to you by America's Day at the races. And yeah, America had a good day down at Pimlico yesterday, where we saw War of Will getting the job done after a troubled trip in the Kentucky Derby. But one of the best rivalries going back in the history of the game would have to be at the top of many people's list, the Easy Goer and Sunday Silence matchup, as they put it all on the line in the 1989 Preakness. It's hard to imagine. It's been 30 years since that day. And we got a chance to catch up with the trainer of Easy Goer, Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, for his thoughts on that historic Preakness.
You know, it was really, I don't know that there'll ever be a rivalry quite like that again. You know, I seriously doubt it, you know, in my lifetime. I was a young guy then, you know, relatively new to the Phipps job, and got this horse, and he'd done everything right, you know, through his 2-year-old year and so far in his 3-year-old year. So I didn't really have anything to compare it to, because Sunday Silence from the West Coast, we were from the East Coast. So, you know, I was hoping that we were as good as him, and I think in the Preakness it proved we were.
Field sent on their way in the Preakness Stakes. Easy Goer dwelt and was slow to begin.
Pat Dave's got him in good position here going around the first turn. We kind of, you know, looks like we're about 3 or 4 lengths off the pace, and just like a length off the Sunday Silence. We thought that, you know, he was obviously the horse to beat, so, you know, we wanted to keep him in our sight. You know, we've got Sunday Silence right here, right now, in 46-2. You know, we got in front of him here. You know, we're just galloping along and look like maybe the rider on Sunday Silence. And we sort of got away from him here.
And here's the race we've been waiting for. Sunday Silence on the outside. Easy Goer at the rail ahead, and here's coming to the 8th pole.
Pat Day here towards the end sort of turned Easy Goer's head. We were in front here, leaving the 8th pole. Turned his head a little bit just so we could see him. Leaving the 16th pole, they're heading to the lead, and just the last jump, Sunday Silence stuck his nose in front, and we were second. I was happy that the horse proved that he was as good as Sunday Silence, but I was disappointed we lost. We only got beat a nose, and I'm still disappointed because I've never won a Preakness. So they were both very good horses. They both got hurt in their 4-year-old year. So both of them are in the Hall of Fame, and both deservedly so.
It's New York's Easy Goer in front.
You know, I was proud to be part of it and proud to have been a trainer of Easy Goer, and you know, I hope one day I'll get another one.
Wow, what a call there in the Belmont, New York's Easy Goer. Marshall Cassidy with that one, and gosh, that was fun catching up with Shug. You could tell he's over it, but still stings a bit.
I think it's still painful for so many of us that loved Easy Goer, and I think people should realize after the Belmont, he won the Whitney, the Travers, the Woodward, and the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And then, of course, he lost to Sunday Silence in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The other part of it, I think Shug's lightened up about it, that he's ended up realizing that Sunday Silence was Michael Jordan. Like, in his stud career, he's turned out to be an unbelievable horse. Obviously, he made Japan racing. But Shug, I think, has realized, wow, Sunday Silence and Easy Go are really were probably one of the greatest horses we've seen, top 20 horses of all time.
I still remember watching the Met Mile when Criminal Type beat Housebuster and Easy Goer was third. And I was heartbroken, just heartbroken when Easy Goer lost.
Housebuster. Anyway, a guy that was around and riding at that time, we have with us Richard Migliore. Richie, what did you think about that 89 Preakness?
Well, there was just so much intrigue, Maggie, in that Preakness. You know, Pat Day, a very, very patient rider, one of the greatest riders the American turf has ever produced, made that early aggressive move and kind of took it away, pulled the rug out from Sunday Silence. And I really, truly believe, and I'm sure Andy's going to really agree with me, that if he had just kept going, kept going on with it, he would have never allowed Sunday Silence back in the race. But once he made that bold, aggressive move, Pat kind of settled on Easy Goer again. Sunday Silence, with his cat-like reflexes and the way he was able to be shifty, jumped right back in the bit, and it put him back in the race. And now Easy Goer was the one pinned down to the fence in the most uncomfortable position. I just wonder how different that result would have been, Maggie, if Pat Day had just kept going. He ripped the race open there. Just go on with it and don't worry about it. I guess we'll never know, but I'm sure Andy agrees with me. He probably would have won if he just kept going that day. Let's talk more recent times here in the paddock for race 5, a mile on the turf. New York breds on the grass, fillies and mares. The 4-horse, Crescent Lady from the Bill-Mott barn, could not be more turned out. She just turned my head and brought my attention back to her time and time again. She's a full sister to a filly, Jody Song, who only ran twice. Both starts on the turf, both wins, hasn't been seen since last August, so her sister 2 for 2 on the grass. This filly's got a great look, and she looks fit, so maybe Bill Mott has come out firing today. Good chance for another winner here from what I'm seeing. Scat Daddy, New York bred, guys. Really good looker in the paddock. Also got to turn our attention to the 9, Sterling Beauty, made her turf debut back in April over at Aqueduct, and I like this filly. She closed a lot of ground over at Aqueduct, and I think she's improved since that race. Looks like she's tightened up a bit, and Dave Don can always crack with these kind, especially New York breds on the turf. And the 3-horse, JJ Jen, making her second start, stretching out to a mile for Mark Hennig. She looks like a fitter filly to me than she did the first time, where she rallied mildly to be 4th. I think the mile is going to help her, and I think the race under her belt certainly should move her forward, Maggie. Definitely a little tighter than it appeared the first time out.
All right, interesting stuff there with J.J. Jen. And Andy, she was actually she got to run back on April 10th, whereas as it appears, first-time starter number 5, Barton Hall, was meant to run in that race too. Can't remember exactly what happened.
We're both drawing a blank.
There was a huge delay, and Barton Hall was part of that late scratch. I feel like her and another horse were scratched that day.
Yes. There may have been 2 individual incidents.
Yeah.
We think that Barton Hall ran off. Nothing happened, and she's back very quickly because she was entered, and that was just over a month ago, and nothing happened. I remember it wasn't a physical thing. I think she ran off.
Yep.
She was also, and she's a very big price, Barton Hall, right now, with a decent turf pedigree. She was a big price that day as well.
Yeah, exactly. As we will take a look at Paul's Pick 5 ticket, as it's a huge carryover for this NYRA Bets late Pick 5, 47,000 plus in the bank already, as it was blown up yesterday by a huge long shot taking the last and nightcap. Paul, how did you see this one, races 5 through 9?
Well, I thought this race was difficult. You either had to take a shot, maybe single the 1 or the 12, or I went deep. And then I went 3-6 in race number 5. I left out Dark Storm, which is probably not the right thing to do. If you have any extra money, throw the 5. And I just didn't want to go with a monster ticket. 3, 5, 6, 7. I am going to single Bingwa. I think it's the best horse in the race.
No 13 in the last for you, Paul?
That was the last horse I threw
out. She going to be 4 to 5?
2, 3, 13 with my other one. I think the 2's a sneaky horse in the last race. How about that? Big expense.
All right. I like it. All right. Well, we'll kick it all off here in race number 5 as horses are making their way to the track. As Andy, you and I were just talking, there's some interesting pedigrees in this, especially with number 6, Rossellini, who is 11 to 1 on the board, a half to McKagan and Red Knight. What I found interesting, though, is that the ownership did not hang on to this filly.
Yeah, and you know, she didn't run at all in her debut, which sometimes happens with Mott horses. And also, it's interesting you bring her up because Benji Hernandez is riding her for Mott. And Mott has 2 in here. He's got the 4 Crescent Lady as well. Now, Crescent Lady been entered in 2 races that got rained off the turf, and Benji Hernandez has been named on her. We think it was times around the Derby when a lot of riders weren't here. But Jose Ortiz on Crescent Lady. And speaking of a turf pedigree, the 4 Crescent Lady is a very unusual horse. There is no turf in her dam, who's a good dirt horse. No turf in her second dam, but the dam has produced 3 horses to try the turf that were all good, including a full sister. This horse, that horse, Jody's Song, who's 2 for 2. She runs once a year, but she always wins.
Yeah, we'll see if she comes up for Spa 2019.
Right.
Anyway, well, Crescent Lady, she kind of, what I saw from her, she looks a lot like her sister, at least down there as they are hitting the track. And we'll kick off a post parade, which will begin with number 1, Carrie's Ring. Christophe Clement sends this one out with Joel Rosario.
Well, the 12 is the one to beat in here. Carrie's Ring could be the thorn in her side. She did lose to a silented horse in Blowout in her debut.
My good friend Leah Giaramatti will send out the long shot, 87 North.
She ran well last time out on the dirt. Her first time on the turf, she just sort of ran around there, got left at the gate, but she made up a little ground. She was interested late at least.
JJ Jen will stretch out from the 6 to the mile for Mark Hennig.
I think she's a horse that looks on paper like she ran better than she did in her debut.
Crescent Lady, a daughter of Scat Daddy for Bill Mott and Jose Ortiz.
Been working on the Belmont training track, but her second career work was over the turf, so I think they knew from the beginning that she was going to debut over it.
Barton Hall for Michelle Nevin. Second time she's at least made it to a post parade.
So half the 3 turf winners from the dam was a solid turf runner, but only one of those horses was that good, and she's a big price.
Rosalina Lini debuted against Open Company. She's back with New York Breds, the other Bill Mott.
Yeah, and she didn't run awful first time out. She sort of just ran around there a little bit, but she comes back with a nice little drill. She might outrun her odds, or she might not. That's why she's 12 to 1.
Crater Rim comes back 9 days after a second-place effort for John Pregman.
Much tougher field going longer today.
Takes a step back up in class. Number 8 in here is Dancing Slippers. First-time turf for Robbie Davis.
I guess you could say the blinkers have helped, but I don't know if you can back at 49 to 1.
Sterling Beauty for one of our venerable trainers in here, Dave Donk.
Yeah, she improved first time in the grass, but now she's meeting a tougher field than she met that day.
Interesting first-time turfer for Mike Stidham, a daughter of MC, is number 10, Bengal Gal.
Yeah, this is a horse that's broken dead last in 2 starts, going to try something for the first time. And a daughter of MC, I don't know why, but word must be out, 9 to 2.
Number 11 is Honorable Rose, Jeremiah Engelhart, and Javier Castellano.
It's a big price on a horse who makes her 3-year-old debut and ran very creditably in both her turf races as a 2-year-old.
That's what I was thinking. Open Company last time. Yeah. She ran well. Number 12 is Nico's Dream. Barkley Tag. Speaking of Open Company, she has run 3 straight races, and her last 2 have been good against Open at Gulfstream.
Yeah, when Andy and I were talking about this, the 1 and the 12 are the horses to beat. The 12 probably is. Can you reason why, too? She's been in Open Company and against giant fields, so a lot of these other horses have been running against that big of fields.
She ran against respectable horses. Nico's Dream in her last race at Gulfstream at a mile 16th around 2 turns. The winner of the race for Kira McLaughlin came back and improved her figure 4 points at Keeneland. The second finisher looked home free in a maiden race on Derby Day at Churchill, only to be caught right at the wire by a Shug McGay well-bred runner. I thought she ran fine. I'll be honest with you, Maggie, I'll say 2 things about her. I think she's gotten a little better when she's gotten more distance, and I think she's going to be even better around the 1 turn here.
I think when she saw that other horse at the outside, she took off again. I think she was idling a little bit, and then she saw the other horse, she took off. So maybe she's still a tiny bit green. That was actually a good replay to look at because she was sort of going in motion, and when the other horse got outside of her, she took off again.
She re-engaged. Just Paul's throwing pens at me over here.
Paul's having a lot of trouble holding on to things.
I mean, I've dropped so many
dropping
pens.
more things here this week, and Greg's not here to fetch them, so you're going to have to get them yourself now.
You would think I made a living catching.
I know. I said I'm
that too. You're supposed to be the athletic one up here. I know I'm not. Maggie is, but I'm definitely not.
Carrie's Ring. This one, the Dam, Strike It Rich, a multiple stakes winner on the turf, but she's throwing more dirt runners. This one's a half to Seafoam, but Carrie's Ring is by a Kitten's Joys. We'll take a look at her debut.
It is funny you bring that up. There's some odd pedigrees here. You've got Carrie's Ring. Strike It Rich won a lot of money in the turf, and she's produced dirt horses. The Dam of the 4 Crescent Lady was very good in the dirt, and she throws turf horses. It's sort of odd to see that happening. Carrie's Ring's a funny horse, the one, because the truth is she got a pretty good ride. I thought the Declan Cannon rode her very well in this race, and it's an odd race because the winner Blowout came back and took a brutal beat. The horse who eventually beat Newspaper Record down Concrete Rose beat her in her next start in a tough loss. And then Blowout should have won that stake, losing to Christophe's horse at Aqueduct. But the rest of the field wasn't very good. So maybe Blowout just improved out of that race.
Seems like she sort of just had no punch.
Not
in the
that
end,
she
right?
can't win here. And the other thing is to say, Christophe ran her in a maiden race with a $20,000 purse at Tampa, knowing full well when he got to New York, the purses for the same races would be $60,000. It's not that he didn't want to win, but he probably ran a horse that was a race or two short, because you don't want to win a $20,000 purse and get $12,000 as the winner when you come here and get $35,000 as the winner in possibly an easier spot with, lo and behold, no Chad Brown stake horses in here.
And how often do we see Christophe do this? I mean, I think he almost kind of goes out there, not necessarily with not intending to win, but just going out there and telling the rider to give this one an education. She got an education. She was in between horses, and I almost wonder if she got maybe a little intimidated being in amongst them like that.
And the other thing is, a lot of trainers are reticent about running their horses on the turf at Gulfstream, especially ones they like. And Tampa's a little farther away, but it's not that far away, so you'll see Christophe go there. Suffolk is where he goes to pad his stats. Tampa, he goes there to get him a little education.
Did
Right,
he run
Christophe?
anything at Suffolk yesterday?
Don't worry. Suffolk. Christophe loves Suffolk. He's the king of Suffolk.
He is the king of Suffolk, as we will check in with Richard Migliore, who is standing by in the winner's circle.
Yeah, thanks, Maggie. And just getting back to the Forest Crescent Lady, I just really like what I see from her in the post parade. Very level-headed, very well schooled with the pony. Obviously, coming from a horseman of Bill Mott's caliber, you know that they're going to have all their bases covered. But this is just one classy young lady that has really caught my eye. I like her a lot. The flip side of her was the 5-horse last time. You clued me into this, Maggie. Barton Hall, who got loose in the post parade last time. She's been minding her manners today. Nothing negative to report about her. She's been good with her pony. Little schooling certainly helped her. I don't necessarily like her. She's just acting better, and I thought I'd give you a little report about that. The 12-horse Nico's Dream, who didn't look as good to me in the paddock as she did on the track. When she got on the track, she actually puffed up a little bit and galloped off, and, as your favorite, made a good impression. In the paddock, she was kind of nondescript. When she hit the track, she definitely got her blood up a little bit. And the 10-horse Spangled Gal, taking money. One of 2 horses in this race running with a breastplate. A breastplate for a narrower kind of horse is put on to hold the saddle in place, keep it from slipping back. Just not the best looking filly, a little bit narrow, but she is taking money, like Paul pointed out, on the turf, guys. So a full field of New York breds for a big purse, always intriguing.
Exactly right, Richie. I love races like this. Now, I thought Bengal Gal was a little bit interesting. The dam actually was okay enough on the turf. She handled it. We haven't seen too much from MCs on either surface, but
yeah, it does strikes me as a weird sire. So the dam produced a couple horses, one on the turf. Do you think they're riding this horse in the turf because it's Stallion Stakes eligible, and some of those Stallion Stakes races are on the grass, and they want to think, is it worth wasting our time running in those races, or maybe she can't run the surface at all?
I think she might be the real deal, because here's the deal. They debuted her, or they were working.
Oh,
the horse just flipped over there.
It was not number 5 here. It looks as though it may have been number
3?
2?
2 or 3?
It may have been the 2 here, because I see the 3, 4, 5. It's the
3.
3. JJ Jen. She was she wasn't a factor in the delay last time, but she had to wait around behind the gate over at Aqueduct. You wonder if she's kind of having flashbacks as to having to wait around so much.
Let me ask you a question about that. Horses that debut that have rough trips and something happens, do you think it often affects them going further?
I think it does, especially fillies. It looks as though she's going to possibly be apprehended by the outrider here. That was a
I see. She's right. She's going to run by us. She looks like she's...
Oh, is she going to jump? Whoa! I think she could have a career as a jumper, actually, just jumping the drainage there. She's actually in between the 2 rails here. So we'll give you an update on JJ Jen. But, guys, we will have a pretty significant delay here, as she will be scratched here. Hopefully somebody, Pete Fitzgerald, our paddock judge, is he going to be able to get her? Ooh, nope.
Trying to get her to slow down, and she's hopping over. Yeah,
wow.
She's
She
very
likes to
athletic.
jump.
She likes to jump a little bit, but hopefully she can tire herself out. She's just having a little fun on the racetrack. And here's the deal. If you're ever at a racetrack and you see a loose horse and you hear the people yelling behind, it's the worst thing you can do. You're encouraging the horse to keep on running. Just let the utmost safety is the horse. Don't yell when a horse is loose on the racetrack. She's going to tire herself out. As soon as they get her stopped, we'll get this race on with. But I hate when they do that.
I do too. You know, she's scared already.
They don't get
so hopefully she just she realizes that home is up here by the quarter pole. She is a Mark Henning runner, so his barn is actually right across from the top of the stretch here. So hopefully she remembers where she lives and maybe comes back here and they can apprehend her here
she's going
shortly.
on a good little 2-mile jaunt, isn't she?
Yep. So significant delay here because it would not be safe for us to run this race while she is in between actually the turf course and the dirt course here. So hopefully the outriders can apprehend her at some point. So late scratch of JJ Jen here, and we will check in with Richie to possibly give us an update in regards to JJ Jen. Richie?
Yeah, Maggie, I don't really have an update other than she came by us, and like you said, she's a good jumper. She wound up putting herself between the two tracks, so she's in between the rails, and you know, you just keep your fingers crossed she doesn't injure herself because there's just so many things that she can run into. It would have been so much better if she just stayed on the turf course. She would have had a lot more space and expanse to get through, so I know she's probably a little panicked by now. Hopefully she does get a little bit tired, drops her head, and understands that everybody wants to help her, but certainly I really felt bad when I saw the position she put herself in between the two racetracks, Maggie.
Often see that. Yeah, you don't often see that. Now
The outrider's trying to catch up to her right now around the 3/4 pole, 7/8 pole.
She wants to be caught at this point.
Yeah, you know what? These guys are just awesome at what they do, and I think he got her. Hopefully he got her. Please tell me he got her. I'm knocking on wood, and I think he got her.
Yeah.
It's amazing how good they really are. He was able to get inside the racetrack and grab her. He got her already off, and they're going to go ahead and take her back. And like you said, Maggie, he's got just like a little left, and he can head back to the barn.
It's amazing how easily he
as
did
though
that.
Yeah,
it looks so
stuff.
easy,
At
and it's so
point,
hard.
It's so hard. I mean, you think about Bodie Express
incredible.
and Kay Marie Kreidel, the outrider at Pimlico. She rode for a long time.
Yeah.
I've known Kay Marie my entire life, and she takes a lot of pride in her ponies that she uses to catch with, and the fact that they're just so good at it. So I think that may have been Ephraim Cancel, actually Eric Cancel's father, one of our outriders here. It was either him or Victor Camacho. So well done to either of them. I always thought that shot.
Over at Los Alamitos racetrack, Keith Craigmile is an actual trainer, and at night he's an outrider, and he's phenomenal at it too. So he takes pride in, and it's for horse's safety. And here's the thing, they're also, it's dangerous for them too because they could run into something. So it's a dangerous job. They do such an amazing job, the outriders here.
Yep. Oh, that was actually Victor Camacho, who has JJ Jen now. She's on the main track, and I think we can proceed with loading.
She's good too. Good.
Yeah, she looks as though she's A-okay. She'll make it back to the Henning barn, have some dinner tonight as they are proceeding with a load here for race number 5. As I said, late scratch, JJ Jen. Current favorite on the outside is number 12, Nico's Dream, as she gets a class relief here, guys.
If you had the 3, remember, pick 4, pick 5. You are now on the 12. If you didn't have the 12, you're doubled up.
Right. You got the 12. Yep.
All right.
She's a little. I like the number 12 horse in here, Nico's Dream. There's a lot of unknowns in this race to be taking 6 to 5. Horses like the 4 Crescent Lady.
What about the 11? I thought
I
the
used
11
her.
is a
I
huge.
used her.
Oh, she's 11 to 1 right now. I thought that was
ridiculous.
a huge price for these connections as well.
And you know, she's not as bad as she looks in her first turf race, 2 back. They got a 46 buyer. It's like very off turf, and she got totally blocked in there. She should have won that race, a better race than it looks. And last time out, Junior gave her a great ride to get her over from post 12 and actually followed the winner. And while the winner's not great, she's okay relative to these horses, and I think she's being overlooked at that price.
What about the other first-time starter in here? That's not getting bet at all. You give any chance at 40 to 1? I mean, is the board telling you?
I'm not throwing out 40 to 1 shots.
He likes the name.
Obviously, Barton Hall. Barton Hall, of course, all Grateful Dead heads are big fans of the greatest Grateful Dead show of all time on 5877 in Barton Hall. So all Deadheads are betting Barton Hall, and apparently nobody else.
Well, if you play the name game, I guess you might take Barton Hall here. What about, is there any reason to take a horse like on the inside with number 287
Oh, you'll
North?
do anything to get Lear Giamatti in the conversation.
Well,
you could work Lear Giamatti into like any conversation about any topic, anywhere, anytime.
I thought her race last time was really good. It's just her first race. She broke very bad. She got eliminated at the start, and she just sort of like, she got interested late. We'll see what happens today. I think she might improve.
I remember, Oh, we actually do have a quick update on Richie. I'll get to why I like 87 North in just a moment. Mig, what do you have for us?
We know why you like her.
See any visible scrapes, cuts, or anything. Miraculously, and a great job by our outriders to get her apprehended. She doesn't look any worse for the wear, just tired.
Mig, thank you. And we actually see Jose Lascano walking back on the dirt track here. Well, got a little exercise walking the main track as he's almost back to the tunnel. No, he's not happy. Okay, 87 North. Leah told me that she loved this filly, and she actually bought into her, and she just got so discouraged. She tried to get her on the turf so many times. That last fall was brutal on turf horses. So maybe she makes a squeak here at a big price off the layoff as we are 2 out. We'll see the favorite move in last year. That is Nico's Dream for Barkley Tag, and Junior Alvarado's will send it up to the man upstairs, John Embriel.
And now they're all in. And they're off. Number 5, Barton Hall, was very slow to leave the starting gate, and she trails the field. And Nico's Dream did not have a good break either, and she's next to last right now. As they move up the backstretch, it is Crater Rim with the lead, and Kerry's Ring is running in second. On the outside is Honorable Rose next in third. Crescent Lady down on the inside, runs in fourth. Rossellini's in between horses in fifth. Sterling Beauty on the outside is next in sixth, followed by Bangle Gal in seventh. To her inside is 87 North in eighth. Then it's Dancing Slippers in ninth, followed by the favorite, Nico's Dream, and the trailer is Barton Hall. The quarter 23-1. Crater Rim, big long shot, leads here 3/4 of a length. Kerry's Ring is next in second. Then it's a length and a half to Honorable Rose and a Crescent Lady. Sterling Beauty is racing in fifth. Bangle Gal up on the outside. Down at the rail is 87 North. And then comes Rossellini, Dancing Slippers, Nico's Dream, splitting horses and gaining some ground now. Barton Hall is at the back. The half went in 47-2. Here's Kerry's Ring now to take over the lead as they head for home. It is Kerry's Ring in front. 3/4 went in 111-2. Nico's Dream is on the extreme outside. Then it's Crescent Lady. Kerry's Ring trying to hold off the late charging Nico's Dream. It is Kerry's Ring. Here's Nico's Dream on the outside. Nico's Dream, Kerry's Ring. It's going to be Nico's Dream from well off the pace to win it. Kerry's Ring was second, and it'll be a photo for third.
But still.
I'm sure some anxious moments there possibly for Barkley Tag watching in the stands as we were wondering if Nico's Dream was ever going to get there, but a bit of a fast pace, Andy.
I want to watch the break because Johnny thought she had some trouble. I didn't see it. I was watching Barton Hall, who came late actually for about 6.
She walked out of there.
I'm going to tell you something. They were moving up front. I don't want to knock Nico's Dream. She had a little trouble early. She had to get out of traffic. She ran her down. Nobody else closed. But Kerry's Ring ran a giant race to be second.
Huge. I thought she was home free, but then I looked at the fractions, and I was like, oh, man, I think she's going to be a little late.
That's very fast. The middle quarter, 111, you just haven't been seeing that, and she's trying to hold on. These are the two best. I said it right before the race. You either have to make a decision to go too deep, go really deep. You could single the 1 or the 12. And he was right. The 12 was the better horse in here and ran her down. And yeah, to take a horse out of this race, it's the 5. The horse 5 walked out of the gate, and I would think will improve. But these two fillies are okay right here.
And if we can get a playback of the break, that would be beneficial to see what happened with the 12. Definitely the 5, though.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the connections to the 10 Bengal Gal, who was in that group for 3rd and 7th, I think they can go back to dirt with her.
Yeah.
5.
12 break a little slow.
Just a slow, and then the 11 kind of came over to her.
Let me ask you a question. If you're breaking the outside post in these races, if you break a little slow, it makes it so much easier to get over the inside that it's almost a blessing.
But it also makes you that much behind the 8 ball, because aren't you at a bit of an angle? So if you're on the outside, you're even that much further back, and you break slow?
Maybe, but I just feel like sometimes it just makes it easier to cut over. Not really sure. Whatever it was, it worked out, but the pace really helped her. Excellent performance by both the 1st and 2nd horses, who finished a major gap to the back of the 3rd horse.
Yeah, as we're still waiting for a photo for the 4th spot. Nice trifecta there with the 14-1 shot. Sterling Beauty rounding things out. You can never count out Dave Dunk on the turf course. That is for sure. As we will have the prices for you for the favorite winning the start of the NYRA Bets Late Pick 5. Stay tuned.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms was the nation's #1 sire of 2-year-olds in 2017 by percentage of winners. His top runners include Rich Mommy, winner of the Grade 3 Sugar Swirl, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Recruiting Ready, stakes winner and graded stakes performer Vanish, and recent stakes winners Taylor Spirit and Tracy Racing. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $300,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Some foals running around at beautiful Claiborne Farm as we are presented by them each and every day. And as usual,
I love these pictures. I love them.
I love it. All right, we see the winner of today's 5th race, Nico's Dream, the favorite, returning for Barkley Tag, daughter of Central Banker. Once again, we see another Central Banker taking to the turf.
And the funny side crew in the winner's circle.
Oh,
Jack
yes.
Dalton even there, the whole
It's a
crew.
big reunion.
And you know what I think of those Central Bankers?
Yes.
He was near and dear to my heart, Central Banker.
Here's the deal, like, you never know. Like, listen, the Factors turned out to be a great turf sire. Central Banker, I mean, he
just
is...
Bightstown. Does Bightstown do
Yeah,
anything?
yeah.
Factors a war.
And it's a war
war
front.
front,
It's
so.
crazy how they'll skip, but, like, they are running sons of guns on the turf, and Nico's Dream ran a nice little race there.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing more of his babies here in New York as the maiden claimer 75 Mile on the Dirt is coming up next. Another interesting race. We see 2-1 on Mental Model. Well, I'm sure you see a lot of other Chad Brown runners come Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, as well as a superb Belmont 151. Looking forward to seeing Tacitus on the track for that. Get your tickets now, $20 for general admission. You can upgrade to become a VIP and have a beautiful day
How
at
much
the
is it
races.
to hang out with you for the day, Maggie? They
It's
said that price
priceless.
yet?
All right, big wins. Some impressive winners. Big upset in the Chick Lane with Lexitonian for my good friend Jack Sisterson. But I thought the half-sister to our Kentucky Derby winner, Country House, Mitchell Road, was quite impressive going back to the Galleret. She went straight to the lead and never looked back.
Well, she had beaten Bo Recall in her last start, who won the big race, the Distaff Turf Mile at Churchill. I think one of the reasons she was 2-1 here. And this is classic Belmont, right?
Yep.
She has just improved with every start.
Yep, she's really nice, and she's this big, good-looking filly as well, and I think she's just onwards and upwards from here. He's brought her along slowly, as you said, Andy, and what a day, what a nice ride as well for Joelle Rosario.
The thing about her is, if she gets yielding ground, I think she might move up even more lengths, being by English Channel and by War Chant.
It's going to get deeper for her.
And it's going to get deeper, but I think she's got a bright future.
Yeah, she looks to be a fun one to have around here, that's for sure. As hopefully we see her half-brother, the 3-year-old Country House, coming back. And also a sibling of theirs selling at the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic sale, hip number 575. But stay tuned, we have the late pick 4 coming up here at Belmont Park on America's Day at the Races.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
This one is by Tappet and is a brilliant Grade 1 winner.
Elliot, of course you're talking about Constitution. He was a TD and Rising Star in his debut. He became an undefeated Grade 1 winner when he won the Florida Derby in his 3rd start. And in the Don Handicap as a 4-year-old, he ran a 111 Beyer speed figure, which is still the fastest Tappet around 2 turns.
And don't forget about his allowance race when he beat Wicked Strong and Tunnelist. His first 2-year-olds have every right to be fast.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million, and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Next on America's Day at the Races, after 2 close runner-up finishes, can Bingwa break through for trainer Wesley Ward? Sinwan may have something to say about that. Son of Into Mischief. We'll see if he's up to the task in his first try against winners. And War of Will breaks through in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown of the Preakness, handing his trainer and jockey their first ever Triple Crown victories. We'll talk all about the Preakness coming up. Welcome to those who have just joined us on MSG Plus and Prime Ticket. We'll also have viewers on Fox Sports 2. Our show brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great to have you with us. If you're just tuning in, those who've been sticking around, we appreciate it. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Terrific day in racing yesterday with War of Will. Bouncing back and proving how good he is. We'll talk a lot about that coming up in a little bit.
Yeah, and it's good to see it. Good to see some questions get answered. Obviously, there were more questions than answered coming out of the Kentucky Derby. And I think the people that said War of Will was never given his fair chance to run in the Derby, they were proven somewhat right because he showed what he could do when he got a fair chance. Obviously, a different field yesterday and no maximum security, but War of Will showed that he very much belonged.
Yeah, and it sounds like War of Will wants to come to the Belmont Stakes. That'll be on June 8th. We'll talk about who's going to line up for that third and final leg of the Triple Crown a little bit later on in the show. As for our card today, this 8th race that we have is our feature this afternoon. Bingwa for trainer Wesley Ward has run 2 very big efforts, been beaten both, though.
Yeah, but she's also lost to some very talented runners in her races, and she is way the horse to beat in this race. From a speed figure standpoint, she towers over the competition, and she's also on paper the clear controlling speed, which gives her an even bigger advantage. Listen, they don't run races on paper. If they did, we'd all be rich. But she has a big advantage, and she's probably a major single for a lot of people that played our NYRA Bet Slate Pick 5 with the carryover.
See her in action. She actually debuted on turf, was a winner, and then 2 very good races, both in defeat, but she was right there in each of them against, as Andy mentioned, a couple of very talented runners as well. Actually, a horse who came back and was favored, the Grade 3 Chick Lang, fortunately was eased in that race just the other day.
Yeah, in fact, it shows she was running against the boys. As a matter of fact, the horse who beat her last time is a Chad Brown horse who's 2 for 2.
All right, that will be race 8. We'll get to that coming up. In the meantime, we have the start of the late pick 4 ahead in our show, so we look forward to that coming up. We'll go through this field coming up in a moment. You can play all these races that we show you each and every day by getting signed up and started with NYRA Bets. Bet $200, you'll get $200 in your account. Use the promo code LIVE to take advantage, and you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app or go to NYRABets.com. 6th race will kick off the pick 4. It's 15 minutes away, and it's a $75,000 maiden claiming event, a 1-turn mile. Chad Brown has Mental Model in this spot, who was the 8-5 morning line favorite.
Yeah, and if she runs back to her big 79 buyer of her last race, he's going to be a very likely winner of this race. But I think it's important to note that the horse who beat him last time, albeit against tougher, did not run particularly well in a race here yesterday.
That's not a great sign. And, you know, start number 2, Chad Brown said, let's drop this horse in for $50,000. That's not a great sign either.
I remember when he ran the first time out, and that was a very tough field. He ran the first time, and he had shipped up from Florida, and there were mixed feelings about how he would run. Now, he took a ton of money that day and did obviously absolutely no running. Different horse, and they dropped him down his second start. He is the horse to beat, but I think there's another second-time starter, and it's interesting because you see what he did from his first start to his second start, and the 5 Dark Storm doesn't have to improve that much to compete with him, and I think Dark Storm may give Mental Model at the least all he can handle.
Oh, here's a look at Dark Storm. He's a son of Flatter for George Weaver. George Weaver, very good second time out.
Yeah, his maiden special weight to maiden claimer move, that's dropping from maiden special into a maiden claiming race on the dirt in their second starts, he's 4 for 8. And that was a very good field he came out of. Presto took a tough beat in there. Spice Road, highly regarded horse, a well-bred horse for Kieran McLaughlin. There was another Klarovich, Chad Brown horse in that race. And Dark Storm got in some significant trouble around the 5/16 quarter pole in there. And I thought ran well. Gets a nice rider change to Irad Ortiz, and I think he's going to be a major threat to the favorite, and the public agrees.
Oh, yeah, and you see that move from George Weaver in this spot from limited starters, firing at 50%. So a pretty high percentage rate. Irad Ortiz Jr. will hop aboard big jockey switch as well for start number 2. Dark Storm, the 5 at 5-2 on the board as the second choice. And then on the outside, you have a horse who was expected to be very good. They spent $675,000, the previous connections on this horse. Used to be with Todd Pletcher, now with Nick Zito.
Yeah, and, you know, to compare his performance last time, to get an idea of how tough the pace was, because he was on the lead going 1:16, so he's cutting back a bit, and that was 2 turns. Look at the 2 red right hand. Well, that was the horse who was dueling with Cavardossi. And red right hand finished 11 lengths behind Cavardossi. So it was a taxing pace that took a serious toll on Red Right Hand. His previous race were pretty good, and Cavardossi survived pretty well. 1 turn, cut back from 2 turn, 1 turn, maybe help him too.
Yeah, I think that I love that. We'll see if that makes a big difference here this afternoon. So 3-1. Let's head downstairs for a paddock report with the MIG, Richard Migliore.
Thanks, Greg. And the 6 horse, just to keep on that track here, is an absolute standout as far as his physicality. This horse could not look any better. He is dappled out. He's got an incredible coat on him. As far as anybody else in the race, he looks like the guy that kicks sand on the beach on everybody else. I mean, he is an absolute marvel to look at. And we know it's not a beauty contest, and a lot of these horses look good, but this horse has got it up on a different level. Cavaradossi, number 6. Nick Zito's got him really well turned out here for this first time in a maiden claiming a race. Another horse that caught my eye, who absolutely did no running whatsoever, and this is just a purely an appearance thought, is the 1 Zorbed. He ran on the turf in April, showed absolutely nothing, but maybe they were using that race by design as something to move this horse forward, get him fit. This horse looks like a dirt horse to me. He gets on the dirt today, and he could not look better in the paddock. I think he really tightened up off that first start. Again, he did no running whatsoever, so it'd be a big form reversal, but sometimes you just got to believe what your eyes are telling you, and certainly the 6 stand out, and the 1 second best looking horse in the paddock to my eye, Greg.
Mig, thanks. So this horse was expensive at auction as well. $325,000, son of Kentucky Derby winner Orb, out of a bluegrass crat mare for Rudy Rodriguez. They debuted him on turf. Now he gets dirt.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's really a dirt pedigree, the 1 Zorbed. It's not a pedigree that suggests turf, which says to me maybe Rudy wanted to give this horse a race, thought it needed a race. The problem is he's not going into a maiden special weight. He's going into a maiden claimer. On the other hand, who in their right mind would claim this horse off his race? So you could argue, when I say the term stealing, he's sort of, you know, sneaking the horse in there, trying to get a horse in. But he didn't find himself in the easiest maiden claiming race.
No, he didn't. There's some runners in here. You just saw John Velasquez. That 2 is the horse he's going to be aboard in this 6th race here. Red Right Hand, who's coming out of a race at Keeneland where he went turf to dirt in that spot, showed some ability early on, close to the pace, and then just flattened out.
And to be fair, It was his first start in 10 months, and he's really a dirt horse. The one turf race was his worst race of his career before last time. His prior races were all figures that could make him a winner in this race. We saw this trainer, Kelsey Danner, run a horse here the other day, a New York bred, that finished a tough second. Probably should have won the race, probably ran the best race. So there is a case you can make the red right hand second off a layoff. Though I don't like, and this is not a knock on the current trainer, this horse was in Brendan Walsh's barn, and I think Brendan Walsh is one of the fine trainers in this game. So I don't think you're going to have a trainer that's going to be able to improve on that form. Can get back to the other form, though.
There's mental model for Chad Brown. So this will be start number 3 this afternoon. 5-2. Jose Lezcano for Chad Brown.
Yeah, Jose's ridden for him. He rode that horse that we saw win Friday. And, you know, don't forget, some guys have been out of town, but Jose rode him last time, and I guess they figured he did nothing wrong.
And here's a look at that performance. And I don't know, just the fact that second time out, they drop in for a tag and just say, well, not what we want in our program. Not a great sign, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, the reality is, first of all, they only paid $130,000, so it's not as though they're taking that big a bath. And the thing about racehorses is they're worth whatever they're worth of that day, right? I mean, you know, you can pay $500,000, but if the horse can't run and you run $50,000, that's what it's worth, not $500,000.
That effort, by the way, I mean, it was pretty good. If he runs back to that effort, is that good enough to win here?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But this is not, you know, this is $75,000 main claims. That's a high price. But sometimes those fields come up weak. This field is fairly salty.
Yeah. Well, Mig mentioned a couple, too. Even that Zorbed on the inside. Intriguing, getting on dirt for the first time.
I think you could argue, and even, you know, the 4 single focus, a first-time star of Barclay Tagg, looking to win back-to-back races. I think that last happened when we had a solar eclipse. Kidding. I love Barclay. I think you could argue you could make a somewhat of a case for everybody in here.
He is a Kentucky Derby. He doesn't mind.
No, Barclay could dish it out. He could take it.
9-1 on his first timer. Just went through the screen. Their single focus, son of Warriors Reward. Dylan Davis will be aboard. But yeah, tough group to go against in your debut, with some horses with some good experience and a mental model. In terms of just numbers they ran last time out, that was a big effort from him, even on the drop down.
No doubt. He is the horse to beat in here. But you can see on the board right now, they're not going hog wild for him, and he'll be favored. And looking at the doubles, he'll probably be about 8-5 by post time, which 7-5, 8-5. That seems fair, right? I used only 3 and 5 in my NYRA Bet Slate Pick 5. I just didn't. I went deep in the next race. That was the race I wanted to have a lot of coverage. And
it's a tough sequence. This race is tough. I mean, yeah, that 7th is very tough. Certainly the nightcap, there's a lot of ways to go in race 9. Here comes our post parade. We'll start off with Zorbed, and here is the horse who debuted on turf at Belmont back in late April.
Did not handle the turf, but has a pedigree that says really this is the right surface.
10-1. He was 15-1 on the morning line. Here is red right hand. John Velasquez rides.
Second off a layoff, dropping in company, dueled in a fast pace last time. Could improve.
At 7 furlongs, dropping class, mental model, ran big, wound up second, adding blinkers.
Horse to beat off his last effort, but we'll see if he can duplicate it.
Single focus, the only first-time starter in the field.
Not the easiest spot for a first-time starter.
Dark Storm, favored right now for George Weaver, make it his second start.
He's my top selection. I don't think he'll be favored by post time. I wouldn't bet him as the favorite. He had trouble against a very solid field first time out.
And Cavaradossi on the outside for Nick Zito. Luis Saez aboard, the son of Speightstown.
Well, speaking of Kentucky Derby winners, Barclay Tagg not the only one to train him. Nick's had 2, and this horse cuts back to a 1-turn mile off a decent effort.
3-1, cut back in distance slightly for the outside runner. We're going to take a break in the action. Start of the pick 4 coming up when we return on America's Day at the Races, and we will talk plenty more about a breakthrough win for Team Mark Casse in War of Will. Rail riding trip to victory in the Preakness at Baltimore. We'll be back with much more right after this.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. We got the start of the Late Pick 4 coming up. We're just 3 minutes to post, and the more we talk about this race, the more scared I get, because it seems like anybody can win it, including this horse right here, Dark Storm, making his second start for George Weaver.
And boy, is he taking all the money right now as favorite. I doubt he's favored by post time, but you never know. He came out of a very salty field first time out. His Morning was an experienced horse who got a good trip to win. Presto was a highly touted Todd Pletcher horse making his second start, who ran a winning race that day. Spice Road run a big race in his debut to get a narrowly beaten nose, I think, in his debut. You had that returnee for Chad Brown as well, and he held his own with them despite having some trouble. There was a horse in there that was sort of drifting in a little bit, and I think he interfered with him a bit, and then you get the rider change to Irad Ortiz. He drops in class. He just looks so good. How can he possibly win, Greg?
He looks tremendous warming up to 2-1 favorite. We talked about George Weaver so strong with this move here, second time out, and that's a big rider switch as well to Irad Ortiz Jr. as we look at Cavaradossi, who's cutting back in distance, and if he's anywhere close into the stretch, it's going to be dangerous, don't you think, cutting back a little bit?
Yeah, well, he's supposed to be in front. I mean, I think they'd be afraid to run with him early, to be honest with you. We'll see how aggressive Jose Lezcano is with mental model, and we'll see if Dark Storm is more aggressive in his second start. He was involved in a quick pace last time and been involved in quick paces in a number of his races. It is interesting you pointed out. He was a real... I think he probably was for these same connections because MEV Racing Stables and Brooklyn Boys have horse with Todd Pletcher. So imagine they had him. I mean, this horse lost at 4-5 and 3-5. You don't see that too often. Lost to that good horse Candy Graham that we saw race here the other day. But he really ran disappointingly. He has one very good effort. But last race, better than it looks.
Meanwhile, the two, red right hand, John Velasquez, Kelsey Danner, coming in from Keeneland.
It's funny, sometimes you just see something and it doesn't always turn out to be true when you look at a race again for a second time. And the more I look at him, the more I find him interesting. Yes, he backed up badly behind Cavaradossi when they dueled last time, but that was his first start in 10 months, Greg. And his first 3 races in the dirt all make him super competitive here. I don't like that he lost 2 of them at short prices. But we're talking about a horse that's 9-2. We're not talking about a horse that's 8-5. And I think there is a strong argument that if he bounces back in his second off a layoff, he could be competitive.
So what we're saying, this race is wide open.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get a 10-horse field and there's a horse that's 3-5 and you sort of can't lose. Sometimes you get a 5 or 6-horse field and you go through the field and you say, I can really make a case for just about anyone in here. I mean, what if Zorbed is just a totally different horse in the dirt? Maybe he's not a turf horse.
Yeah, could be the case, which well, they probably figured they were safe, but wouldn't you want to check that off the list before you put him in for a tag?
I agree. I totally agree with you. I don't like, you look at this foal, it's a 4-year gap from the last foal. That's never, to me, a great sign for the broodmare. Took a while to produce another foal. But on the other hand, maybe they're willing to risk it that nobody would claim this horse. It's a colt, it's a gelding, so it's not a filly. Sometimes they have pedigree value, they can broodmare value. The only value for this horse is a racehorse.
Loading up, start of the late pick 4, 8-5 on the 5 Dark Storm.
Is it him or is the 3 a little chilly?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of
breeze
both.
Coming through.
We'll see what happens. Here's the start of the late pick 4. Let's send it upstairs. John Imbrial with the call. You're watching America's Day at the Races. on Fox Sports 2 and other regional networks across the country.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Cavaradossi from the extreme outside. Dark Storm is running in second in the early going, and Mental Model is right alongside. Now Mental Model goes up to challenge Cavaradossi for the lead, and the two of them are heads apart. They've got a length and a half on Dark Storm, who sits just behind the front runners in third. Zorbed is down at the rail in fourth. Red Right Hand alongside in fifth. Gap of 4. Back to Single Focus, the trailer, in sixth. The quarter went in 22-1. Mental Model shakes clear from Cavaradossi. It's Mental Model by 2. Cavaradossi in second by a length, with Dark Storm racing in third. Zorbed is at the rail. On the outside is Red Right Hand. Farther back is Single Focus. As they race around the far turn, it's Mental Model, the leader here by a length. Cavaradossi, Dark Storm. Dark Storm on the outside of Cavaradossi. There's room at the rail, and Zorbed now comes on through. Red Right Hand is on the extreme outside, all chasing Mental Model, who now has a 3-length lead, ran the half in 45 seconds. Zorbed takes second. Red Right Hand is now up to third. 3/4 in 1:09.2. It's Mental Model, and Mental Model has built a 5-length lead. Red Right Hand takes second over Zorbed, but no threat to the winner. And it's going to be graduation day for Mental Model as he breaks his maiden going a mile here at Belmont. Red Right Hand was second. Zorbed finished third. And Cavaradossi completes the superfecta.
Mental Model improves off that last start. When race we thought was so wide open, not at all. It's the morning line favorite.
I mean, I know we've seen the rail be pretty good here the last couple days, but Greg, he went 45 flat to the half and just buried the field. And this was not a bad field. And I agree with that. Don't you think that Red Right Hand, the two kind of ran back to some of his better races? This was, you could see it in the turn, this was a joke.
Huge effort from Mental Model. Rolls to victory, no one putting up any resistance. Finishes 3-2-1-6.
Unlike Tizar Bella, I don't think they wanted this horse to be claimed.
Yeah, we saw that one earlier in the show. For those who are just tuning in now, it's a horse who won for 16,000 non-winners of 2 that's going to remain in the Jim Bond barn. We'll wait and see if this one remains with Chad Brown. After this performance, he certainly hopes so. So 2-1 Mental Model with the win. Start number 3. And off this performance, assuming this horse stays with the same connections, they might be a brighter future now.
Well, it's interesting. He ran a maiden 50, so I believe he's eligible for the starter 50s. So there may be a starter 50 field that's not happy to see him show up off this effort. Pretty good.
The prices from this one coming up in just a moment. Obviously, it was a big day back in Baltimore as well. Breakthrough performance for War of Will, whose trip was completely compromised in the Kentucky Derby. They said, it's on to Baltimore. And look what happened. The rail again, perfect trip from the inside and gets the job done at 6-1.
You know, Mark Casse, he dances every dance. He backs away from nobody. He brings his horses back, and it's nice to see him get rewarded. And it's nice to see for the connections. They came back. A lot of people did not come back from the Derby. They weren't complaining after the race. They didn't get a fair trip. They just said, we'll just take another crack at it.
No lawsuit.
They didn't challenge anybody to any duels. Swords at noon. And you know, I listen, and I can say this, you like this horse. I did not like him at all. I didn't bet him. I'm not shocked he won, but I would never have bet him in this race. I was dead wrong. But I think it's a very satisfying win. I think it puts the whole Triple Crown sort of back on. It was a little bit on tilt, right? So it's kind of evened out now a little bit. I think everybody can relax.
Order restored.
Yeah. Right? It's rare that it happens in racing.
War of Will, there's a look at the resume, what he's accomplished. Early on, he was one of the most highly regarded horses on the road to the Kentucky Derby. He is a son of Warfront, Claiborne's flagship sire. Here's more on their superstar at stud.
The turn into
that, it will be Warfront and Jose Santos.
I think the numbers speak for himself. You know, he's the highest priced stallion in North America, and he's really proven it this year with Omaha Beach and War of Will, shining through on the dirt nonetheless.
But nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. Today was the day for War of Will.
People will hopefully be reminded that he's a dirt sire as well as a top international turf sire.
He had a number of dirt stakes winners out of his first crop, and for the first 3 or 4 crops he had dirt stakes winners. And then he's gone through a couple of years where he had just turf winners, but I think there were a lot of the offspring ended up in Europe. I would say this September will make a big difference in the way they look at the war fronts.
This guy right now has an estimated value right at $85 million.
Very athletic horse. Real straightforward, class, smart, no problems to work with. Every day is pretty much the same with him. I guess his biggest, as far as funny behavior, is when he's out for the tours and you give him a few peppermints, he'll start to lick his lips. If the sun's shining, hitting him on the back during the tour while we're doing that, he'll almost get a little bit sleepy-eyed. And with this horse, for any kind of video or photo shoots, his ears. You don't have him pinned like he's upset. He just kind of got him flopped back. After being out there for a few minutes, time to go back in after all the visitors had a chance to pet on him and take some photos with him. He kind of gets a little reluctant to go back into a stall because he seems to enjoy the attention.
Well, Warfront, he hit right away as a sire. He's never looked back. Also the sire of Omaha Beach, who would have been the favorite going into the Kentucky Derby. But right off the bat, people always think of him as a turf sire early on. He threw the Factor as well, who was so successful on dirt. Proven once again he could do it with dirt and turf.
Been a remarkable sire, absolutely. And one of the neat things about him is he makes you remember Alan Jerkins, because he was trained by the late, great Alan Jerkins. And really one of his last top horses, a very good racehorse, but an even better sire.
Another Warfront making some news out in Baltimore. This was the 4th win on a 5-win day for Javier Castellano. Dog tag, a Warfront filly, would go from 8th to 1st for LNJ Foxwoods.
And listen, there are a lot of stakes for 3-year-old fillies that won't have the newspaper of records and Concrete Roses of the world. And Dog Tag has shown, I think, that she can run in any of those races.
Back-to-back LNJ Foxwoods, the Roths, in stakes victories with this win in the Hilltop. And this was the first start of the year for Dog Tag after being 4th in the Miss Grillo.
Yeah, she had not run since what? That was late September, early October, and she had won the stake up at Saratoga. So obviously something went wrong. They weren't able to get her to the Breeders' Cup, because she could have gotten to that race, but she came back, and I think Chad Brown ran 1-2 in this race.
He did. Nova Soul wound up 2nd.
First time I think that's ever happened. Or not.
He's done it a few times in his career. He also gets the win here, but loses Mental Model. This horse was claimed.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a shrewd claim because, and I'm wondering if it's Linda Rice, this horse, because of running in a maiden 50,000 claimer, is eligible for a $50,000 starter race. So this horse, well, can run a non-winners of 1 race as well. You can run back in that starter allowance, but he made 650 look like a gift.
One for fun in this spot. No one puts up any challenge, really. Jose Lizcano, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Enjoy the swan song, because this horse now moving to a new barn. But ultra impressive.
Ultra impressive. They'll be okay. There's some other good horses in that barn as well.
Well, look at what we got in this NYRA Bets Late Pick 5 pool here this afternoon with a carryover. No one hit it yesterday, so there's a carryover coming into today, $235,000.
Well, I did the math. There was $187,000, I think, bet new money today. After the takeout, for every $1 you bet, your expected return is $1.10 for every $1 you bet. Those robber barons at the bank, what are they getting, like 1.5% or something? We're giving it away here. You got to join NYRA Bets. Play the NYRA Bets Late Pick 5. Unbelievable value.
Make you run in a circle at the bank and cross the wire first for your money? Withdraw.
You ever saw the Odd Couple episode with that? It's a line from the Odd Couple.
40 claiming race at Belmont, mile and a 16th over the inner turf. 5-2 on Golden Spear. It's a tough race coming up. We'll talk a lot more about it after a break. Richard Migliore joining us on set. You're staying around, right, Andy?
I am. I'm
Okay,
going to
good.
work with the MIG for at least half an hour. I haven't got a
We'll be
chance
back.
to be with him.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guy's win of the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
So we're gonna walk around and see some of the stallions and their paddocks. So we've got Street Sense over here. Fun fact, he's the last Kentucky Derby winner to win the Travers.
Oh.
Which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is.
12 years ago. Yeah, so only 10 horses have ever won the Derby and the Travers too. So kind of what he did is harder than winning the Triple Crown. Frosted! Come on.
There we go. Or not.
This is all he's been talking about all day. I just want to see Frosted. I'm so excited to see Frosted.
I feel like if I get any closer, he's just gonna move.
That's majestic, man.
Thank you. Oh, look at that. Now he's like, all right, you guys got what you needed. That was awesome.
Got to meet Blackjack Fletcher and Dan Torgman's father on Kentucky Derby Day. Had a great time with them watching everything happen out on Derby Day. Welcome back to the show, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. We have company on the set. Greg Wolf alongside the MIG, Richard Migliore, Andy Serling here as well. Good to see you, MIG.
Yeah, good to be here. I was down reporting. Beautiful day. This is the first beautiful day we've had since I got back doing shows with you guys. We're not cold, not rained
After
on.
last Sunday?
Yeah.
Whew, I know, it's been great this week. It reminds us how great it is at Belmont Park.
Absolutely.
And we just saw a big performance back in race 6. Mental Model, huge effort. Claimed out of that race, and we move along. It doesn't get any easier in this NYRA Bets Late Pick 5 sequence. This 7th race coming up over the Inner Turf, $40,000 claiming event. A lot of ways to go here.
Yeah, I've got 5 on my ticket, and I'm hoping to get through it. I think one of the ways to start looking at it is, do you think Abiding Star will probably end up one of the favorites, if not the favorite, the number 6 horse? Can he wire the field? Because he's the clear-cut speed, but he's got to get a mile and a 16th here, Richie.
He's got to get the mile and 16, but just the class relief to me is glaring. I mean, he's coming out of some very tough races. You would think about, you know, the therapist. What would he be in a race like this?
I agree, and he's a horse who needs to lead, and last time out was sort of a wacky pace scenario. Time before that, he's in a tough stake race. Time before that, in relatively similar company, got the job done.
Well, right now, 5-1 on the board. That's Abiding Star, 6-year-old gelding by Uncle Mo. Going to take a look at him in action back on January 17th. This was 3 starts back, and this was back when he was in against similar company he'll face today. 35 claiming at Gulfstream. It was at a mile, and he did go gate to wire.
And he's a horse that just gets brave when he gets on the lead. He's got kind of that Uncle Mo, that relentless kind of stride. He's out of a Dynaformer mare. He's not a horse with a turn of foot, Andy. He just keeps galloping. And those are the kind of horses you go to the lead and you don't throw out the anchor. And I'm not saying you send them the whole way, but you allow them to run.
Well, I mean, and I'm not saying you're here. This was your kind of horse. This was the kind of horse that you rode incredibly well. You didn't fool around. You went to the front, and you didn't nurse it along. You let them run their race.
Yeah, let them use their stride. You want everybody else to work to stay with you. You don't want everybody right on top of you in hand because this kind of horse won't quicken. So all you're doing is giving away your advantage.
Right.
Speed is your advantage. Use it.
And in a mile and 16th, you almost want to use it even more because you don't want to let them have to get brave as you maybe get a little tired late.
Well, especially on the inner turf. You know, you got speed.
Speed's an advantage.
Speed's an advantage. Take advantage of your weapon.
We saw it earlier with Mark Cassie's horse, who John Velasquez rode as well as you could ride a horse.
Yes.
Wild Medaglia d'Oro, who won earlier on the card. This horse graded stakes place, by the way, Abiding Star. So we'll see if that class can hold on at this mile and 16 distance. That's the big question, really, with him. Meanwhile, next door, the 7, Harv, won't tap. He'd love to see a little pressure put on the 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. It's funny. They're such dichotomous horses, right? Abiding Star looks to take advantage of a relatively paceless race. Harv Won't Tap's going to have to hope there is a little pace near because while he's good enough to win, he's going to have to make a run from well back.
Yeah, he's pace dependent. He's going to need him to go a little quicker and come back to him for sure. And, you know, he's a horse, though, that knows how to win, and I always like those kind, Andy. You know, 5 wins, 5 seconds. He's going to fight for it.
I want to know where he got his name.
He won't tap.
I'm guessing.
Got a pretty good finishing rider on board as well, and Joel Rosario. The favorite is the 3 right now, and this is a horse who, in the past, has faced better as well. Golden Spear. Horse has been popular in the claim box of late.
And I have to always root for Steve Glaceris because he once had to suffer the indignity of being Richard Migliore's agent. And Steve's a terrific trainer as well. Agent, he really could do anything in the game. Very interesting stats. He has great numbers claiming with turf sprinters, but his numbers off the claim with turf routers are terrible.
I want to ask Mig his best story, but it wouldn't be good for air probably because we never know with you, Mig. With your stories.
It'd be his last story, actually.
The only thing I will say, he was a great agent. He mistrained horses, and we went on a terrific run together, won a lot of races together, and I was not easy to work for. That I will admit.
I can
That's
attest to that.
I can't believe that.
We echo
He's
those
lying.
sentiments.
I demand a lot of myself. I demand a lot of the people around me.
Whatever.
Could be easier to work with. Here's Applicator. Rudy Rodriguez off the claim. Comes in off a win. He ran a very big race off the bench last start.
How about this stat? Now, I don't want to bury Rudy Rodriguez. I'm friends with Rudy. He's a terrific trainer. But off the claim with turf routers, Rudy's 1 for 39 with an 8-cent ROI for every $2 bet. And I'll say something else with Applicator. Brad Cox gave this horse away last time, running him for a quarter. It's his first start just as the turf season is beginning, and he said to people, please take him off my hands. I know he won, but that's not a good sign.
Yeah, it's not a good sign. And he was dominant. He middle moved, I thought, that day and got it done. But bad stat for Rudy on the turf, as good as he does many other things.
It's the opposite everywhere else.
And, you know, Brad Cox, like you said, he's not a guy that tends to give horses away.
Back class as well with Applicator, and that's why you're seeing, well, 7-1 right now. Salty price. More on this field. Let's go downstairs for a paddock report and Maggie Wolfendale.
Abiding Star will be one of the likely post-time favorites here for trainer Ned Allard, and I always pay attention when he ships horses up here, and I've been a fan of this horse throughout his career. He always comes over, he looks super healthy here, carries his weight well, but just so everybody knows and is clear with that equipment, he always wears it. That extension blinker covering his right eye and also that extended cage bit that he's wearing. So he wears a lot of equipment. It has worked, and it's worked for him for the past 2 years. So don't get discouraged by seeing that on him. As we'll move on to a horse coming off a little bit of a layoff. That's on the outside with number 1, though, Shalako, a horse who returns to the turf where he's had most of his success. I mean, he is 5 for 16 lifetime, though, and I think he fits well in this group getting back to the turf course, and he looks amazing here for trainer Michelle Nevin. Just a very robust individual who's dappled head to toe, nicely composed as well, on the muscle and on the bridle. So I think Shalako getting back to the turf deserves a look here as well. Now moving on to some new faces here, making their NYRA debuts is number 3, Golden Spear for Steve Glaceris. this horse looks fine, and he looks really fit, comes off a bit of a freshening. And Steve scares me in these kind of situations, though we heard Andy say and bring up a not so appealing stat with his turf routing claims. I don't know how well he classes up with the rest of these horses in here. I just feel as though maybe class-wise there's some better runners here as he does come up from South Florida. And I say that knowing his previous record, as he has run very fast in the past up at Woodbine, but I just feel he's facing a different group of horses here in New York. As we'll take a look also at another one coming in from out of town. That's number 7, Harv Won't Tap, a horse that was entered so many times at the fairgrounds. Did you see his bulk of works came there, and he was rained off every time, so Mike Stidham had to ship him over to Tampa every time he wanted to run him. I thought that was a great effort last time out. Went really, really wide and got up in the final strides. He's okay here. Look, these Mike Stidham horses, they tend to look well. He, as an individual, doesn't carry as much weight as I'd like to see on my horses, especially my older kind of turf routers. But he's fine, I suppose. I just thought this race was a little bit interesting than some of these other short-priced horses, Greg.
All right, Maggie. Thank you. 9-2 right now, and Harv Won't Tap, who you're taking a look at. We're going to take a break. Post-parade. Coming up here for this 7th at Belmont Park 40 claiming race, mile and a 16th over the inner turf, and one of the leading riders at the meet, Kendrick Carmouche. He'll be on the 8 Mills. We'll be back.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast, a multiple Grade 1 winner and runner-up in the $16 million Pegasus World Cup. Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the races, post-parade here for the 7th. Coming up, we kick things off with the 1, all the way on the outside, remaining half of the entry.
You know, there's an argument that he's a better turf horse than the dirt horse, and his dirt form recently is not that bad, but will he get the right trip?
5-time winner on the turf of his 7 career wins. The rail to Indebted.
He looks a little slower than these, though not totally out of it.
Golden Spear, still our favorite at 2-1. Steve Glaceris off the claim.
And of the contenders in this race, he's got enough speed that he can put himself in a good position.
Applicator, we talked about the back class. Javier Castellano rides Rudy Rodriguez off the claim.
And he does have back class. Can Rudy get him to win off the claim?
Abiding Star. Can anybody catch him? 9-2.
Yep, that's it, right? Gonna play Catch Me If You Can. We'll see if Jose Ortiz rides him the way the MIG wants him to ride him.
Harv Won't Tap. He just won at Tampa last time out. He's going to be coming from out of it.
He's also talented enough to win, but that's the thing. Can he get the right kind of setup to get it done? It's not going to be easy.
Mills, we saw Kendrick Carmouche before we went to break, talking some strategy. Blinkers on today.
He's one of my favorite old pros, and he can handle dirt and turf, but he's just not the Mills that we once knew.
He's a 9-year-old. He's a youngin' compared to this guy. Slim Shady, he is 11. 14-time winner of over $1 million.
He is probably the most amazing horse currently racing anywhere. This guy ran 4th to Frankel as a 3-year-old.
One of the greats of all time. And Mr. Maybe rounds things out here. John Toscano Jr., Luis Saez.
Well, when he was good, he wanted more distance. And I don't even know if he's good anymore.
16-1 there. As we take a look back, here's another look at Mills getting close to post time. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with trainer Dave Duggan, who will send out number 8, Mills, who we just watched gallop by here, Dave. And first of all, tell us how he's doing as he does return to the turf.
Well, I made a mistake the last time and I took the blinkers off. I won't do that again. You know, he's a quirky old horse. We just needed to try and change a couple of different things, hence we ended up in this spot here. I mean, he worked last week, worked very well, and he's trained very well, and he's doing very well. So, I mean, I spoke to Kendrick, and I told him to probably put him in the race a little bit more, maybe change it up a little bit and just kind of see. He hits that even keel, so he needs a fast gallop to run into. So if there's no pace, I'll be making sure there is one. So, but you know, Kendrick knows what he's doing once the horse is ready. So.
I was going to say, you have the right man on his back to make sure there is an honest pace. And Dave, we were talking about this race just as a whole when we were walking out here. I mean, you enter these 40 claimers and you run against millionaires and $500,000 owners. Talk about the level of competition here.
Well, it's great. It's a compliment to the racing office for putting on like competitive racing fields and be able to, from a bettor's perspective, be able to bet on them. I mean, we want to have an easy contest when you're running for these money, but still, they're competitive. There's no gimmies, so, but what more can you ask for? Good racing, good betting races, and so it makes it fun, you know. So
that it does. It makes it fun to talk about as well. And Dave, you mentioned the blinkers back on. He doesn't wear just a usual pair of blinkers. Talk about the blinkers he wears.
Yeah, I mean, for his life, he's always had the extension blinker on, and when he trains, he didn't seem like he needed it, so hence the mistake. I took it off. So he. He has it back on today, so hopefully that'll make the difference. So.
Well, Dave, we'll see how Mills does back in his usual atmosphere with those blinkers on. Best of luck.
Thank you. See you in the winner's circle.
I like the confidence with the Duggan.
That is a confident send-off right there from David Duggan, and looks like Abiding Star now is going to have company from this horse. Blinkers on. They want him to be part of the pace.
If Mills runs with Abiding Star early in this race, I don't think they'll be able to revive me in the MIG with smelling salts. And he might see in the winner's circle as he's walking back with his jockey while somebody else getting their picture taken.
Yeah, listen, I'd be very surprised if he's fast enough to do it, but he does add blinkers. Kendrick Carmouche is a guy who likes to go to the lead, and he's warming him up with intention, Andy. He has not stopped since he hit the track.
He better start getting ready to whip him out of the gate if he's going to keep up with Abiding Star.
I don't think he can either,
yeah.
But I'm just saying, it looks like they may want to, you know, at least entertain that idea.
I love this old guy. I mean, he's a terrific racehorse. There was never really that much of a winning type with just the 6 wins and 24 seconds and thirds.
Yeah. Well, here's the old veteran of the group. $1.2 million in earnings. Slim Shady at one time was running against the best in his division.
Can we please get our crack video?
And the best of all time, for that matter.
Right, Frankel. Our crack video team to do a story. I mean, there are not many 11-year-olds running anywhere in this country. There probably, I don't know if there are any running the NYRA circuit, and he's still running at a very effective level. He's not as good as he was last year when he had a resurgence, but he had trouble in his last start. And Jose Ortiz, no fault of his own, he could not find a seam in the stretcher. He might have won.
Well, when you ride the turf well, Greg, you're going to save ground. That's one of the keys to victory in turf racing is saving ground. Sometimes you're going to get unlucky. And I think, you know, Slim Shady might not have the same acceleration as he once had, so he can't get in and out of spots. But here's a horse that's earned over $1,200,000, nearly $1,300,000, and he just shows up every time. And you know what? There's a stall at my farm for him. Anytime they're ready to sell it, and he's had enough.
I mean, and we were joking, but this horse ran 4th in the English Guineas behind Frankel back 8 years ago in 2011.
Oh, if he could talk, the stories he could tell, huh?
Incredible that he's been
around
this long.
Is he a smart horse?
Slim Shady.
Been covering this horse forever, it seems like.
Well, he was running in California, too, first, right? He's been all over.
Yeah,
all over the world.
We're a minute to post with more on the old 11-year-old, Slim Shady. Let's go to Maggie.
I couldn't agree with Andy more. I couldn't agree with Andy more. We have to do a segment on Slim Shady. I remember when this horse came from California, he was with David Jacobson. And David Jacobson, I was asking him about him, and he showed me this video of him back in England when he actually, in the parade ring, double-barreled a cameraman. I mean, he was supposedly pretty nasty back in the day when he was a younger horse and obviously a colt at that point. But that just is a display of what a competitor he is, how aggressive and a dominant type of force he is to be reckoned with. So Slim Shady, yeah, it seems as though he's lost his way, which, you know, it's kind of shocking in a way. I mean, he is 11, don't get me wrong, but that Mike Maker claims this horse, and he hasn't quite gotten him back to the level he was last year when he was with Jason Service. But then again, the competition is probably right here with this 40 claimer. We'll see how he does, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So, yeah, just a neat horse at 11, and on the board right now it's 7-1.
And I want to make sure people know I like the 6 horse in this race, not the 5.
Well, we're looking for the 6 to go wire to wire. I think we're both in agreement. That's his best chance. Let him go. You don't have to send him off his feet, but don't stop.
Well, he's going to have to deal with Mills early.
Well, we'll see.
All right, keep your eyes on that. David Duggan said Kendrick Carmouche on the 8 Mills going to try and do something he never usually does. Try and be forwardly placed in here.
Be anywhere close to the lead.
See what happens. John Imbrial, the call. Here's race 7 from Belmont.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Abiding Star out for the lead. Indebted and a Golden Spear. Golden Spear takes second as Shalako moves up from the extreme outside. They make the bend and head for the backstretch. Abiding Star the lead as Shalako runs in second. Golden Spear at the rail in third. The Gray Gelding, Mr. Maybe's on the outside in fourth with Applicator in between horses and running in fifth. Then it's a break of 2 to Indebted at the rail in sixth. Slim Shady is next in seventh. 2 lengths to Harv Won't Tap in eighth, and Mills is the trailer. The quarter in 24-4 as they race up the backstretch. And it is Abiding Star, the leader here, getting clear now by a length and a half. Shalako's in second by 2. Then it's Applicator, Golden Spear, and Mr. Maybe. Those 3 are all together. Indebted runs in sixth, followed by Slim Shady. Farther back, it's Harv Won't Tap and Mills. Half mile, 48-2. Abiding Star is holding on to the lead over Shalako. They've been 1-2 from the start. It's still Abiding Star. Abiding Star in front. Down on the inside is a Golden Spear. Then Shalako, Applicator, the Gray Mr. Maybe, and they're at the top of the stretch. 3/4 in 1:11-4. Abiding Star in front here. It's Abiding Star getting away now. Abiding Star in front by 3 lengths. Mr. Maybe has moved into second. Then Shalako, Golden Spear, and Applicator. It's Abiding Star and Jose Ortiz, and they're going to win it in front-running style here. Abiding Star, Mr. Maybe got second, and it's a photo for third.
Abiding Star, gate to wire for the win, and the horse that David Duggan said was going to put some pressure on this horse. He was last early.
Well,
Trainers.
I don't think that he really is the turf horse anyway. I think he's better on the dirt, and I think he's lost a step on either surface. Let's get back to the winner, though, Abiding Star. That's the way to ride a speed horse. You go to the lead. It doesn't mean you got to go super fast, but you don't inhibit their stride. And he allowed him to run along. I liked he went from 48 and change to 11 and change. That keeps everybody honest.
The race, yep.
And finished with a lot left. This was the way you ride a front run.
Well, you pointed out during the race, Richie, you see that 23 and under 2/5 seconds, third quarter, around a turn. So he made everybody at that point have to run to keep up with him, and then he could still get away top of the stretch.
They're committed to being in the race at that point, making their run, stretch him, and he stretched him perfectly.
But Mr. Maybe.
Ran big.
Let's give a little love to the old pro Mr. Maybe at 8 years old. He actually ran very well in here to be second.
At a big number, 23-1 on Mr. Maybe, but well done by Jose Ortiz on Abiding Star for Ned Allard. 5-2 does go off the favorite, gets the job done here in the 7th. Our feature race is coming up next. We'll set the stage for that momentarily. Abiding Star, 11th career victory, 5th on the turf. Jose Ortiz doling out that speed perfectly to victory. We'll give you the prices when we come back. Photo for show. We'll make that official when we return as well here on America's Day at the Races. More to come, including what happened for the Kentucky Derby, a Preakness favorite, Improbable, and what that means for Bob Baffert going forward in the Triple Crown, and War of Will cashing in. First ever Triple Crown victory for his trainer and jockey. We'll be back with more. Stay tuned.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Maraud, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearlings sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
Runhappy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Runhappy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, MSG Plus, and Prime Ticket. Great to have you with us. Our show brought to you each and every day in part by the champion sprinter Runhappy, now standing for $25,000 at a legendary stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Gate to wire. A biting star, and Jose Ortiz doing it on the front end all the way in race 7.
And that's just a picture-perfect execution of riding a horse on the front end. Don't go too fast, don't go too slow to allow everybody in the race the right way. He walked that tightrope perfectly, Paul.
Yeah, he did. And you know one thing about this horse now? 11 wins, 4 of them at Belmont. Wolfie likes the racetrack.
Paul LoDuca has joined us. If you're wondering what happened, Andy Serling has left us for the afternoon. Paul LoDuca stepping in. $7 for the win. A biting star wins for the 11th time in 36 tries. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
For those wins coming here at Belmont Park. And Ned, I heard you talking to Jose Ortiz after the race, and obviously he's a horse that has propensity to lug out a bit, but here at Belmont, he's comfortable around these big turns.
I think the big turns really help him, and a rider that's not afraid to go ahead and give him his head, because if you fight him, he can get out pretty badly. And so riders that will leave him alone and let him do his thing seem to get along very well with him. And I think you're right. The wide turns here at Belmont really suit him well.
And Ned, is he a horse that does this in the mornings in his trainings, or is it just something in races?
When you breeze him, if you're not careful, he will.
Well, he certainly didn't do it today with Jose Ortiz, and I'm sure you were pleased when you saw the entries that didn't look as though there was any other speed.
Right. I like that very much.
And that you ship horses up here with much success. What kind of goes into your thinking when you bring a horse to New York?
Well, I think that New York is very unique in the fact that they've got a super racetrack. They've got wide turns. And sometimes your better horses fit certain categories here very well where you don't get them elsewhere. Even when I was racing in New England, we used to come down here all the time, and we've had a tremendous amount of luck in New York at all 3 tracks, and it's a lot of fun to come here. It's one of my favorite spots, that's for sure.
It surely is, especially when you're standing in the Belmont Winner's Circle. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, a biting star. Well, he lived to the backing today.
Wow, that's a very good effort, too, and got it done every step of the way out in front, and nice to see Ned Allard get a victory.
One of the good guys, and a guy that wanted to be a jockey so bad, Paul. He actually told me a story where he would put weights on his head and sleep in a bed too small for him because he thought you grow when you sleep, that he could stunt his growth. Well, it didn't work, but he became a good trainer.
Oh, that's some good stuff. As you see the late 5 pick follow along, I get it, but like we've said before, Greg, it only takes one, and you're going to have to beat the Wesley Ward here to get paid, unless you get an absolute bomb in the last.
This Wesley Ward coming up is going to be an awfully short price.
Yeah.
Next up in the 8th here, entry-level allowance. It's a 6-furlong sprint. We're talking about Bingwa. 1-2 right now for Wesley Ward. One actually first time out, debut on the turf. Next 2 tries have come on dirt. Ran just heartbreaking seconds against very good horses. Got beat by a horse who was just favored against boys in the Chick Lang, and then faced a horse at Royal Charlotte who's undefeated for Chad Brown.
I mean, and they're certainly betting Bingwa like it's a foregone conclusion this horse is going to win. Now, great works at Keeneland, great runs at Keeneland. The question is, shipping up to New York, does it translate? Does that form carry over to Big Sandy? I've got an interesting idea here, Paul. The 3-horse Cash coming off a long layoff. This is a filly that tied up when she was supposed to make her debut as a 2-year-old. Was given a lot of time off, came back, was very impressive breaking her maiden at Gulfstream.
Yeah.
And then she basically jumped into the deep end of the pool and stretched out. She doesn't want to stretch out. She wants to be a sprinter. Apparently something went wrong after May of last year. If this filly can make the leap from 3 to 4 and show the ability that I thought she possessed early, she could be an upsetter.
Yeah, and I can understand. I definitely think she's the other one, and the reason why is because of that. And when you watch Bingwa run, and we'll probably show you her last race, she carries her head a little high. That worries me a tiny bit. It might have been on the mud a little bit, but she's had clear leads, and she's gotten run down. Wesley Ward horses usually don't get run down at Keeneland. That worries me a tiny bit.
I thought the Chad Brown filly as well, Chamber. Look, she was 4-5 in her debut. She was bet like she was supposed to be. Very special. She's out of the damn Sightseek. And she came back and she just romped second time out. So now she makes her 4-year-old debut. She could really take a step forward as well.
This is a very good filly, Chamber. I remember watching her work as a 3-year-old in Saratoga. She wants to go long. I think this is a starting off point for her. If she wins today, it's just because she's that good. I think she wants a mile and more. You look at her stride. You look at her when she comes on a racetrack. Big, long, rangy filly. I think she's special, but I think you can see the best of her as the distances
Well, her 2 races, she's gotten off a little slow, so I can see that. She is a biggish filly by Tappet, but I think she's probably got the most upside as they go a little bit longer, but for right now, the Wesley Ward horse, 1-2 right now. Wow.
144th running of the Preakness. It happened on Saturday at Baltimore. 4 horses from the Derby showed up for the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, and for the horse that went off, the favorite, keep your eyes on post position 4. Improbable, acting up in the gate. This has been a problem for him.
It has been a problem for him, and you can see Mike Smith was trying to keep him quiet in the post braid so that he wouldn't act up in the gate. Gate guy did a great job not fighting with him, Paul. He wanted to kind of get into a fight, but the guy handled him well. He got away clean, though.
Yeah, he did. And here's the thing about Mike. What he usually does, I've never seen him go to the whip that early. He flagged him a couple times to the right flank, and there you see Johnny V, who got tossed for Buddy Express. But Mike asked him early, and there was just nothing in the tank. You very rarely see that from a Bob Baffert horse. I'd never thought he'd be laying 7th right here, Richie. He just got out of the gate. He was asked and just stayed in that same position the whole way.
He really had nothing. He was off the bridle. Mike tried to put him in the race, and he just couldn't keep up. And, you know, conversely, you look at War of Will, who got the dream trip down on the inside. He's in the bridle.
Yeah.
That makes it so easy for a rider to ride him because it takes you, and you know you can gauge how much you have underneath you.
This is the thing that I didn't understand. I'm listening to commentators all day yesterday saying, oh, he was rank in the Derby. He was too much. It's the exact same way he is traveling in the Derby as the way he is traveling in the Preakness.
Yeah.
He carries his head a little bit. He is on the bit. He wants to go. He's an aggressive horse, naturally aggressive. And Gaffleon did the same thing he did in the Derby, because here's what happens. If you look at the head on here, actually Castellano was off the rail. He's trying to bait Gaffleon to go up the rail. Now Owendale's about 4 or 5 wide making his move.
Yeah, but Owendale got stopped, I thought, a little bit at a key juncture there. He had to tap on the brakes when the race was going forward, and then he had to swing out. So I thought that might have cost him a little bit, and then having the circle, certainly. But now War of Will is getting that dream pocket run, and when you got a horse that'll take the kick back in his face, is brave to run up in behind horses and run into the bit, and it's a big difference between being rank and running into the bridle. He's not a rank horse. He just is all horse.
So Owendale's going to take the overland route. Meanwhile, the long shot, Everfast, going to dip down to the inside, and he runs huge here at 29-1.
Yeah, the last two horses, the big white-faced horse on the last outside is Laughing Fox. You're going to see Joel Rosario rolling on the rail. They were last, second to last, and Owendale was third to last going into the first turn, Greg. So Warriors Reward, where's the three horses' name? I'm sorry, Always Mining. He ran Warriors Mining, or whatever his name was. Warriors Charge. Ran an unbelievable race because those three horses were last, second to last, and last, and they ran second, fourth, and fifth, or third and fifth, or somewhere in that aspect.
But don't you think that really points out that War of Will ran the best race because he created his own trip? He put himself in the race. He was the last man standing of the horses that were involved, and he got the dream run. But because he can run the way he does.
And Mig, you know, they talked about early in this race, they wanted to keep him relaxed and calm. They didn't let him get into it. They just jogged him, walked him a little bit, wanted to make sure when those gates opened, he was ultra relaxed, and he was.
Well, the thing is, in the Derby, they had to turn him on a little bit from the rail. You don't want to get 18 horses folding over on top of you and you're completely out of the race. So you understand why they turned him on a bit. Everfast, hats off to him. I didn't think he had any chance at all, Paul. But I think Joel Rosario gave him that perfect ride that you go, well, I'll take my chances, stay on the rail, save every inch of ground, because there's no expectation. If I get stopped or checked, no one's going to yell at me.
No, if you look back, I would say Everlast and Laughing Fox had to be 20 lengths out of it on the backside, and they ended up missing the whole ball of wax by about 4 lengths. Everlast a little bit less than that. So I'm with him. Like, listen, everybody always say he has the perfect trip, Good horses make their trips.
They create it.
Mark Casse, a trainer of War of Will. What a moment for him. His first win in a Triple Crown race. Here he is.
I just wanted him to break, and once he broke, I could see where he was settling, which was good. I was happy, and I think my wife, Tina, was next to me, and I said, 22 and change, that's good, you know, and then 46. And honestly, about I knew we were doing well, and I knew I liked where we were. About maybe the 3/8 pole, I started thinking, oh dear, not again, because he was wanting to go somewhere and he had nowhere to go, and I'm just kind of, I didn't get excited until Tyler, it opened up. I was thinking, I hope the leader comes off the rail a little bit, and when he did and Tyler snuck up in there a little bit, that's when, I don't know, I haven't seen it, but they had NBC had a camera on me, and we gave them a lot to see. It's only 3 Triple Crown races. They're pretty important, and I think if you can do it, you should do it. There's an extremely good shot we'll be there. Now it's just a matter of him saying he doesn't want to go, and so that would be just that he was lethargic or something, training.
Just life-changing moment to win in a Triple Crown race. Of course, he had Classic Empire a couple of years ago that ran such a good race in the Preakness, but wound up being Cloud Computing's day. But yesterday was Mark Casse's day. Looks like he's coming to the Belmont Stakes, and he talked about the ride from Tyler Gaffleone. Looked again like he was going to make that choice, maybe to get in some traffic there. Instead, stayed on the inside, rode the rail to victory.
He started actually to edge out and go to the outside, and then there was just too many other horses. There was too much traffic. It was like trying to merge, onto the highway, but I got to wait in this lane for another stride or two, and then it opened up. You know.
And I think Castellano wanted it that way, to be honest with you, because I think he thought he had more horse, because he pointed his horse right back at War Will, maybe trying to intimidate him a little bit. He baited him to come inside, I think, and just his horse didn't have the horse. War Will had the horse.
And went back to visit him 6 a.m. this morning. Mark Casse said he looked and was moving just phenomenal, and if everything stays good, we're going to see him here June the 8th for the Test of the Champion in the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, I sure hope so. I mean, this is a horse that was a little bit unlucky over the winter, had a little bit of a hind-end injury. I think that actually cost him in the Derby. Obviously, he was impeded as well. I'm not going to revisit that.
Yeah.
But I also think the way he got tired the last 16th of a mile, it might have been missing some of that training, and young horses can't miss training. It's not like an older horse that has more foundation. I'm just proud of Mark Casse. He's a friend of mine. rode first call from when I was 18. He was 23. He trained his first winner at the Great Barrington Fair when he was 17 years old.
Come a long way.
Think about that. Yeah.
Meanwhile, John Velasquez, everyone knows, got dumped right out of the gate in the race. Post 9, Bodie Express, the maiden. Oh, race over early for Johnny V.
Yeah, this is the issue that I have with this. Obviously, it's very, very unfortunate. And it happens a lot, Meg. I know it's happened a lot to you. Two things here. And there's a photo that Johnny had no chance. And people tweeting out about he can't stay on the horse or can't stay on this.
Off, yeah.
First of all, the horse is a maiden, one. Number two, if John Velasquez stays on that horse, it's just a horse that hopped at the start. And there's not this big controversy. And everybody wants to make the race about him falling off the horse and make the negative about it. It really, really upsets me, and it takes away from what War of Will did.
It does. It takes away from the winner. You know, I saw some headlines on AP and stuff that, you know, the horse without the jockey won the crowd.
I mean, it's just like,
you know, we were lucky that that didn't cause an accident.
Exactly.
We were lucky that horse didn't hurt
Or you have
himself.
people who are not used to watching horse racing during these big events.
Well, see, they don't need jockeys. You see that? But did you see the air that Johnny had there? Oh, my gosh.
Exactly.
Well, he's okay was the most important thing.
Exactly.
Back here riding this afternoon. We're going to see more of John Velasquez later today. Right now, let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Wind has picked up dramatically here in the paddock. Actually, a branch fell outside the paddock here, is getting some of these fillies a little bit riled up, as well as my hair, as we'll check in with some of the ones coming off of layoffs, including number 3, Cachet, for Mark Hennig. Now, we haven't seen her 2 weeks shy of a year. I like her. She's a big, good-looking filly. She just looks a little soft. I mean, just knowing how Mark's horses usually look, she just looks slightly soft around the edges. Now, she is here with the pony. She's remained relaxed. She's remained relaxed here throughout her time. I'm excited to see her back, but I don't know if today's really going to be the day. We'll see what she puts forth, as we'll check in with number 6, Chamber, who comes back looking extremely fit. But I agree with what Meg said a bit earlier, that she is a filly that is probably crying out for more ground. You see how long and lanky she is. I mean, you know, there's just a lot of distance from her withers to the point of her hip. She's very evenly built. She's not built downhill like some of these other sprinting fillies. So I think this might be just a race to get things going, though maybe she'll hope for some hitting up front where she can close going the 6 furlongs. Number 4 is Bingwa. She's second off of a layoff. She's okay. I thought, like Paul said, she should have sealed the deal last time, but she did come up a bit short. Decent looking filly, just a little bit weaker looking overall, like across her top line. If you look at her, she's very fit though, second off the bench. She could win here. We'll see what she does. But the horse, from a physical perspective, that I'm most intrigued by, now I'm hoping she's the one where the wind and everything blowing around here is upset the most. But physically, number 7, Sinwan, looks amazing. I mean, she looks more like a 4-year-old colt than a 3-year-old filly, this daughter of Into Mischief, just beautiful. I'm a little bit concerned as she's gotten a little nervous here. She's kind of like short stepping behind just because she's nervous and she wants to run over the pony, but she can't because there's 2 people on her head, kind of mentality with her. But if she can keep it together physically, she just looks the best here in the paddock, Greg.
Sinwan getting the endorsement from Maggie Wolfendale at 6-1.
Well, Maggie's got a great eye, and she always picks out horses that are doing well. And being a daughter of Into Mischief, she certainly has that body type, that big, solid Into Mischief body.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back. Our feature race on this Sunday afternoon. Coming up next, we'll have the post parade when we return on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We'll be back.
There's one thing that everybody wants in our game is they want speed. Daredevil has the speed. You know that he ran a 107 Beyer when he won the Champagne Stakes, the Grade 1. That's faster than Uncle Mo, Scat Daddy, and Union Rag.
As a 2-year-old, he ran a 96 Beyer when he broke his maiden, a 107 Beyer in the Champagne, beating a nice horse in Upstart. He is by more than ready, another feather in his cap. I can't wait to see these horses run it too.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the
Dedication, no problem. Run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and MSG Plus. Good to have you with us on the day after the Preakness. Our feature race is coming up. Here's our post parade. We start with Aunt Babe, Sam Camacho Jr.
Aunt Babe stepping up in company here. New York bred filly, had three wins, earned over $250,000. New York breds truly do have an advantage, Paul.
And Mig sharing with us straight from the connections. It is Cash, this daughter of distorted humor, who was highly regarded early on, went for $500,000.
$500,000, had some issues, debuted with a really nice victory, going 7 furlongs. I think she's back doing what she wants to do, Paul.
Bingwa on paper, absolutely the one to beat.
Yeah, she is. She looks tremendous on the racetrack. Johnny V aboard for Wesley Ward.
No Deal, Junior Alvarado, Phil Serpy.
Another horse that's a New York bred, but actually not a registered New York bred. She couldn't race against New York breds for some reason, but she's another that earned over $200,000, would have to step her game up big.
Chamber for Chad Brown, second time out. She got the win at a very short price.
There you see the gray right there. She looks well at that great damn Psych-Seek, and she was dominant last time over a sloppy racetrack.
Sin Juan, the one that Maggie thought looked so incredible in the paddock. Luis Saez aboard for Kieran McLaughlin.
Extremely well-bred daughter of Into Mischief, homebred from Shadwell. And Kieran McLaughlin's horses get better with racing, and Maggie endorses her from a physical point of view. Good enough for me.
And on the outside, Jump for Joy comes in off 3 consecutive victories. This is a step up, though.
I know. She needs to step up. But for 6 years old, she's gotten into really good form, and she's a little bit of an ATM. She's got $150,000 in the bank running in lower-ranked claiming races.
Get signed up, get started. You can play all these races that we're showing you each and every day on the program and all across the country with NYRA Bets. $200 new member bonus when you bet $200. Use the promo code LIVE to take advantage of that when you get signed up and started. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app or go to NYRABets.com. Bingwa, 3-5. And if she runs back to either of her last couple of starts, both those two on dirt, she's going to be awfully tough to deny.
Well, the thing is, she went 21-4. She was in between horses. The worry you have is Johnny V was ultra confident, and he's by this horse by about a half a length, Rich, and the other horse comes back and beats her on the inside.
Horse comes back. You know, sometimes when you're too confident, Paul, and you stay next to one for a little too long, you get them game. Sometimes you got to knock them out when you have the chance.
Yeah, that's what happened. And that's why I was saying, like, is she a hanger a little bit? But, like, she was doing most of the way in between horses. Now does she get a clear lead in this group?
Well clear in each of those last 2 seconds of the third-place finisher as well, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
And the filly that beat her that day, Royal Charlotte, undefeated 2-for-2 for Chad Brown. Here is, speaking of Chad Brown, his filly he sends out, making her 4-year-old debut. By the way, Bingwa, 3-year-old, facing Olders.
Yeah, and you know, I don't think that's at this time of year it's as big a factor. They just get a little bit of break in the weights. And listen, Chambers very good. And she's got a pedigree to be really good. She's got the right connections, no doubt. I just wonder if 6 furlongs against some quality fillies like Bingwa and Cash are, you know, is going to make it a little tough for her. But there's no doubt if she breaks cleanly, she can put herself more in the race, Paul.
Well, yeah, she's dangerous if she's within striking distance because, yeah, she's got the best stride in here, the best kick home. And you could see at the end of that race, Castellano was riding her out. Now, probably something's one to miss. Probably after that when you don't want to layer up since September and end up here now. But maybe they're trying to crank her up and get her ready for Saratoga, so this could be a starting point for her to go a little bit longer, yeah.
With more on Chamber, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yes, it could be a starting point, as I said, in the paddock, but I was a little bit more encouraged by what I saw on the track in the warm-up. Beneath Javier Castellano, Chamber took a hold of the bit and dragged him all the way to the backside. She is fairly cranked up as far as her kind of keenness and sharpness. So that's a promising thing for me to see that much energy in the warm-up, considering she's probably going a little bit shorter than what she physically is meant to do, as we'll also check in with number 4, Bingwa. Now, she does get back to a fast track, which she ran her fastest race on against boys and was beaten by a nice runner in Preamble. Last time, I thought she had every chance to go by Royal Charlotte, who she dueled on the front end with the entire way. I didn't like her in the paddock. I liked her a bit more out here. She kind of came alive, came up underneath of herself a bit more with Johnny V aboard. I'm still going to try to beat her here at 4-5, but there's no doubt about it. She's run the fastest races, and with that start under her belt, it puts her at a little bit more of an advantage than, let's say, Cash or number 6, Chamber. Guys?
Maggie, thanks. It was a tough sequence to try and find that key horse to single if you were playing that NYRA Bets Late Pick 5. So for a lot of people, with the races she'd run her last couple, she was where a lot of people went.
Yeah, it was either the first race, we talked about the 1 and the 12 when they went to the wire together, or this horse was going to be the most single horse in the Late Pick 5, and I think Bingwa is. Obviously, the pick 3 to this horse is $23. The next lowest one, Richie, is $121. So that's how big of a favorite she is in the multiple exotics.
Huge. I mean, she was bet like the race was already run.
Meanwhile, Mig going to Cash. And we talked about the high expectations for this $500,000 filly before she ever ran. She won first time out. She was favored in her debut as well.
Favored in her debut, and I had seen her work, full disclosure, before she ever ran. So I've kind of been on this filly, and when you like one, they kind of get in your heart a little bit. Maybe that clouds your judgment. But I know she's got talent. You know, jumping right from a maiden race to a grade 2 going a mile, and then to another grade 2 going a mile and a 16th around 2 turns. She's back doing what she wants to do, and that's sprint. And I love when a horse has their big work, and then they come back with an easy work. That to me, I love that pattern going into a race, Greg.
Yeah, bullet drill, 59-3. And then just a little maintenance work on May the 7th at Belmont. The bullet came at Gulfstream. As we load up here for our feature race, 3-5 on the 4. Bingwa for Wesley Ward with John Velasquez. Can she collect the second victory of her career? We're about to find out. Let's send it upstairs to John Imbrial with the call here on America's Day at the Races.
And Jump for Joy. There in the gate. And they're off. Ant Babe from the rail. Bingwa now moves up, and Bingwa takes over. Ant Babe is at the rail. Moving up now is Sinwan from the outside. So Bingwa has the lead, and Sinwan is running in second. Jump for Joy, No Deal, right together, third and fourth. Ant Babe now back running in fifth. Then it's Cash. And on the outside is Chamber. The big favorite Bingwa ran the opening quarter in 22-1 and leads by a half length over Sinwan. A length and a half back to Jump for Joy, who's running in third. Almost 3 lengths to Chamber, Cash, and No Deal. Ant Babe is the trailer. It's Bingwa in front. Bingwa getting away to lead by 2. Sinwan in second and Jump for Joy. They're at the quarter pole. It's Bingwa, the 3-5 favorite. Ran the half in 45-3. Bingwa in front by almost 3 lengths here. Jump for Joy takes second. Sinwan is now in third. Then it's No Deal far outside. It's Ant Babe. Bingwa in control here. And it will be Bingwa and Johnny Velasquez. And it's close for second between Sinwan and Jump for Joy. Ant Babe ran fourth.
Bingwa gets that second victory, her first win on dirt in her third try.
And, you know, she's a filly that when they set her down, she runs a little mean, Paul. She
Yeah,
reminds me
right?
a little bit of her sire, Golden Sense. Her ears really pinned, and she almost runs into the whip a little bit. Sometimes the horse will show that resentment instead of run away from it, run into it, because you'll see she starts bearing out a little bit the last 16th.
She does. And watch right here. Johnny's obviously loaded. You can see. I asked you, I'm like, look at her ears. But then when he set her down, she wasn't really having any of it. Like, he asked her right now, she's getting a little green. And you're right. Like, when he tries to ask her and goes, okay, now I need to hit her. And he waited as long as he could because I think he knows, Richie, that when I do hit her, she's not going to really like it. And she starts to float out a little bit here and starts getting tired. I get it. She won this race in the first half mile because she didn't really finish up that great.
She didn't, but she's talented. I just think she might be a little bit quirky, and maybe when they figure out to kind of handle it, maybe a little more kick gloves.
And how about that? Maybe a 32-1 shot that none of us gave a shot. Jump for Joy might have got second. It's very close between Sinwan and Jump for Joy.
It just shows you a horse. You talk about this all the time. A horse in form. They just jump up. This horse was in 14 non-threes, went all the way to the starter allowance, and now going to cash a nice little check behind a nice filly here. Good job by Louis Reyes and the mare Jumpstart. Good claim, by the way.
Good claim, and when horses start getting in good form and they get confident, well, actually she was just beat. But she ran a much better race than any of us would have thought, and certainly the odds bear that out as well.
Yeah, let's go back to the beginning. For Chamber, what we've kind of seen from her, the 6.
She just doesn't jump well, Paul. I think she's just too long, and she doesn't get herself set in the gate. And I thought Cash would be a little bit closer. She wasn't. But I'd be making excuses. She just didn't have any run. Chambers got to learn to get out of the gate and get in a better rhythm. I think she's our own worst enemy at this point.
Yeah. And what's your thought on those type of horses? Like, a lot of people will go, okay, she needs to get longer so they can settle because it's going to be a slower pace. She did get squeezed out of there a little bit.
But you get squeezed when you don't jump with them.
True.
They're going to take that empty space, you know?
2 wins today for John Velasquez.
Good call by Maggie, by the way, because Sinwan ran Bingwa. I mean, at least made her run through the wire.
Exactly.
4, 7, 8, 1. You tried to make a little bit of a case for the 8 underneath.
Yeah, because sometimes just people forget. They're always worried about horses dropping or horses projecting. Why not take the horse that's in the best form? I don't care what the level is. Horses get confidence just like athletes. And when you win 4 in a row, she's in great form. She wants to run right now. She ran a bang-up 3rd here.
So Bingwa gets the job done. Her 2nd win now. Had a win on turf to kick off her career. Now she beats some fillies that were highly regarded in here. But what do you think about going forward for this filly?
Well, I think she's going to have to improve a little bit to take that next step into stakes company. And you would think that's probably where they're headed with her.
Right.
She's fast. She's a 3-year-old. As races like the Prioress. It's just interesting to me, though. She gets mad when they ask her to run. She looks like she's doing things easy and she can draw off at will. Maybe they just got to say, can you please, Mom, instead of demanding.
Her daddy Golden Sense, congratulations to him. Man, he was so fast, and he's going to throw out horses like this. They're just going to be very, very fast early, and they're just going to try to keep on going,
So 2 today for the Hall of Famer, John Velasquez. We have not gotten that price yet in our NYRA Bets Late Pick 5 on a day in which we had a carryover. Was it waiting for the finale? We'll find out next. We still have the final to come. Mile and 16th on the turf ahead. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races right after this. No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy Flag, plus graded stakes winner War of Will, and these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018. This son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Runhappies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with him. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Play in the third period. St. Louis Blues with a 4-0 lead in Game 5 over the San.
Catholic boy winning the Grade 2 Dixie at Pimlico and doing it off a 6.5-month layoff from the outside post.
Did you hear that call too, guys? Larry Collmus. It's confirmed. Catholic boy is back.
It's pretty well done.
I like that call.
Both of us being good little Catholic boys going to Catholic school. But Castellano did such a great job. First of all, Jonathan Thomas did a great job. The horse broke like a shot.
Yeah.
Put himself in the right position, laid in the 2-0 the whole way around. And when we talked to Jonathan earlier, he talked about that's why the horse is so great on both surfaces. Not many horses can stalk on the turf and get it done, and then stalk just like he does. He runs the same way on dirt.
Yeah, Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt, and that's the plan again this year.
Yeah, and it's great that it gives him so many options. That's what makes him different, though. Most horses that are really good turf horses have acceleration, a turn of foot. This is a phrase we use in the industry. He doesn't. But he's relentless. He just puts his head down and keeps running. And that's typical for successful dirt horses, but he carries it over to the grass.
Yeah, when you want a dirt horse, you almost want a horse like him that has high cruising speed and that sort of grinds. That really doesn't work on turf, like Richie's saying. You want that one run, but for some reason, listen, I bet Admission Office. This was my best bet. When he came up to him, I've watched it now 6 times. The first time I threw my remote because I was upset, I'll be honest, because I thought he should have won. But more and more times I watch it, Catholic boy was never letting him by. He actually edged away, and that's why you were talking about his tenacity.
Yeah, and he just stays, puts his head down. I mean, he looks like the kind of horse that would absolutely run through a brick wall if you asked him to.
The plan, obviously, later in the year, we have a little ways to get there, but they want to get him to the Whitney. But in the more immediate future, going to put him back on dirt, the Suburban right here at Belmont. That'll be on July 6th. And
that's the perfect spot for him. Step back onto the dirt. But how about, I mean, the fact that you can look at a stake schedule and go, okay, here's a horse won the Belmont Derby, won the Travers. I don't think we'll ever see that again.
No, we probably will never, ever see that. The worry that you have with him is the tighter turns at Saratoga. He is a turf horse. Is he going to like the sweeping turns on the dirt here? But the horse has done nothing wrong. Yeah. He's won races. I still can't believe he let a horse go by him by a length and a quality horse and came back and Analyze it. I mean, like, the want that this horse has, you can't teach.
Yeah, desire. He has the desire.
Pennine Ridge last year, and then he got him again in the Belmont Derby, and that's a horse who still has proven, Analyze it, that he is a star performer on the grass.
And to make it even scarier, we heard Jonathan Thomas say this horse has improved and changed, gotten bigger and stronger from 3 to 4. No. We might not have seen the best of him yet.
Here's a field for the finale, $40,000 maiden claiming event for New York bred. Smile on the 16th on the turf, and it is wide open right now. The favorite, Mo Savings, who was 6-1 morning line, second time out for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah. And very interesting that Mo Savings is your favorite. It looked like the 13, at least on paper, or the 3 in here for Bruce Brown. I understand Bruce Brown is having a little bit of a rough meet, but that horse ran a darn good second and should be the favorite in here, I thought at least.
We're going to take a break in the action. We will return. Bill Mott, the Hall of Famer. He's a Kentucky Derby winning trainer, passed on the Preakness, but we're going to see him in the Belmont Stakes. We'll give you an update on his pair of talented 3-year-olds, including his Derby winner, when we come back.
Runhappy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NYRABets.com.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and you remember our Derby horse, right? That is Country House. He was put up via disqualification. He was examined at Root and Riddle Equine Hospital in Lexington, had a bit of a cough. He returned to Churchill on Wednesday. This was him earlier this morning in Louisville. Bill Mott saying he's going to take his time with him to decide where his next spot will be.
Well, I think it's really important to note that they caught the illness at the very beginning of it, with him coughing and such. Because if he'd gotten full-blown sick, then we're talking about maybe not seeing him until the fall sometime. You know, these horses don't recover instantly. So the fact that they were able to kind of catch it early, we will see him sooner than later. Maybe, you know, Jim Dandy on to Travers, who knows?
Yeah, it's going to stay at Churchill Downs for a couple of weeks. Wait and see what happens with him. He's been walking under tack. But, yeah, they're going to be patient with that decision. Bill Mott's other big 3-year-old, the Wood winner from Aqueducts out here in New York. Well, he was back in action Saturday morning at 6 a.m., breezing over the main track, working in company with graded stakes winner Multiplier.
And I like Tacitus, Paul.
Right.
I think the 1.5 miles is going to suit him. What do you think?
Well, I know everybody loves this horse, and I'm with you. He's the horse to beat for me going into the Belmont. I know we're 3 weeks away. There's still a lot to be sorted out. Who comes to the race at all? If War of Will comes, obviously he'll probably be the favorite, or maybe Tacitus. If Game Winner comes, I think he'll obviously be a part of the mix. But he's moving well, and he ran a darn good Derby, and now he's in his backyard.
You know what's impressing me, guys? He's not the most enthusiastic workhorse normally, and this is about as much enthusiasm as you're going to see from him, where he's in the bridle and he was carrying on. I think this horse is maturing at the same time.
This was his first breeze back. Bill Mott saying exactly what they wanted for Tacitus.
First work since his race in the Kentucky Derby, and we sent him along in company, and nice even work. He was 48-2 with a very good galloped out a good 3/4 of a mile, and looks like he came back good. So, you know, all systems go since the Derby. If he continues to do well, I mean, our main objective is the Belmont right now. We skipped the Preakness, but we thought he'd be a good fit for the Belmont Stakes. The 1.25 miles was no trouble, and I think he's a good fit for the Belmont. We've got to see. I mean, none of them have ever done it before, and but I think with the way he was closing in the Derby, I mean, he certainly gives us indications that, you know, he can get the 12 furlongs.
He was rolling in the Kentucky Derby, rallied from 16th to 4th, moved up to 3rd via disqualification as we look at the Belmont Stakes possibles, and this could turn out to be a tremendous race with who's coming.
Because if you look at the top 3 runners, you could argue, obviously, besides Maximum Security, they ran the best 3 Derbies, and then obviously War of Will won the Preakness.
Master Fencer put in that huge run, too. Surprised everybody.
Yeah, Master Fencer. And how about Owendale, Tax? I mean, I know Tax ran bad, but Owendale ran a pretty good Preakness, and he looks like he could handle the distance.
Now, we still have almost 3 weeks to go, and a lot can change, but Tacitus, out of that group there, just seems the most suited to the distance to me, and he doesn't have to be as far back as he was in the Derby.
Belmont Stakes Challenge, first place, $60,000 guaranteed. It's a $10,000 buy-in. Put your handicapping skills to the test. It is the biggest New York handicapping contest of the year. All 15 stakes races at Belmont included in that 2-day contest over June 7th and 8th. Good luck. You've been saving up the money. You going to enter?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, 100%.
All right, good luck.
Record handle of Preakness yesterday? I can't wait 3 weeks from now.
I'm taking a piece of Paul's action.
It's a team thing, right? You're
Yeah,
going to share that $60,000, right?
100%. Listen, when I hit, you all hit.
Yes, she is very good about that. We have an intriguing final race coming up. We've been asking all along, where's that price going to come from in this sequence for the NYRA Bets Late Pick 5. We have not got to it yet. So we'll find out as we take a look at this field momentarily here. But we're going to hear more from Bill Mott with some updates and some other runners that we're going to see down the road as well.
It was a good setup for him. I mean, he got, you know, a good pace scenario and a good trip, a good clear run, and Joel rode him beautifully and timed his run perfectly, and it worked out. I mean, he's been, you know, the horse has run quite well at Belmont. He did last year in the Joe Hirsch when he won here. So
look at him right here.
I think everything worked out very well for him on the day, and he looks like he's come out good. I'd certainly like to make the Sword Dancer and the Joe Hirsch back here in the fall. I mean, races that he's run in before. There's one other race in Saratoga preceding the Sword Dancer that would probably fit him okay. We will nominate for the Manhattan here, but that's not a done deal yet. It comes back in a hurry and shortens up in distance a little bit, but you know, we'll be nominated for it. We'll train him and see how he's doing. His race wasn't great in the Dubai World Cup. I think he's better than that. You know, not every horse goes over there and runs their best race or handles the track the best, or, you know, the whole situation. But I think he's better than what he showed us in the Dubai World Cup. I mean, the winner of the Dubai World Cup beat us like an inch in the Breeders' Cup in the fall, and then beat us about 6 lengths on the day of the Dubai World Cup. So I think we're just a little bit better horse than that. I don't think he fired his best shot. I mean, he's gonna have to step up and move forward to win these major races, but it's possible. One of the races on the handicap schedule for those older horses is the Stephen Foster at Churchill Downs, and then, you know, that allows you enough time to go to Saratoga. You can run in the Whitney or the Woodward. You know, we got started with her earlier this year, and she's usually one that takes a little longer to get going. I don't think her races this year have been as good as what I've liked. I mean, they've been useful. They haven't been her best races. I think she's better than that. I think she'll be better when the distance increases a little bit. She's at Churchill, and the plan for her is to go to the Fleur-de-Lis there at Churchill Downs. Out of that, the Delaware Handicap is a possibility, and then of course the Personal Ensign at Saratoga would be a major dance on her dance card.
So that is Bill Mott and a couple of his big runners. Yoshida, Joe Hirsch, Sword Dancer, said he's going to nominate to the Manhattan as well. And a late, the Fleur-de-Lis Delaware Handicap, where she made a return off the bench a while ago on our show, and the Personal Ensign at Saratoga. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale for a paddock report.
Horses on the walking ring for this maiden 40 for the New York bred fillies on the turf, and we'll start by taking a look at a horse who's taking some early money, and that is number 5, Mo Savings. First start on the turf for Rudy Rodriguez and stretching out in distance. Look, she's a big, beautiful daughter of Uncle Mo, and physically, actually, she looks as though she should handle this surface change and definitely the distance. It's the layoff that bothers me. She actually just could look a bit more fit overall, and while she physically looks as though she can handle the turf, there's not much pedigree other than being by Uncle Mo to back up that claim. In fact, on the bottom side, it's an all dirt sprinting pedigree, and none were to try the turf, though Lights Off Annie was by Freud. Now we'll move on to number 1, Disquiet, who is one trying the turf for the first time, also getting Lasix. Similar type of look as Mo Savings in here, and she looks as though she should handle the turf. Don't know what Revolutionary will throw necessarily. The dam's a bit older, but she's had some production as far as some of her siblings being capable on this surface change, and she has a very flat hoof and a physical frame to suggest that turf would be fine. She's also a lot more professional here, second time out, and that much more fit. As we'll take a look at number 3, Handle with Care. First start back on April 12th. She was pretty rank in behind horses. I thought still ran well. As I've always said, it takes a lot more out of a horse when you're fighting them, and she was fighting Kendrick Carmouche, who is back here today, all the way way down the backside. She looks tremendous here, guys, for trainer Bruce Brown. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. As we take a look here at the 8, middle out, who was 3-1 on the morning line, Jorge Abreu, Manny Franco. Ran at this level last time out in her 3-year-old debut. She went up 4th, beat 5 lengths.
And a horse that, you know, was part of the pace, and horses that have to make the running coming off of layoffs, I think get more out of a race than a horse that, let's say, just makes one run, Paul.
Yeah.
I think they do the dirty work. I think she'll move forward off of that race.
Yeah, she got bet that day too, right? I don't know why she's not getting bet at all today at 9-1. Maybe they're thinking this is a tougher field. I don't see it. But she's very good value right now. As you see, this board is wide open. Besides, they've been to 13, but tepid favorite at 7-2.
Yeah, this one gets in off the also eligible list here. Temper's Way for Jeremiah Engelhardt, switching barns, 7-2 favorite on the board, and possesses some speed.
Possesses speed, outside, not the greatest draw. Why did they offer her up for $32,000 last time at Tampa when you've got these New York bred pots to come back up to?
Good question. That's the one worry. I tell you, the one horse that's gotten bet in exotics is the one Disquiet. She's very low. She's the same price as the 3, 10-1 to 5-2 in the pick 5, $250.
Her dam, actually, she won going down the hill on the turf at Santa Anita, but in her debut, she was second to Excellent Meeting.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Pretty good
but I
horse.
did look at what she's thrown the dam, and she's really never thrown anybody of note on the turf yet. Now, she did have her Capture the Glory, who won the Illinois Derby.
Yeah.
So here is her daughter, 7-1 with Dylan Davis.
Well, I like what Maggie said, though. I like the way she looked in the paddock. And, you know, Bobby Robato and his longtime client, Mark Keller, they certainly know how to win. And Dylan Davis has been having quietly a good meet.
22-1 on Big Expense, Dominic Schettino.
Blinkers went on. They went on turf. I think this filly improved a lot. I know she's had 5 races over, but I think she's sneaky.
Handle with Care is at 6-1. Kendrick Carmouche for Bruce Brown.
And she was in behind horses. She pulled hard last time and stayed on. She certainly has a real good look here.
Violetta's Visions, big long shot at 42-1.
Yeah, she was 118-1 first time out. I was getting some maiden special weight. So today, what are you getting? 42-1.
Mo Savings. Maggie talked about dirt pedigree on the bottom side. Yeah, lights off Andy was a speed sprinter on dirt.
Speedy sprinter who's thrown some speedy sprinters. Cut the coupons, Annie. I don't see turf there, but Uncle Mo's do sometimes respond well on the turf.
Fern Court, 41-1.
This horse was lost in the career five starts by a total of 150 some odd lengths, and that's probably why this is the horse that's carrying over the pick 6.
Love that. Goose has taken some attention actually on the board from a 15-1 morning line.
Yeah, and I don't see why, really. She has never showed anything on dirt or turf.
Middle out. Morning line favorite for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, it should not be 9-1. I think that horse will creep down maybe 5-1, but blinkers, 2 back, and showed some speed like Mig was saying. I think should be at least part of the first part of the group.
And that was the morning line favorite without the also eligible getting in. Here's the 10. She did get in, by the way. First timer, Mighty Knight.
Yeah, this one for son of Big Brown and Napal Shatterpaw.
And here is Temper's Way, the one to beat right now. Luis Saez for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
The favorite from the outside, got strong buyer figures. Gets Luis Saez, who's an aggressive rider, and should be a part of the pace.
And it's a lovely day. Jason Service, second-time turf. Look out.
Yeah, this is a dangerous horse in here at 5-1. I'm surprised at 5-1, too. I thought another horse is a little cold on the board.
Kachuk, another first-time starter. This one for Ray Handel.
Ray Handel also having a good year so far. By Get Stormy, who is a nice turf horse for Tom Bush. Gonna have to take a wait-and-see approach, I believe.
18-1. Our show each and every day brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Runhappy, now standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. We get a look here at Big Expense. So Paul's long shot special.
What was wrong with this horse's turf debut?
No, listen, if you're going to include Handle with Care, the 3, and they all ran in the same race, right? This horse was in the 7-hole. You go from Hector Diaz to Sammy Camacho. Horse is obviously a way better turf horse. Went around 2 turns, has not gone around 2 turns in a long time. And Schettino never tried this horse on the turf. And 24-1, I thought that race was not that bad considering was not far behind. Maybe 4 lengths, got to make up 3 lengths on the 3. Not that bad.
24-1, you're going to get paid if you're right. So I certainly see the argument you're making, not very badly beaten by Handle with Care, as well as a few others from in here.
Yeah.
You know, so listen, that's the payday right there. You need a bomb in your exotics. There it is.
Yeah, so you have the 2, 3, and 8 in here, right, Wolfie? They all come out of the same race. Then 12 as also. Do you put them all in or do you throw them all out? That's the decision you got to make that race. And it looks like everybody's throwing them all out because they're not really getting bet. If you look at the 2, 3, 8, and 12, they're all over their morning lines.
Check it again with Maggie.
And guys, I don't blame people for throwing them out, as that race was won by Grand Banks, who I believe was making her 26th start, and she finally broke through, breaking her maiden. Granted, it was the first start for the Jimmy Bond barn, but still, I don't blame people for not being attracted to that April 12th race. So we'll take a look, though, at one coming in against New York breds for only the second time, but making her 6th career start, number 13, Temper's Way. Physically, I like what I'm seeing from her. Look, she's dappled head to toe. Jeremiah Engelhardt does a great job. I think I like that trainer change. I like the in against New York breds once again. She could have warmed up a bit better, a more appealing warm-up to me underneath Louis Saez, but she makes sense here. But I do agree with you guys. Why was she offered up for the 32 as a New York bred? As number 8, middle out, she is ice cold on the board. And as you guys were saying, she dueled that day, and she dueled with a 99-to-1 shot. So there was really no reason to be out there winging it with that horse. And she just got a little tired late. Now, she was a little bit keyed up in the paddock, a little nervous to get the tack on. She looks incredibly fit here, and I like the way she's turned out. I think of the horses that ran that day, possibly middle out and handle with care were the ones who probably ran the best races. As a long shot for me is number 7 in here. Love that Goose, who's actually taking some money at 10-to-1. I thought she'd be a bigger price than that, but does attract Joel Rosario for Dave Canizzo. And I feel as though Dave Canizzo has probably done a great job with this horse. Again, she's actually put on weight since her last start. Her coat looks tremendous, and she's a turf horse. I know that one race on the turf at Fairgrounds doesn't exude confidence with a 25 buyer, but this is a turf horse. I want to give her another shot and see what she can do against state breds here, as I'm hoping her price drifts up, though, as it is. 11-to-1, Greg.
Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, if you like the 7, you definitely want to see a much bigger number there. But look, she didn't really get a chance in that only turf track fairground. She got bumped early. She was ranked throughout. So we'll see. Give her another shot.
Yeah, but this is why this race is such an intriguing puzzle. You've got a huge field of horses that aren't very accomplished. They're New York breds, and you're looking for the horse that maybe has a little upside that could take a step forward.
Yeah, the 7, Love That Goose. It's a tough read because when she did run on the turf, she was 83-to-1 in a maiden 30. So, like, was that field loaded for a maiden 30 at Fairgrounds? I probably doubt it. But again, getting back with the New York breds, you're getting back in with your friends. You want a bigger price than 11-to-1, definitely.
Right.
Well, Maggie talked about the horses coming out of that Grand Banks race that she preferred. The 3 handle with care, the 8 middle out. Of those 2, what do you guys think?
Well, I like the 8 middle out. I thought she was the one coming off the layoff that did the dirty work, and she hung around. And I think if she gets a little bit more of a judicious ride this time and kind of just finds that pocket trip, that coveted pocket spot on the turf, I think that's where she'll be most effective.
And I like the 3. How about that? So,
okay.
Yeah, I'll take the other
5-to-1. Miggy, I wanted to ask you, I mean, so our favorite still is Temper's Way on the outside. How difficult with the way the course is configured here on the Widener and how they start this race, how difficult is that to be outside?
Well, it would be worse if it was on the inner turf. It's not quite as bad on the outer turf, the main turf, because it's just more of a dog leg than it is kind of a hard left. The only thing is even though this horse has several races, this will be her 6th start, young horses tend to run to empty space. She's got a lot of empty space for outside, so you're hoping that she gets away clean and goes forward instead of to the right. And this is what we're talking about here. This is you can see the inner course, the rails on to the left.
If you don't jump good from the inside, you can get, because the turn comes up quick too.
Yeah, more so on the inner turf. This one's a little bit fairer, but you definitely need to go forward to get your position. Yeah. This is definitely not a course, out of these dog legs you want to be taking back to get your spot because you get shuffled back then.
Favorite on the outside, the also eligible. We'll see how Temper's Way fares. It had been in maiden special at Tampa. Actually debuted at Aqueduct, however, so returns to New York. Can she break through and get the win? Luis Saez aboard. Let's go upstairs. John Imbriau, our nightcap on this Sunday afternoon here on America's Day at the Races.
there in the gate. And the rough. Big Expense away well, but there goes It's a Lovely Day on the outside. Most Savings, a close-up third. Temper's Way gains ground into fourth. Then it's Middle Out next in fifth, followed by Love That Goose. Going to the outside is Mighty Knight there towards the back of the pack. Up front, it's Big Expense with the lead. Temper's Way has moved into second, and It's a Lovely Day is next in third. And then it's on the inside, Most Savings. On the outside is Love That Goose, and the Middle Out is there. Then comes Handle with Care, a break of almost 4 lengths, back to Katuk. It's another 5 to Disquiet, and then Fern Court. A big break back to Violetta's Visions, and way back is Mighty Knight in 12th. The quarter, 23-3, the half and 47-3. The Big Expense. Big Price here is the leader with Temper's Way right behind in second. Love That Goose is next in third. Towards the inside, It's a Lovely Day. Handle with Care has gained ground on the outside. Then comes Middle Out and Most Savings. 3/4 and 1/12. They're at the top of the stretch. Big Expense. Here's Temper's Way on the outside. Big Expense and Temper's Way. Then It's a Lovely Day, followed by Love That Goose. Middle Out is coming on the outside. Big Expense, Temper's Way. Big Expense, Temper's Way. Middle Out on the outside. The three of them come down to the finish together. It's going to be tight. On the outside might have been Middle Out. A three-way photo. Middle Out, Temper's Way, and Big Expense.
Nearly a 33-1 shot. Paul LoDuca's long shot special ran huge, but in the end, Middle Out comes and gets the victory under Manny Franco.
Middle Out came with a late run this time as opposed to being on the pace. Give all the credit to Paul and the two Big Expense, who did everything but win. This was a tough one, Paul.
Wow. This was a tough one. I thought Sammy did all he could do. He did the right thing. You have to go for broke. He opened up, and Mig, you even said go left-handed. He got a little bit extra out of his horse. He really did, Big Expense. She tried hard. The 8 just made a really long and sustained 5-wide move. And
I don't think the 13 was ever going by the 2. The 8 horse kind of carried her past him.
But the 8 was, we even said, that was just too big of a price. That horse should have never been 7-1. No. Never.
Middle Out, career start number 4, breaks through and gets by a 33-1 shot, trying to do it on the front end. Made this exciting here in our finale. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with prices right after this. Tell you what, the NYRA Bets late pick 5 came back as well, but Jorge Abreu, Doheny Racing Stable, Off the Hook LLC, and Manny Franco close things out here on this Sunday afternoon in a dead tight finish in this finale. 8-13-2 is what it looks like. We'll be back.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tappet has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Mockra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well. Has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NYRABets.com.
There's a power so selfless, it has the ability to heal, to inspire, to unite, to change your life.
Back on America's Day at the Races, and this is how it finished.
Please, why do you have to show this
8-13
again?
to 7.
Terrence, our producer, I hate you right now, okay? $2,500 to all the people out there if the two would have got home, for all the Fox viewers, and this happened. But you know what the good part about it is? Hopefully you listen, because Mig liked the 8, I liked the 2, and if you were able to mix with the 13, you got a nice little trifecta
and
here.
Maggie liked the 4th place finisher.
Yeah, the 7. Yeah, so hopefully you got a superfecta here that's going to be monstrous. And congratulations. Good call by you, Mig, because this was the other horse that we talked about. Middle out. Freud, I have an AP Indy mare, AP Amazon. 1 for 4 a lifetime, and did it the right way. Circled the field. And when you look back at it, she was the best. She was.
Yeah.
What an effort from the 2, trying to go gate to wire. Comes up a little bit short. NYRA Bets late pick 5. It was a chalky afternoon. This was our biggest price, I believe, here. $264. Still pretty darn good considering what came in. I mean, it was
because this horse was 3 to 1 morning line.
Yeah, I mean, this was, with the exception of that, also eligible getting in. Morning line favorite. Nico's Dream favorite. Mental Model favorite. Abiding Star favorite. Bingwa odds-on favorite. So that's not bad to get 264 back from that.
No, not at all.
No. We are back on Fox Sports 2 on Thursday. That's our next show. Twilight Racing, 4:30 to 8:30. We'll see you then as we take a look at our Saturday Showdown online contest results. Rich Harry.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody that high.
Putting up numbers, we don't see often, so he is rich after that performance. We're back on MSG Plus on Thursday from 4:30 to 7 Eastern Time, so we'll see you then. Again, Fox Sports 2, 4:30 to 8:30. For Paul LoDuca, Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale, the MIG, I'm Greg Wolf. Thanks for tuning in. Bingwa with a big effort. 3-year-old filly getting her first win on dirt for Wesley Ward in our feature race on this Sunday afternoon. And War of Will, giving Mark Cassie and Tyler Gaffleone their first ever victories in the Triple Crown. And it looks like it's on to Belmont for War of Will on June the 8th. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on Thursday.